Book of Job, Chapter 1. Job's virtue and riches. Satan, by permission from God, strippeth him of all his substance, his patience. There was a man in the land of Hus, whose name was Job, and that man was simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil. And there were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters, and his possession was 7,000 sheep, and 3,000 camels, and 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 she-asses, and a family exceeding great. And this man was great among all the people of the east. And his sons went and made a feast by houses, every one in his day. And sending they called their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And when the days of their feasting were gone about, Job sent to them and sanctified them, and rising up early offered holocaust for every one of them. For he said, lest perhaps my sons have sinned, and have blessed God in their hearts. So did Job all days. Now on a certain day, when the sons of God came to stand before the Lord, Satan also was present among them. And the Lord said to him, Whence comest thou? And he answered and said, I have gone round about the earth, and walked through it. And the Lord said to him, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a simple and upright man, and fearing God, and avoiding evil? And Satan answering said, Doth Job fear God in vain? Hast not thou made a fence for him and his house, and all his substance round about? Blessed the works of his hands, and his possession hath increased on the earth. But stretch forth thy hand a little, and touch all that he hath, and see if he blesseth thee not to thy face. Then the Lord said to Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy hand, only put not forth thy hand upon his person. And Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. Now upon a certain day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the house of their eldest brother, there came a messenger to Job and said, The oxen were ploughing, and the asses feeding beside them, and the Sabeans rushed in and took all away, and slew the servants with the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, another came and said, The fire of God fell from heaven, and striking the sheep and the servants hath consumed them, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. And while he also was yet speaking, there came another and said, The Chaldeans made 3 troops, and have fallen upon the camels, and taken them. Moreover, they have slain the servants with the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. He was yet speaking, and behold, another came in and said, Thy sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the house of their elder brother. A violent wind came on a sudden from the side of the desert, and shook the 4 corners of the house. And it fell upon thy children, and they are dead, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. Then Job rose up and rent his garments, and having shaven his head, fell down upon the ground and worshipped, and said, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. As it hath pleased the Lord, so is it done. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all these things Job sinned not by his lips, nor spoke he any foolish thing against God. Chapter 2. Satan, by God's permission, striketh Job with ulcers from head to foot. His patience is still invincible. And it came to pass, when on a certain day the sons of God came and stood before the Lord, and Satan came among them and stood in his sight, that the Lord said to Satan, Whence comest thou? And he answered and said, I have gone round about the earth and walked through it. And the Lord said to Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a man simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil, and still keeping his innocence? But thou hast moved me against him, that I should afflict him without cause. And Satan answered and said, Skin for skin, and all that a man hath he will give for his life. But put forth thy hand, and touch his bone and his flesh, and then thou shalt see that he will bless thee to thy face. And the Lord said to Satan, Behold, he is in thy hand, but yet save his life. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord, and struck Job with a very grievous ulcer, from the sole of the foot even to the top of his head. And he took a potsherd, and scraped the corrupt matter, sitting on a dunghill. And his wife said to him, Dost thou still continue in thy simplicity? Bless God and die. And he said to her, Thou hast spoken like one of the foolish women. If we have received good things at the hand of God, why should we not receive evil? In all these things, Job did not sin with his lips. Now when Job's 3 friends heard all the evil that had befallen him, they came every one from his own place, Alphaz the Themanite, and Baldad the Suhite, and Sophar the Naamathite. For they had made an appointment to come together and visit him and comfort him. And when they had lifted up their eyes afar off, they knew him not, and crying out they wept, and rending their garments they sprinkled dust upon their heads towards heaven. And they sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no man spoke to him a word, for they saw that his grief was very great. Chapter 3. Job expresses his sense of the miseries of man's life by cursing the day of his birth. After this, Job opened his mouth and cursed his day, and he said, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, A man-child is conceived. Let that day be turned into darkness. Let not God regard it from above, and let not the light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death cover it. Let a mist overspread it, and let it be wrapped up in bitterness. Let a darksome whirlwind seize upon that night. Let it not be counted in the days of the year, nor numbered in the months. Let that night be solitary and not worthy of praise. Let them curse it who curse the day, who are ready to raise up a Leviathan. Let the stars be darkened with the mist thereof. Let it expect light and not see it, nor the rising of the dawning of the day, because it shut not up the doors of the womb that bore me, nor took away evils from my eyes. Why did I not die in the womb? Why did I not perish when I came out of the belly? Why received upon the knees? Why suckled at the breasts? For now I should have been asleep and still, and should have rest in my sleep, with kings and consuls of the earth who build themselves solitudes, or with princes that possess gold, and all their houses with silver, or as a hidden untimely birth I should not be, or as they that being conceived have not seen the light. There the wicked cease from tumult, and there the wearied in strength are at rest, and they sometime bound together without disquiet, have not heard the voice of the oppressor. The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Why is light given to him that is in misery, and life to them that are in bitterness of soul, that look for death, and it cometh not, as they that dig for a treasure? And they rejoice exceedingly when they have found the grave. To a man whose way is hidden, and God hath surrounded him with darkness, before I eat I sigh, and as overflowing waters, so is my roaring, for the fear which I feared hath come upon me, and that which I was afraid of hath befallen me. Have I not dissembled? Have I not kept silence? Have I not been quiet? An indignation is come upon me. Chapter 4. Eliphaz charges Job with impatience and pretends that God never afflicts the innocent. Then Eliphaz the Themanite answered and said, If we begin to speak to thee, perhaps thou wilt take it ill. But who can withhold the words he hath conceived? Behold, thou hast taught many, and thou hast strengthened the weary hands. Thy words have confirmed them that were staggering, and thou hast strengthened the trembling knees. But now the scourge is come upon thee, and thou faintest. It hath touched thee, and thou art troubled. Where is thy fear, thy fortitude, thy patience, and the perfection of thy ways? Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished being innocent, or when were the just destroyed? On the contrary, I have seen those who work iniquity, and sow sorrows, and reap them, perishing by the blast of God, and consumed by the spirit of his wrath. The roaring of the lion, and the voice of the lioness, and the teeth of the whelps of lions are broken. The tiger hath perished for want of prey, and the young lions are scattered abroad. Now there was a word spoken to me in private, and my ears by stealth as it were received the veins of its whisper. In the horror of a vision by night, when deep sleep is wont to hold men, fear seized upon me, and trembling, and all my bones were affrighted. And when a spirit passed before me, the hair of my flesh stood up. There stood one whose countenance I knew not, an image before my eyes, and I heard the voice, as it were, of a gentle wind. Shall man be justified in comparison of God, or shall a man be more pure than his Maker? Behold, they that serve him are not steadfast, and in his angels he found wickedness. How much more shall they that dwell in houses of clay, who have an earthly foundation, be consumed as with the moth? From morning till evening they shall be cut down, and because no one understandeth, they shall perish for ever. And they that shall be left shall be taken away from them. They shall die, and not in wisdom. Chapter 5. Eliphaz proceeds in his charge, and exhorts Job to acknowledge his sins. Call now, if there be any that will answer thee, and turn to some of the saints. Anger indeed killeth the foolish, and envy slayeth the little one. I have seen a fool with a strong root, and I cursed his beauty immediately. His children shall be far from safety, and shall be destroyed in the gate, and there shall be none to deliver them. Whose harvest the hungry shall eat, and the armed man shall take him by violence, and the thirsty shall drink up his riches. Nothing upon earth is done without a voice cause, and sorrow doth not spring out of the ground. Man is born to labour, and the bird to fly. Wherefore I will pray to the Lord, and address my speech to God, who doth great things and unsearchable and wonderful things without number, who giveth rain upon the face of the earth, and watereth all things with waters, who setteth up the humble on high, and comforteth with health those that mourn, who bringeth to naught the designs of the malignant, so that their hands cannot accomplish what they had begun, who catcheth the wise in their craftiness, and disappointeth the counsel of the wicked. They shall meet with darkness in the day, and grope at noonday as in the night. But he shall save the needy from the sword of their mouth, and the poor from the hand of the violent. And to the needy there shall be hope, but iniquity shall draw in her mouth. Blessed is the man whom God correcteth. Refuse not therefore the chastising of the Lord. For he woundeth and cureth, he striketh and his hand shall heal. In 6 troubles he shall deliver thee, and in the 7th evil shall not touch thee. In famine he shall deliver thee from death, and in battle from the hand of the sword. Thou shalt be hidden from the scourge of the tongue, and thou shalt not fear calamity when it cometh. In destruction and famine then shalt laugh, and thou shalt not be afraid of the beasts of the earth, but thou shalt have a covenant with the stones of the land, and the beasts of the earth shall be at peace with thee. And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle is in peace, and visiting thy beauty thou shalt not sin. Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be multiplied, and thy offspring like the grass of the earth. Thou shalt enter into the grave in abundance, as a heap of wheat is brought in its season. Behold, this is even so, as we have searched out, which thou having heard, consider it thoroughly in thy mind. Chapter 6. Job maintains his innocence and complains of his friends. But Job answered and said, O that my sins, whereby I have deserved wrath, and the calamity that I suffer, were weighed in a balance. As the sand of the sea, this would appear heavier. Therefore my words are full of sorrow. For the arrows of the Lord are in me, the rage whereof drinketh up my spirit, and the terrors of the Lord war against me. Will the wild ass bray when he hath grass? Or will the ox low when he standeth before a full manger? Or can an unsavoury thing be eaten that is not seasoned with salt? Or can a man taste that which when tasted bringeth death? The things which before my soul would not touch, now through anguish are my meats. Who will grant that my request may come, and that God may give me what I look for, and that he that hath begun may destroy me, that he may let loose his hand and cut me off? And that this may be my comfort, that afflicting me with sorrow he spare not, nor I contradict the words of the Holy One. For what is my strength that I can hold out? Or what is my end that I should keep patience? My strength is not the strength of stones, nor is my flesh of brass. Behold, there is no help for me in myself, and my familiar friends also are departed from me. He that taketh away mercy from his friend forsaketh the fear of the Lord. My brethren have passed by me, as the torrent that passeth swiftly in the valleys. They that fear the hoary frost, the snow shall fall upon them. At the time when they shall be scattered, they shall perish, and after it groweth hot, they shall be melted out of their place. The paths of their steps are entangled, they shall walk in vain, and shall perish. Consider the paths of Thamar, the ways of Saba, and wait a little while. They are confounded, because I have hoped. They are come also even unto me, and are covered with shame. Now you are come, and now seeing my affliction you are afraid. Did I say, Bring to me, and give me of your substance? Or deliver me from the hand of the enemy, and rescue me out of the hand of the mighty? Teach me, and I will hold my peace. And if I have been ignorant in anything, instruct me. Why have you detracted the words of truth, whereas there is none of you that can reprove me? You dress up speeches, only to rebuke, and you utter words to the wind. You rush in upon the fatherless, and you endeavour to overthrow your friend. However, finish what you have begun. Give ear, and see whether I lie. Answer, I beseech you, without contention, and speaking that which is just, judge ye, and you shall not find iniquity in my tongue, neither shall folly sound in my mouth. Chapter 7. Job declares the miseries of man's life and addresses himself to God. The life of man upon earth is a warfare. and his days are like the days of a hireling. As a servant longeth for the shade, as the hireling looketh for the end of his work, so I also have had empty months, and have numbered to myself wearisome nights. If I lie down to sleep, I shall say, when shall I arise? And again, I shall look for the evening, and shall be filled with sorrows even till darkness. My flesh is clothed with rottenness, and the filth of dust. My skin is withered and drawn together. My days have passed more swiftly than the web is cut by the weaver, and are consumed without any hope. Remember that my life is but wind, and my eyes shall not return to see good things. Nor shall the sight of man behold me. Thy eyes are upon me, and I shall be no more. As a cloud is consumed and passeth away, so he that shall go down to hell shall not come up, nor shall he return any more into his house, neither shall his place know him any more. Wherefore I will not spare my mouth, I will speak in the affliction of my spirit, I will talk with the bitterness of my soul. Am I a sea or a whale, that thou hast enclosed me in a prison? If I say, my bed shall comfort me, and I shall be relieved speaking with myself on my couch, thou wilt frighten me with dreams and terrify me with visions, so that my soul rather chooseth hanging, and my bones death. I have done with hope, I shall now live no longer. Spare me, for my days are nothing. What is a man that thou shouldst magnify him? Or why dost thou set thy heart upon him? Thou visitest him early in the morning, and thou provest him suddenly. How long wilt thou not spare me, nor suffer me to swallow down my spittle? I have sinned. What shall I do to thee, O keeper of men? Why hast thou set me opposite to thee, and I am become burdensome to myself? Why dost thou not remove my sin, and why dost thou not take away my iniquity? Behold now, I shall sleep in the dust, and if thou seek me in the morning, I shall not be. Chapter 8. Baldad, under pretence of defending the justice of God, accuses Job and exhorts him to return to God. The Baldad the Suhite answered and said, How long wilt thou speak these things? And how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind? Doth God pervert judgment, or doth the Almighty overthrow that which is just? Although thy children have sinned against him, and he hath left them in the hand of their iniquity, yet if thou wilt arise early to God, and wilt beseech the Almighty, if thou wilt walk clean and upright, he will presently awake unto thee, and will make the dwelling of thy justice peaceable, insomuch that if thy former things were small, thy latter things would be multiplied exceedingly. For inquire of the former generation, and search diligently into the memory of the fathers. For we are but of yesterday, and are ignorant that our days upon earth are but a shadow. And they shall teach thee, they shall speak to thee, and utter words out of their hearts. Can the rush be green without moisture, or a sedge bush grow without water? When it is yet in flower, and is not plucked up with the hand, it withereth before all herbs. Even so are the ways of all that forget God, and the hope of the hypocrite shall perish. His folly shall not please him, and his trust shall be like the spider's web. He shall lean upon his house, and it shall not stand. He shall prop it up, and it shall not rise. He stems to have moisture before the sun cometh, and at his rising his blossom shall shoot forth. His roots shall be thick upon a heap of stones, and among the stones he shall abide. If one swallow him up out of his place, he shall deny him, and shall say, I know thee not. For this is the joy of his way, that others may spring again out of the earth. God will not cast away the simple, nor reach out his hand to the evildoer, until thy mouth be filled with laughter, and thy lips with rejoicing. They that hate thee shall be clothed with confusion, and the dwelling of the wicked shall not stand. Chapter 9. Job acknowledges God's justice, although he often afflicts the innocent. And Job answered and said, Indeed, I know it is so, and that man cannot be justified compared with God. If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him 1 for 1,000. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength. Who hath resisted him, and hath had peace? Who hath removed mountains, and they whom he overthrew in his wrath knew it not? Who shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble? Who commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and shutteth up the stars, as it were under a seal? Who alone spreadeth out the heavens, and walketh upon the waves of the sea? Who maketh Arcturus, and Orion, and Hyades, and the inner parts of the south? Who doth things great and incomprehensible, and wonderful, of which there is no number? If he come to me, I shall not see him. If he depart, I shall not understand. If he examine on a sudden, who shall answer him? Or who can say, Why dost thou so? God, whose wrath no man can resist, and under whom they stoop that bear up the world. What am I then, that I should answer him, and have words with him? I, who, although I should have any just thing, would not answer, but would make supplication to my judge. And if he should hear me when I call, I should not believe that he had heard my voice. For he shall crush me in a whirlwind, and multiply my wounds even without cause. He alloweth not my spirit to rest, and he filleth me with bitterness. If strength be demanded, he is most strong. If equity of judgment, no man dare bear witness for me. If I would justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me. If I would show myself innocent, he shall prove me wicked. Although I should be simple, even this my soul shall be ignorant of, and I shall be weary of my life. One thing there is that I have spoken, both the innocent and the wicked he consumeth. If he scourge, let him kill at once, and not laugh at the pains of the innocent. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the face of the judges thereof. And if it be not he, who is it then? My days have been swifter than a post. They have fled away and have not seen good. They have passed by as ships carrying fruits, as an eagle flying to the prey. If I say, I will not speak so, I change my face, and am tormented with sorrow. I feared all my works, knowing that thou didst not spare the offender. But if so also I am wicked, why have I laboured in vain? If I be washed as it were with snow waters, and my hand shall shine ever so clean, yet thou shalt plunge me in filth, and my garments shall abhor me. For I shall not answer a man that is like myself, nor one that may be heard with me equally in judgment. There is none that may be able to reprove both, and to put his hand between both. Let him take his rod away from me, and let not his fear terrify me. I will speak, and will not fear him, for I cannot answer while I am in fear. Chapter 10. Job laments his afflictions and begs to be delivered. My soul is weary of my life. I will let go my speech against myself. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. I will say to God, Do not condemn me. Tell me why thou judgest me so. Doth it seem good to thee that thou shouldst calumniate me, and oppress me, the work of thy own hands, and help the counsel of the wicked? Hast thou eyes of flesh, or shalt thou see as man seeth? Are thy days as the days of man, and are thy years as the times of men? That thou shouldst inquire after my iniquity, and search after my sin, and shouldst know that I have done no wicked thing, whereas there is no man that can deliver out of thy hand. Thy hands have made me, and fashioned me wholly round about, and dost thou thus cast me down headlong on a sudden? Remember, I beseech thee, that thou hast made me as the clay, and thou wilt bring me into dust again. Hast thou not milked me as milk, and curdled me like cheese? Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh. Thou hast put me together with bones and sinews. Thou hast granted me life and mercy, and thy visitation hath preserved my spirit. Although thou conceal these things in thy heart, yet I know that thou rememberest all things. If I have sinned, and thou hast spared me for an hour, why dost thou not suffer me to be clean from my iniquity? And if I be wicked, woe unto me. And if just, I shall not lift up my head, being filled with affliction and misery. And for pride thou wilt take me as a lioness, and returning thou tormentest me wonderfully. Thou renewest thy witnesses against me, and multipliest thy wrath upon me, and pains war against me. Why didst thou bring me forth out of the womb? Oh, that I had been consumed, that I might not see me. I should have been as if I had not been, carried from the womb to the grave. Shall not the fewness of my days be ended shortly? Suffer me, therefore, that I may lament my sorrow a little, before I go and return no more to a land that is dark and covered with the mist of death, a land of misery and darkness, where the shadow of death and no order but everlasting horror dwelleth. Chapter 11. Zophar reproves Job for justifying himself and invites him to repentance. Then Zophar the Naamathite answered and said, Shall not he that speaketh much hear also? Or shall a man full of talk be justified? Shall men hold their peace to thee only? And when thou hast mocked others, shall no man confute thee? For thou hast said, My word is pure, and I am clean in thy sight. And I wish that God would speak with thee, and would open his lips to thee, that he might show thee the secrets of wisdom, and that his law is manifold, and thou mightest understand that he exacteth much less of thee than thy iniquity deserveth. Peradventure thou wilt comprehend the steps of God, and wilt find out the Almighty perfectly. He is higher than heaven, and what wilt thou do? He is deeper than hell, and how wilt thou know? The measure of him is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. If he shall overturn all things, or shall press them together, who shall contradict him? For he knoweth the vanity of men, and when he seeth iniquity, doth he not consider it? A vain man is lifted up into pride, and thinketh himself born free like a wild ass's colt. But thou hast hardened thy heart, and hast spread thy hands to him. If thou wilt put away from thee the iniquity that is in thy hand, and let not injustice remain in thy tabernacle, then mayest thou lift up thy face without spot, and thou shalt be steadfast, and shalt not fear. Thou shalt also forget misery, and remember it only as waters that are passed away, and brightness like that of the noonday shall arise to thee at evening, and when thou shalt think thyself consumed, thou shalt rise as the day star, and thou shalt have confidence, hope being set before thee, and being buried thou shalt sleep secure. Thou shalt rest, and there shall be none to make thee afraid, and many shall entreat thy face. But the eyes of the wicked shall decay, and the way to escape shall fail them, and their hope the abomination of the soul. Chapter 12. Job's reply to Zophar. He extols God's power and wisdom. When Job answered and said, Are you then men alone, and shall wisdom die with you? I also have a heart as well as you. For who is ignorant of these things, which you know? He that is mocked by his friends as I shall call upon God, and he will hear him. For the simplicity of the just man is laughed to scorn. The lamp despised in the thoughts of the rich is ready for the time appointed. The tabernacles of robbers abound, and they provoke God boldly, whereas it is he that hath given all into their hands. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the birds of the air, and they shall tell thee. Speak to the earth, and it shall answer thee, and the fishes of the sea shall tell. Who is ignorant that the hand of the Lord hath made all these things? In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the spirit of all flesh of man? Doth not the ear discern words, and the palate of him that eateth the taste? In the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days prudence. With him is wisdom and strength, he hath counsel and understanding. If he pull down, there is no man that can build up. If he shut up a man, there is none that can open. If he withhold the waters, all things shall be dried up. And if he send them out, they shall overturn the earth. With him is strength and wisdom. He knoweth both the deceiver and him that is deceived. He bringeth counsellors to a foolish end, and judges to insensibility. He looseth the belt of kings, and girdeth their loins with a cord. He leadeth away priests without glory, and overthroweth nobles. He changeth the speech of the true speakers, and taketh away the doctrine of the aged. He poureth contempt upon princes, and relieveth them that were oppressed. He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth up to light the shadow of death. He multiplieth nations, and destroyeth them, and restoreth them again after they were overthrown. He changeth the heart of the princes of the people of the earth, and deceiveth them that they walk in vain where there is no way. They shall grope as in the dark, and not in the light, and he shall make them stagger like men that are drunk. Chapter 13. Job persists in maintaining his innocence, and reproves his friends. Behold, my eye hath seen all these things, and my ear hath heard them, and I have understood them all. According to your knowledge I also know, neither am I inferior to you. But yet I will speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God, having first shown that you are forgers of lies, and maintainers of perverse opinions. And I wish you would hold your peace, that you might be thought to be wise men. Hear ye therefore my reproof, and attend to the judgment of my lips. Hath God any need of your lie, that you should speak deceitfully for him? Do you accept his person, and do you endeavour to judge for God? Or shall it please him, from whom nothing can be concealed? Or shall he be deceived as a man, with your deceitful dealings? He shall reprove you, because in secret you accept his person. As soon as he shall move himself, he shall trouble you, and his dread shall fall upon you. Your remembrance shall be compared to ashes, and your neck shall be brought to clay. Hold your peace a little while, that I may speak whatsoever my mind shall suggest to me. Why do I tear my flesh with my teeth, and carry my soul in my hands? Although he should kill me, I will trust in him, but yet I will reprove my ways in his sight, and he shall be my saviour. For no hypocrite shall come before his presence. Hear ye my speech, and receive with your ears hidden truths. If I shall be judged, I know that I shall be found just. Who is he that will plead against me? Let him come. Why am I consumed holding my peace? 2 things only do not to me, and then from thy face I shall not be hid. Withdraw thy hand far from me, and let not thy dread terrify me. Call me, and I will answer thee, or else I will speak, and do thou answer me. How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my crimes and offences. Why hidest thou thy face, and thinkest me thy enemy? Against a leaf that is carried away with the wind, thou showest thy power, and thou pursuest a dry straw. For thou writest bitter things against me, and wilt consume me for the sins of my youth. Thou hast put my feet in the stocks, and hast observed all my paths, and hast considered the steps of my feet. Who am to be consumed as rottenness, and as a garment that is moth-eaten? Chapter 14. Job declares the shortness of man's days, and professes his belief of a resurrection. Man born of a woman, living for a short time, is filled with many miseries, who cometh forth like a flower, and is destroyed, and fleeth as a shadow, and never continueth in the same state. And dost thou think it meet to open thy eyes upon such an one, and to bring him into judgment with thee? Who can make him clean that is conceived of unclean seed? Is it not thou who only art? The days of man are short, and the number of his months is with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds which cannot be passed. Depart a little from him, that he may rest, until his wished for day come, as that of the hireling. A tree hath hope. If it be cut, it groweth green again, and the boughs thereof sprout. If its root be old in the earth, and its stock be dead in the dust, at the scent of water it shall spring, and bring forth leaves, as when it was first planted. But man, when he shall be dead, and stripped and consumed, I pray you, where is he? As if the waters should depart out of the sea, and an emptied river should be dried up, so man, when he is fallen asleep, shall not rise again. Till the heavens be broken, he shall not awake, nor rise up out of his sleep. Who will grant me this, that thou mayst protect me in hell, and hide me till thy wrath pass, and appoint me a time when thou wilt remember me? Shall man that is dead, thinkest thou, live again? All the days in which I am now in warfare, I expect until my change come. Thou shalt call me, and I will answer thee. To the work of thy hands, thou shalt reach out thy right hand. Thou indeed hast numbered my steps, but spare my sins. Thou hast sealed up my offences, as it were in a bag, but hast cured my iniquity. A mountain falling cometh to naught, and a rock is removed out of its place. Waters wear away the stones, and with inundation the ground by little and little is washed away. So in like manner thou shalt destroy man. Thou hast strengthened him for a little while, that he may pass away for ever. Thou shalt change his face, and shalt send him away. Whether his children come to honour or dishonour, he shall not understand. But yet his flesh, while he shall live, shall have pain, and his soul shall mourn over him. Chapter 15. Eliphaz returns to the charge against Job, and describes the wretched state of the wicked. And Eliphaz the Themanite answered and said, Will a wise man answer as if he were speaking in the wind, and fill his stomach with burning heat? Thou reprovest him by words, who is not equal to thee, and thou speakest that which is not good for thee. As much as is in thee, thou hast made void fear, and hast taken away prayers from before God. For thy iniquity hath taught thy mouth, and thou imitatest the tongue of blasphemers. Thy own mouth shall condemn thee, and not I, and thy own lips shall answer thee. Art thou the first man that was born, or wast thou made before the hills? Hast thou heard God's counsel, And shall his wisdom be inferior to thee? What knowest thou that we are ignorant of? What dost thou understand that we know not? There are with us also aged and ancient men, much elder than thy fathers. Is it a great matter that God should comfort thee? But thy wicked words hinder this. Why doth thy heart elevate thee? And why dost thou stare with thy eyes, as if they were thinking great things? Why doth thy spirit swell against God, to utter such words out of thy mouth? What is man that he should be without spot, and he that is born of a woman that he should appear just? Behold, among his saints none is unchangeable, and the heavens are not pure in his sight. How much more is man abominable and unprofitable, who drinketh iniquity like water? I will show thee, hear me, and I will tell thee what I have seen. Wise men confess and hide not their fathers, to whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger hath passed among them. The wicked man is proud all his days, and the number of the years of his tyranny is uncertain. The sound of dread is always in his ears, and when there is peace, he always suspecteth treason. He believeth not that he may return from darkness to light, looking round about for the sword on every side. When he moveth himself to seek bread, he knoweth that the day of darkness is ready at his hand. Tribulation shall terrify him, and distress shall surround him, as a king that is prepared for the battle. For he hath stretched out his hand against God, and hath strengthened himself against the Almighty. He hath run against him with his neck raised up, and is armed with a fat neck. Fatness hath covered his face, and the fat hangeth down on his sides. He hath dwelt in desolate cities, and in desert houses that are reduced into heaps. He shall not be enriched, neither shall his substance continue, neither shall he push his root in the earth. He shall not depart out of darkness. The flame shall dry up his branches, and he shall be taken away by the breath of his own mouth. He shall not believe, being vainly deceived by error, that he may be redeemed with any price. Before his days be full, he shall perish, and his hands shall wither away. He shall be blasted as a vine when its grapes are in the first flower, and as an olive tree that casteth its flower. For the congregation of the hypocrite is barren, and fire shall devour their tabernacles, who love to take bribes. He hath conceived sorrow, and hath brought forth iniquity, and his womb prepareth deceits. Chapter 16. Job expostulates with his friends, and appeals to the judgment of God. Then Job answered and said, I have often heard such things as these. You are all troublesome comforters. Shall windy words have no end? Or is it any trouble to thee to speak? I also could speak like you, and would God your soul were for my soul. I would comfort you also with words, and would wag my head over you. I would strengthen you with my mouth, and would move my lips as sparing you. But what shall I do? If I speak, my pain will not rest, and if I hold my peace, it will not depart from me. But now my sorrow hath oppressed me, and all my limbs are brought to nothing. My wrinkles bear witness against me, and a false speaker riseth up against my face, contradicting me. He hath gathered together his fury against me, and threatening me he hath gnashed with his teeth upon me. My enemy hath beheld me with terrible eyes. They have opened their mouths upon me, and reproaching me, they have struck me on the cheek. They are filled with my pains. God hath shut me up with the unjust man, and hath delivered me into the hands of the wicked. I that was formerly so wealthy am all on a sudden broken to pieces. He hath taken me by my neck, he hath broken me, and hath set me up to be his mark. He hath compassed me round about with his lances, he hath wounded my loins, he hath not spared, and hath poured out my bowels on the earth. He hath torn me with wound upon wound, he hath rushed in upon me like a giant. I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin, and have covered my flesh with ashes. My face is swollen with weeping, and my eyelids are dim. These things have I suffered without the iniquity of my hand, when I offered pure prayers to God. O earth, cover not thou my blood, neither let my cry find a hiding place in thee. For behold, my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth my conscience is on high. My friends are full of words, my eye poureth out tears to God. And oh, that a man might so be judged with God, as the Son of Man is judged with his companion. For behold, short years pass away, and I am walking in a path by which I shall not return. Chapter 17. Job's hope in God. He expects rest in death. My spirit shall be wasted, my days shall be shortened, and only the grave remaineth for me. I have not sinned, and my eye abideth in bitterness. Deliver me, O Lord, and set me beside thee, and let any man's hand fight against me. Thou hast set their heart far from understanding, therefore they shall not be exalted. He promiseth a prey to his companions, and the eyes of his children shall fail. He hath made me, as it were, a byword of the people, and I am an example before them. My eye is dim through indignation, and my limbs are brought, as it were, to nothing. The just shall be astonished at this, and the innocent shall be raised up against the hypocrite. And the just man shall hold on his way, and he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and stronger. Wherefore be you all converted, and come, and I shall not find among you any wise man. My days have passed away, my thoughts are dissipated, tormenting my heart. They have turned night into day, and after darkness I hope for light again. If I wait, hell is my house, and I have made my bed in darkness. If I have said to rottenness, thou art my father, to worms my mother and my sister. Where is now then my expectation, and who considereth my patience? Chapter 18. Bildad again reproves Job, and describes the miseries of the wicked. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered, and said, How long will you throw out words? Understand first, and so let us speak. Why are we reputed as beasts, and counted vile before you? Thou that destroyest thy soul in thy fury, shall the earth be forsaken for thee, and shall rocks be removed out of their place? Shall not the light of the wicked be extinguished, and the flame of his fire not shine? The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and the lamp that is over him shall be put out. The step of his strength shall be straitened, and his own counsel shall cast him down headlong. For he hath thrust his feet into a net, and walketh in its meshes. The sole of his foot shall be held in a snare, and thirst shall burn against him. A gin is hidden for him in the earth, and his trap upon the path. Fears shall terrify him on every side, and shall entangle his feet. Let his strength be wasted with famine, and let hunger invade his ribs. Let it devour the beauty of his skin. Let the firstborn death consume his arms. Let his confidence be rooted out of his tabernacle, and let destruction tread upon him like a king. Let the companions of him that is not dwell in his tabernacle. Let brimstone be sprinkled in his tent. Let his roots be dried up beneath, and his harvest destroyed above. Let the memory of him perish from the earth, and let not his name be renowned in the streets. He shall drive him out of light into darkness, and shall remove him out of the world. His seed shall not subsist, nor his offspring among his people, nor any remnants in his country. They that come after him shall be astonished at his day, and horror shall fall upon them that went before. These men are the tabernacles of the wicked, and this the place of him that knoweth not God. Chapter 19. Job complains of the cruelty of his friends. He describes his own sufferings and his belief of a future resurrection. Then Job answered and said, How long do you afflict my soul and break me in pieces with words? Behold, these 10 times you confound me, and are not ashamed to oppress me. For if I have been ignorant, my ignorance shall be with me. But you have set yourselves up against me, and reprove me with my reproaches. At least now understand that God hath not afflicted me with an equal judgment, and compassed me with his scourges. Behold, I cry suffering violence, and no one will hear. I shall cry aloud, and there is none to judge. He hath hedged in my path round about, and I cannot pass. And in my way he hath set darkness. He hath stripped me of my glory, and hath taken the crown from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am lost. And he hath taken away my hope, as from a tree that is plucked up. His wrath is kindled against me, and he hath counted me as his enemy. His troops have come together, and have made themselves a way by me, and have besieged my tabernacle round about. He hath put my brethren far from me, and my acquaintance like strangers have departed from me. My kinsmen have forsaken me, and they that knew me have forgotten me. They that dwelt in my house, and my maidservants, have counted me a stranger, and I have been like an alien in their eyes. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. I entreated him with my own mouth. My wife hath abhorred my breath, and I entreated the children of my womb. Even fools despise me, and when I was gone from them, they spoke against me. They that were sometime my counsellors have abhorred me, and he whom I love most is turned against me. The flesh being consumed, my bone hath cleaved to my skin, and nothing but lips are left about my teeth. Have pity on me, have pity on me, at least you my friends, because the hand of the Lord hath touched me. Why do you persecute me as God, and glut yourselves with my flesh? Who will grant me that my words may be written? Who will grant me that they may be marked down in a book, with an iron pen and in a plate of lead, or else be graven with an instrument in flint stone? For I know that my Redeemer liveth, and in the last day I shall rise out of the earth, and I shall be clothed again with my skin, and in my flesh I will see my God, whom I myself shall see, and my eyes shall behold, and not another. This my hope is laid up in my bosom. Why then do you say now, Let us persecute him, and let us find occasion of word against him? Flee then from the face of the sword, for the sword is the revenger of iniquities, and know ye that there is judgment. Chapter 20. So far declares the shortness of the prosperity of the wicked, and their sudden downfall. Then Sophar the Naamathite answered and said, Therefore various thoughts succeed one another in me, and my mind is hurried away to different things. The doctrine with which thou reprovest me I will hear, and the spirit of my understanding shall answer for me. This I know from the beginning, since man was placed upon the earth, that the praise of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. If his pride mount up even to heaven, and his head touch the clouds, in the end he shall be destroyed like a dunghill, and they that have seen him shall say, Where is he? As a dream that fleeth away, he shall not be found, he shall pass as a vision of the night. The eyes that had seen him shall see him no more, neither shall his place any more behold him. His children shall be oppressed with want, and his hands shall render him his sorrow. His bones shall be filled with the vices of his youth, and they shall sleep with him in the dust. For when evil shall be sweet in his mouth, he will hide it under his tongue. He will spare it, and not leave it, and will hide it in his throat. His bread in his belly shall be turned into the gall of asps within him. The riches which he hath swallowed, he shall vomit up, and God shall draw them out of his belly. He shall suck the head of asps, and the viper's tongue shall kill him. Let him not see the streams of the river, the brooks of honey and of butter. He shall be punished for all that he did, and yet shall not be consumed. According to the multitude of his devices, so also shall he suffer. Because he broke in and stripped the poor, he hath violently taken away a house which he did not build, and yet his belly was not filled. And when he hath the things he coveted, he shall not be able to possess them. There was nothing left of his meat, and therefore nothing shall continue of his goods. When he shall be filled, he shall be straitened, he shall burn, and every sorrow shall fall upon him. May his belly be filled, that God may send forth the wrath of his indignation upon him, and rain down his war upon him. He shall flee from weapons of iron, and shall fall upon a bow of brass. The sword is drawn out, and cometh forth from its scabbard, and glittereth in his bitterness. The terrible ones shall go and come upon him. All darkness is hid in his secret places. A fire that is not kindled shall devour him. He shall be afflicted when left in his tabernacle. The heavens shall reveal his iniquity, and the earth shall rise up against him. The offspring of his house shall be exposed. He shall be pulled down in the day of God's wrath. This is the portion of a wicked man from God, and the inheritance of his doings from the Lord. Chapter 21. Job shows that the wicked often prosper in this world, even to the end of their life, but that their judgment is in another world. Then Job answered and said, Hear, I beseech you, my words, and do penance. Suffer me, and I will speak, and after, if you please, laugh at my words. Is my debate against man, that I should not have just reason to be troubled? Hearken to me, and be astonished, and lay your finger on your mouth. As for me, when I remember, I am afraid, and trembling taketh hold on my flesh. Why then do the wicked live? Are they advanced and strengthened with riches? Their seed continueth before them, a multitude of kinsmen, and of children's children in their sight. Their houses are secure and peaceable, and the rod of God is not upon them. Their cattle have conceived and failed not. Their cow has calved, and is not deprived of her fruit. Their little ones go out like a flock, and their children dance and play. They take the timbrel and the harp, and rejoice at the sound of the organ. They spend their days in wealth, and in a moment they go down to hell. Who have said to God, Depart from us, we desire not the knowledge of thy ways. Who is the Almighty, that we should serve him? And what doth it profit us, if we pray to him? Yet because their good things are not in their hand, may the counsel of the wicked be far from me. How often shall the lamp of the wicked be put out, and a deluge come upon them, and he shall distribute the sorrows of his wrath? They shall be as chaff before the face of the wind, and as ashes, which the whirlwind scattereth. God shall lay up the sorrow of the father for his children, and when he shall repay, then shall he know. His eyes shall see his own destruction, and he shall drink of the wrath of the Almighty. For what is it to him what befalleth his house after him? And if the number of his months be diminished by 1/2, shall any one teach God knowledge, who judgeth those that are high? One man dieth strong, and hale, rich, and happy. His bowels are full of fat, and his bones are moistened with marrow. But another dieth in bitterness of soul, without any riches. And yet they shall sleep together in the dust, and worms shall cover them. Surely I know your thoughts, and your unjust judgments against me. For you say, where is the house of the prince, and where are the dwelling places of the wicked? Ask any one of them that go by the way, and you shall perceive that he knoweth these same things. Because the wicked man is reserved to the day of destruction, and he shall be brought to the day of wrath. Who shall reprove his way to his face? And who shall repay him what he hath done? He shall be brought to the graves, and shall watch in the heap of the dead. He hath been acceptable to the gravel of Casitus, and he shall draw every man after him, and there are innumerable before him. How then do ye comfort me in vain, whereas your answer is shown to be repugnant to truth? Chapter 22. Eliphaz falsely imputes many crimes to Job, but promises him prosperity if he will repent. Then Eliphaz the Themanite answered and said, Can man be compared with God, even though he were of perfect knowledge? What doth it profit God if thou be just? Or what dost thou give him if thy way be unspotted? Shall he reprove thee for fear, and come with thee into judgment, and not for thy manifold wickedness, and thy infinite iniquities? For thou hast taken away the pledge of thy brethren without cause, and stripped the naked of their clothing. Thou hast not given water to the weary, thou hast withdrawn bread from the hungry. In the strength of thy arm thou didst possess the land, and being the most mighty thou holdest it. Thou hast sent widows away empty, and the arms of the fatherless thou hast broken in pieces. Therefore art thou surrounded with snares, and sudden fear troubleth thee. And didst thou think that thou shouldst not see darkness, and that thou shouldst not be covered with the violence of overflowing waters? Dost not thou think that God is higher than heaven, and is elevated above the height of the stars? And thou sayest, What doth God know? And he judgeth, as it were, through a mist. The clouds are his covert, and he doth not consider our things, and he walketh about the poles of heaven. Dost thou desire to keep the path of ages, which wicked men have trodden, who were taken away before their time, and a flood hath overthrown their foundation? Who said to God, Depart from us, and looked upon the Almighty as if he could do nothing? Whereas he had filled their houses with good things, whose way of thinking be far from me. The just shall see, and shall rejoice, and the innocent shall laugh them to scorn. Is not their exaltation cut down, and hath not fire devoured the remnant of them? Submit thyself then to him, and be at peace, and thereby thou shalt have the best fruits. Receive the law of his mouth, and lay up his words in thy heart. If thou wilt return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up, and shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacle. He shall give for earth flint, and for flint torrents of gold. And the Almighty shall be against thy enemies, and silver shall be heaped together for thee. Then shalt thou abound in delights in the Almighty, and shalt lift up thy face to God. Thou shalt pray to him, and he will hear thee, and thou shalt pay vows. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall come to thee. and light shall shine in thy ways. For he that hath been humbled shall be in glory, and he that shall bow down his eyes, he shall be saved. The innocent shall be saved, and he shall be saved by the cleanness of his hands. Chapter 23. Job wishes to be tried at God's tribunal. Then Job answered and said, Now also my words are in bitterness, and the hand of my scourge is more grievous than my mourning. Who will grant me that I might know and find him, and come even to his throne? I would set judgment before him, and would fill my mouth with complaints, that I might know the words that he would answer me, and understand what he would say to me. I would not that he should contend with me with much strength, nor overwhelm me with the weight of his greatness. Let him propose equity against me, and let my judgment come to victory. But if I go to the east, he appeareth not. If to the west, I shall not understand him. If to the left hand, what shall I do? I shall not take hold on him. If I turn myself to the right hand, I shall not see him. But he knoweth my way, and has tried me as gold that passeth through the fire. My foot hath followed his steps. I have kept his way, and have not declined from it. I have not departed from the commandments of his lips, and the words of his mouth I have hid in my bosom. For he is alone, and no man can turn away his thought, and whatsoever his soul hath desired, that hath he done. And when he shall have fulfilled his will in me, many other like things are also at hand with him. And therefore I am troubled at his presence, and when I consider him, I am made pensive with fear. God hath softened my heart, and the Almighty hath troubled me. For I have not perished because of the darkness that hangs over me, neither hath the mist covered my face. Chapter 24. God's providence often suffers the wicked to go on a long time in their sins, but punisheth them in another life. Times are not hid from the Almighty, but they that know him know not his days. Some have removed landmarks, have taken away flocks by force, and fed them. They have driven away the ass of the fatherless, and have taken away the widow's ox for a pledge. They have overturned the way of the poor, and have oppressed together the meek of the earth. Others, like wild asses in the desert, go forth to their work. By watching for a prey, they get bread for their children. They reap the field that is not their own, and gather the vintage of his vineyard, whom by violence they have oppressed. They send men away naked, taking away their clothes, who have no covering in the cold, who are wet with the showers of the mountains, and having no covering, embrace the stones. They have violently robbed the fatherless, and stripped the poor common people. From the naked and them that go without clothing, and from the hungry they have taken away the ears of corn. They have taken their rest at noon among the stores of them, who after having trodden the winepresses suffer thirst. Out of the cities they have made men to groan, and the soul of the wounded hath cried out, and God doth not suffer it to pass unrevenged. They have been rebellious to the light, they have not known his ways, neither have they returned by his paths. The murderer riseth at the very break of day, he killeth the needy and the poor man, but in the night he will be as a thief. The eye of the adulterer observeth darkness, saying, No eye shall see me, and he will cover his face. He diggeth through houses in the dark, as in the day they had appointed for themselves, and they have not known the light. If the morning suddenly appear, it is to them the shadow of death, and they walk in darkness as if it were in light. He is light upon the face of the water, cursed be his portion on the earth. Let him not walk by the way of the vineyards, let him pass from the snow waters to to excessive heat, and his sin even to hell. Let mercy forget him, may worms be his sweetness. Let him be remembered no more, but be broken in pieces as an unfruitful tree. For he hath fed the barren that beareth not, and to the widow he hath done no good. He hath pulled down the strong by his might, and when he standeth up, he shall not trust to his life. God hath given him place for penance, and he abuseth it unto pride. But his eyes are upon his ways. They are lifted up for a little while, and shall not stand, and shall be brought down as all things, and shall be taken away. And as the tops of the ears of corn they shall be broken. And if it be not so, who can convince me that I have lied, and set my words before God? Chapter 25. God's providence often suffers the wicked to go on a long time in their sins, but punisheth them in another life. Then Baldad the Suhite answered, and I said, Power and terror are with him, who maketh peace in his high places. Is there any numbering of his soldiers? And upon whom shall not his light arise? Can man be justified compared with God? Or he that is born of a woman appear clean? Behold, even the moon doth not shine, and the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less man that is rottenness, and the son of man who is a worm? Chapter 26. Job declares his sentiments of the wisdom and power of God. Then Job answered and said, Whose helper art thou? Is it of him that is weak? And dost thou hold up the arm of him that has no strength? To whom hast thou given counsel? Perhaps to him that hath no wisdom, and thou hast shown thy very great prudence. Whom hast thou desired to teach? Was it not him that made life? Behold, the giants groan under the waters, and they that dwell with them. Hell is naked before him, and there is no covering for destruction. He stretched out the north over the empty space, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He bindeth up the waters in his clouds, so that they break not out and fall down together. He withholdeth the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud over it. He hath set bounds about the waters, till light and darkness come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble, and dread at his beck. By his power the seas are suddenly gathered together, and his wisdom has struck the proud one. His spirit hath adorned the heavens, and his obstetric hand brought forth the winding serpent. Lo, these things are said in part of his ways, and seeing we have heard scarce a little drop of his word, who shall be able to behold the thunder of his greatness? Chapter 27. Job persists in asserting his own innocence, and that hypocrites will be punished in the end. Job also added, taking up his parable, and said, As God liveth, who hath taken away my judgment, and the Almighty, who hath brought my soul to bitterness, as long as breath remaineth in me, and the Spirit of God in my nostrils, my lips shall not speak iniquity, neither shall my tongue contrive lying. God forbid that I should judge you to be just. Till I die, I will not depart from my innocence. My justification, which I have begun to hold, I will not forsake, for my heart doth not reprehend me in all my life. Let my enemy be as the ungodly, and my adversary as the wicked one. For what is the hope of the hypocrite, if through covetousness he take by violence, and God deliver not his soul? Will God hear his cry when distress shall come upon him? Or can he delight himself in the Almighty, and call upon God at all times? I will teach you by the hand of God what the Almighty hath, and I will not conceal it. Behold, you all know it. And why do you speak vain things without cause? This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the inheritance of the violent, which they shall receive of the Almighty. If his sons be multiplied, they shall be for the sword, and his grandsons shall not be filled with bread. They that shall remain of him shall be buried in death, and his widow shall not weep. If he shall heap together silver as earth, and prepare raiment as clay, he shall prepare indeed, but the just man shall be clothed with it, and the innocent shall divide the silver. He hath built his house as a moth, and as a keeper he hath made a booth. The rich man, when he shall sleep, shall take away nothing with him. He shall open his eyes and find nothing. Poverty like water shall take hold on him. A tempest shall oppress him in the night. A burning wind shall take him up and carry him away, and as a whirlwind shall snatch him from his place. And he shall cast upon him, and shall not spare. Out of his hand he would willingly flee. He shall clasp his hands upon him, and shall hiss at him, beholding his place. Chapter 28. Man's industry searcheth out many things. True wisdom is taught by God alone. Silver hath beginnings of its veins, and gold hath a place wherein it is melted. Iron is taken out of the earth, and stone melted with heat is turned into brass. He hath set a time for darkness, and the end of all things he considereth. The stone also that is in the dark and the shadow of death. The flood divideth from the people that are on their journey, those whom the food of the needy man hath forgotten, and who cannot become it. The land, out of which bread grew in its place, hath been overturned with fire. The stones of it are the place of sapphires, and the clods of it are gold. The bird hath not known the path, neither hath the eye of the vulture beheld it. The children of the merchants have not trodden it, neither hath the lioness passed by it. He hath stretched forth his hand to the flint. He hath overturned mountains from the roots. In the rocks he hath cut out rivers, and his eye hath seen every precious thing. The depths also of rivers he hath searched, and hidden things he hath brought forth to light. But where is wisdom to be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of them that live in delights. The depth saith, it is not in me, and the sea saith, it is not with me. The finest gold shall not purchase it, neither shall silver be weighed in exchange for it. It shall not be compared with the dyed colours of India, or with the most precious stone sardonyx, or the sapphire. Gold or crystal cannot equal it, neither shall any vessels of gold be changed for it. High and eminent things shall not be mentioned in comparison of it. But wisdom is drawn out of secret places. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not be equal to it, neither shall it be compared to the cleanest dyeing. Whence then cometh wisdom? And where is the place of understanding? It is hid from the eyes of all living, and the fowls of the air know it not. Destruction and death have said, with our ears we have heard the fame thereof. God understandeth the way of it, and he knoweth the place thereof. For he beholdeth the ends of the world, and looketh on all things that are under heaven, who made a weight for the winds, and weighed the waters by measure. When he gave a law for the rain, and a way for the sounding storms, then he saw it, and declared, and prepared, and searched it. And he said to man, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Chapter 29. Job relates his former happiness, and the respect that all men showed him. Job also, added, taking up his parable, and said, Who will grant me that I might be according to the months past, according to the days in which God kept me, when his lamp shined over my head, and I walked by his light in darkness? As I was in the days of my youth, when God was secretly in my tabernacle, when the Almighty was with me, and my servants round about me, when I washed my feet with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil, when I went out to the gate of the city, and in the street they prepared me a chair. The young men saw me, and hid themselves, and the old men rose up and stood. The princes ceased to speak, and laid the finger on their mouth. The rulers held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to their throat. The ear that heard me blessed me, and the eye that saw me gave witness to me, because I delivered the poor man that cried out, and the fatherless that had no helper. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I comforted the heart of the widow. I was clad with justice, and I clothed myself with my judgment, as with a robe and a diadem. I was an eye to the blind, and a foot to the lame. I was the father of the poor, and the cause which I knew not I searched out most diligently. I broke the jaws of the wicked man, and out of his teeth I took away the prey. And I said, I shall die in my nest, and as a palm tree shall multiply my days. My root is opened beside the waters, and dew shall continue in my harvest. My glory shall always be renewed, and my bow in my hand shall be repaired. They that heard me waited for my sentence, and being attentive, held their peace at my counsel. To my words they durst add nothing, and my speech dropped upon them. They waited for me as for rain, and they opened their mouth as for a latter shower. If at any time I laughed on them, they believed not, and the light of my countenance fell not on earth. If I had a mind to go to them, I sat first, and when I sat as a king, with his army standing about him, yet I was a comforter of them that mourned. Chapter 30. Job shows the wonderful change of his temporal estate, from welfare to great calamity. But now the younger in time scorn me, whose fathers I would not have set with the dogs of my flock, the strength of whose hands was to me as nothing, and they were thought unworthy of life itself, barren with want and hunger, who gnawed in the wilderness, disfigured with calamity and misery. And they ate grass and barks of trees, and the root of junipers was their food, who snatched up these things out of the valleys, and when they had found any of them, they ran to them with a cry. They dwelt in the desert places of torrents, and in caves of earth or upon the gravel. They pleased themselves among these kind of things, and counted it delightful to be under the briars, the children of foolish and base men, and not appearing at all upon the earth. Now I am turned into their song, and am become their byword. They abhor me, and flee far from me, and are not afraid to spit in my face. For he hath opened his quiver, and hath afflicted me, and hath put a bridle into my mouth. At the right hand of my rising, my calamities forthwith arose. They have overthrown my feet, and have overwhelmed me with their paths as with waves. They have destroyed my ways, they have lain in wait against me, and they have prevailed, and there was none to help. They have rushed in upon me, as when a wall is broken, and a gate opened, and have rolled themselves down to my miseries. I am brought to nothing. As a wind thou hast taken away my desire, and my prosperity hath passed away like a cloud. And now my soul fadeth within myself, and the days of affliction possess me. In the night my bone is pierced with sorrows, and they that feed upon me do not sleep. With the multitude of them my garment is consumed, and they have girded me about as with the collar of my coat. I am compared to dirt, and am likened to embers and ashes. I cry to thee, and thou hearest me not. I stand up, and thou dost not regard me. Thou art changed to be cruel toward me, and in the hardness of thy hand thou art against me. Thou hast lifted me up, and set me, as it were, upon the wind, and thou hast mightily dashed me. I know that thou wilt deliver me to death, where a house is appointed for every one that liveth. But yet thou stretchest not forth thy hand to their consumption, and if they shall fall down, thou wilt save. I wept heretofore for him that was afflicted, and my soul had compassion on the poor. I expected good things, and evils are come upon me. I waited for light, and darkness broke out. My inner parts have boiled without any rest. The days of affliction have prevented me. I went mourning without indignation. I rose up and cried in the crowd. I was the brother of dragons and companion of ostriches. My skin is become black upon me, and my bones are dried up with heat. My harp is turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of those that weep. Chapter 31. Job, to defend himself from the unjust judgments of his friends, gives a sincere account of his own virtues. I made a covenant with my eyes, that I would not so much as think upon a virgin. For what part should God from above have in me, and what inheritance the Almighty from on high? Is not destruction to the wicked, and aversion to them that work iniquity? Doth not he consider my ways, and number all my steps? If I have walked in vanity, and my foot hath made haste to deceit, let him weigh me in a just balance, and let God know my simplicity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and if my heart hath followed my eyes, and if a spot hath cleaved to my hands, then let me sow, and let another eat, and let my offspring be rooted out. If my heart hath been deceived upon a woman, and if I have laid wait at my friend's door, let my wife be the harlot of another, and let other men lie with her. For this is a heinous crime, and a most grievous iniquity. It is a fire that devoureth even to destruction, and rooteth up all things that spring. If I have despised to abide judgment with my manservant or my maidservant when they had any controversy against me, for what shall I do when God shall rise to judge? And when he shall examine, what shall I answer him? Did not he that made me in the womb make him also? And did not one and the same form me in the womb? If I have denied to the poor what they desired, and have made the eyes of the widow wait, if I have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless hath not eaten thereof. For from my infancy mercy grew up with me, and it came out with me from my mother's womb. If I have despised him that was perishing for want of clothing, and the poor man that had no covering, if his sides have not blessed me, and if he were not warmed with the fleece of my sheep, if I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, even when I saw myself superior in the gate, let my shoulder fall from its joint, and let my arm with its bones be broken. For I have always feared God as waves swelling over me, and his weight I was not able to bear. If I have thought gold my strength, and have said to find gold, my confidence, if I have rejoiced over my great riches, and because my hand had gotten much, if I beheld the sun when it shined, and the moon going in brightness, and my heart in secret hath rejoiced, and I have kissed my hand with my mouth, which is a very great iniquity, and a denial against the Most High God. if I have been glad at the downfall of him that hated me, and have rejoiced that evil had found him. For I have not given my mouth to sin, by wishing a curse to his soul. If the men of my tabernacle have not said, who will give us of his flesh that we may be filled? The stranger did not stay without, my door was open to the traveller. If as a man I have hid my sin, and have concealed my iniquity in my bosom. If I have been afraid at a very great multitude, and the contempt of kinsmen hath terrified me, and I have not rather held my peace, and not gone out of the door. Who would grant me a hearer, that the Almighty may hear my desire, and that he himself that judgeth would write a book, that I may carry it on my shoulder, and put it about me as a crown? At every step of mine I would pronounce it, and offer it as to a prince. If my land cry against me, and with it the furrows thereof mourn, if I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, and have afflicted the soul of the tillers thereof, let thistles grow up to me instead of wheat, and thorns instead of barley. Chapter 32. Elihu is angry with Job and his friends. He boasts of himself. So these 3 men ceased to answer Job, because he seemed just to himself. And Elihu, the son of Barachel the Buzite, of the kindred of Ram, was angry, and was moved to indignation. Now he was angry against Job, because he said he was just before God. And he was angry with his friends, because they had not found a reasonable answer, but only had condemned Job. So Elihu waited while Job was speaking, because they were his elders that were speaking. But when he saw that the 3 were not able to answer, he was exceedingly angry. Then Elihu the son of Barachel the Buzite answered and said, I am younger in days, and you are more ancient. Therefore, hanging down my head, I was afraid to show you my opinion. For I hoped that greater age would speak, and that a multitude of years would teach wisdom. But as I see, there is a spirit in men, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth understanding. They that are aged are not the wise men, neither do the ancients understand judgment. Therefore I will speak. Hearken to me, I also will show you my wisdom. For I have waited for your words, I have given ear to your wisdom, as long as you were disputing in words. And as long as I thought you said something, I considered. But as I see, there is none of you that can convince Job and answer his words, lest you should say, we have found wisdom, God hath cast him down, not man. He hath spoken nothing to me, and I will not answer him according to your words. They were afraid, and answered no more, and they left off speaking. Therefore, because I have waited, and they have not spoken, they stood and answered no more. I also will answer my part, and will show my knowledge. For I am full of matter to speak of, and the spirit of my bowels straiteneth me. Behold, my belly is as new wine which wanteth vent, which bursteth the new vessels. I will speak and take breath a little. I will open my lips and will answer. I will not accept the person of man, and I will not level God with man. For I know not how long I shall continue, and whether after a while my Maker may take me away. Chapter 33. Elihu blames Job for asserting his own innocence. Hear therefore, O Job, my speeches, and hearken to all my words. Behold, now I have opened my mouth, let my tongue speak within my jaws. My words are from my upright heart, and my lips shall speak a pure sentence. The Spirit of God made me, and the breath of the Almighty gave me life. If thou canst, answer me, and stand up against my face. Behold, God hath made me as well as thee, and of the same clay I also was formed. But yet let not my wonder terrify thee, and let not my eloquence be burdensome to thee. Now thou hast said in my hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words, I am clean, and without sin, I am unspotted, and there is no iniquity in me. Because he hath found complaints against me, therefore he hath counted me for his enemy. He hath put my feet in the stocks, he hath observed all my paths. Now this is the thing in which thou art not justified. I will answer thee that God is greater than man. Dost thou strive against him, because he hath not answered thee to all words? God speaketh once, and repeateth not the selfsame thing the second time. By a dream and a vision by night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and they are sleeping in their beds. Then he openeth the ears of men, and teaching instructeth them in what they are to learn, that he may withdraw a man from the things he is doing, and may deliver him from pride, rescuing his soul from corruption, and his life from passing to the sword. He rebuketh also by sorrow in the bed, and he maketh all his bones to wither. Bread becometh abominable to him in his life, and to his soul the meat which before he desired. His flesh shall be consumed away, and his bones that were covered shall be made bare. His soul hath drawn near to corruption, and his life to the destroyers. If there shall be an angel speaking for him, one among thousands, to declare man's uprightness, he shall have mercy on him, and shall say, Deliver him, that he may not go down to corruption. I have found wherein I may be merciful to him. His flesh is consumed with punishment, let him return to the days of his youth. He shall pray to God, and he will be gracious to him, and he shall see his face with joy, and he will render to man his justice. He shall look upon men, and shall say, I have sinned, and indeed I have offended, and I have not received what I have deserved. He hath delivered his soul from going into destruction, that it may live and see the light. Behold, all these things God worketh 3 times within every one, that he may withdraw their souls from corruption, and enlighten them with the light of the living. Attend, Job, and hearken to me, and hold thy peace, whilst I speak. But if thou hast anything to say, answer me, speak, for I would have thee to appear just. And if thou have not, hear me, hold thy peace, and I will teach thee wisdom. Chapter 34. Elihu charges Job with blasphemy, and sets forth the power and justice of God. And Elihu continued his discourse and said, Hear ye wise men my words, and ye learned hearken to me. For the ear trieth words, and the mouth discerneth meats by the taste. Let us choose to us judgment, and let us see among ourselves what is the best. For Job hath said, I am just, and God hath overthrown my judgment. For in judging me there is a lie, my arrow is violent without any sin. What man is there like Job, who drinketh up scorning like water, who goeth in company with them that work iniquity, and walketh with wicked men? For he hath said, Man shall not please God, although he run with him. Therefore, ye men of understanding, hear me. Far from God be wickedness, and iniquity from the Almighty. For he will render to a man his work, and according to the ways of every one he will reward them. For in very deed God will not condemn without cause, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. What other hath he appointed over the earth, or whom hath he set over the world which he made? If he turn his heart to him, he shall draw his spirit and breath unto himself. All flesh shall perish together, and man shall return into ashes. If then thou hast understanding, hear what is said, and hearken to the voice of my words. can he be healed that loveth not judgment? And how dost thou so far condemn him that is just? Who saith to the king, Thou art an apostate? Who calleth rulers ungodly? Who accepteth not the persons of princes, nor hath regarded the tyrant when he contended against the poor man? For all are the work of his hands. They shall suddenly die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight, and they shall pass, and take away the violent without hand. For his eyes are upon the ways of men, and he considereth all their steps. There is no darkness, and there is no shadow of death, where they may be hid who work iniquity. For it is no longer in the power of man to enter into judgment with God. He shall break in pieces many and innumerable, and shall make others to stand in their stead. For he knoweth their works, and therefore he shall bring night on them, and they shall be destroyed. He hath struck them as being wicked in open sight, who as it were on purpose have revolted from him, and would not understand all his ways, so that they caused the cry of the needy to come to him, and he heard the voice of the poor. For when he granteth peace, who is there that can condemn? When he hideth his countenance, who is there that can behold him? Whether it regard nations or all men. Who maketh a man that is a hypocrite to reign for the sins of the people? Seeing then I have spoken of God, I will not hinder thee in thy turn. If I have erred, teach thou me. If I have spoken iniquity, I will add no more. Doth God require it of thee, because it hath displeased thee? For thou beganest to speak, and not I. But if thou know anything better, speak. Let men of understanding speak to me, and let a wise man hearken to me. But Job hath spoken foolishly, and his words sound not discipline. My father, let Job be tried even to the end. Cease not from the man of iniquity, because he addeth blasphemy upon his sins. Let him be tied fast in the meantime amongst us, and then let him provoke God to judgment with his speeches. Chapter 35. Elihu declares that the good or evil done by man cannot reach God. Moreover, Elihu spoke these words, Doth thy thought seem right to thee, that thou shouldst say, I am more just than God? For thou saidst, that which is right doth not please thee, or what will it profit thee if I sin? Therefore I will answer thy words, and thy friends with thee. Look up to heaven and see, and behold the sky, that it is higher than thee. If thou sin, what shalt thou hurt him? And if thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him? And if thou do justly, what shalt thou give him, or what shall he receive of thy hand? Thy wickedness may hurt a man that is like thee, and thy justice may help the Son of Man. By reason of the multitude of oppressions they shall cry out, and shall wail for the violence of the arm of tyrants. And he hath not said, Where is God? Who made me? Who hath given songs in the night? Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and instructeth us more than the fowls of the air? There shall they cry, and he will not hear, because of the pride of evil men. God therefore will not hear in vain, and the Almighty will look into the causes of every one. Yea, when thou shalt say, He considereth not, be judged before him, and expect him. For he doth not now bring on his fury, neither doth he revenge wickedness exceedingly. Therefore Job openeth his mouth in vain, and multiplieth words without knowledge. Chapter 36. Elihu proceeds in setting forth the justice and power of God. Elihu also proceeded and said, Suffer me a little, and I will show thee, for I have yet somewhat to speak in God's behalf. I will repeat my knowledge from the beginning, and I will prove my Maker just. For indeed, my words are without a lie, and perfect knowledge shall be proved to thee. God doth not cast away the mighty, whereas he himself also is mighty. But he saveth not the wicked, and he giveth judgment to the poor. He will not take away his eyes from the just, and he placeth kings on the throne for ever, and they are exalted. And if they shall be in chains, and be bound with the cords of poverty, he shall show them their works and their wicked deeds, because they have been violent. He also shall open their ear to correct them, and shall speak, that they may return from iniquity. If they shall hear and observe, they shall accomplish their days in good, and their years in glory. But if they hear not, they shall pass by the sword, and shall be consumed in folly. Dissemblers and crafty men prove the wrath of God, neither shall they cry when they are bound. Their soul shall die in a storm, and their life among the effeminate. He shall deliver the poor out of his distress, and shall open his ear in affliction. Therefore he shall set thee at large out of the narrow mouth, and which hath no foundation under it, and the rest of thy table shall be full of fatness. Thy cause hath been judged as that of the wicked, cause and judgment thou shalt recover. Therefore let not anger overcome thee to oppress any man, neither let multitude of gifts turn thee aside. Lay down thy greatness without tribulation, and all the mighty of strength. Prolong not the night, that people may come up for them. Beware thou turn not aside to iniquity, for this thou hast begun to follow after misery. Behold, God is high in his strength, and none is like him among the lawgivers. Who can search out his ways, or who can say to him, Thou hast wrought iniquity? Remember that thou knowest not his work, concerning which men have sung. All men see him, every one beholdeth afar off. Behold, God is great, exceeding our knowledge. The number of his years is inestimable. He lifteth up the drops of rain, and poureth out showers like floods, which flow from the clouds that cover all above. If he will spread out clouds as his tent, and lighten with his light from above, he shall cover also the ends of the sea. For by these he judgeth people, and giveth food to many mortals. In his hands he hideth the light, and commandeth it to come again. He sheweth his friend concerning it, that it is his possession, and that he may come up to it. Chapter 37. Elihu goes on in his discourse, showing God's wisdom and power by his wonderful works. At this my heart trembleth, and is moved out of its place. Hear ye attentively the terror of his voice, and the sound that cometh out of his mouth. He beholdeth under all the heavens, and his light is upon the ends of the earth. After it a noise shall roar. He shall thunder with the voice of his majesty, and shall not be found out, when his voice shall be heard. God shall thunder wonderfully with his voice, he that doth great and unsearchable things, Job. He commandeth the snow to go down upon the earth, and the winter rain, and the shower of his strength. He sealeth up the hand of all men, that every one may know his works. Then the beast shall go into his covert, and shall abide in his den. Out of the inner parts shall a tempest come, and cold out of the north. When God bloweth, there cometh frost, and again the waters are poured out abundantly. Corn desireth clouds, and the clouds spread their light, which go round about whithersoever. The will of him that governeth them shall lead them to whatsoever he shall command them upon the face of the whole earth, whether in one tribe or in his own land. or in what place soever of his mercy, he shall command them to be found. Hearken to these things, Job. Stand and consider the wondrous works of God. Dost thou know when God commanded the rains, to show his light of his clouds? Knowest thou the great paths of the clouds, and the perfect knowledges? Are not thy garments hot, when the south wind blows upon the earth? Thou perhaps hast made the heavens with him, which are most strong, as if they were of molten brass. Shew us what we may say to him, for we are wrapped up in darkness. Who shall tell him the things I speak? Even if a man shall speak, he shall be swallowed up. But now they see not the light. The air on a sudden shall be thickened into clouds, and the wind shall pass and drive them away. Cold cometh out of the north, and to God praise with fear. We cannot find him worthily. He is great in strength, and in judgment, and in justice, and he is ineffable. Therefore men shall fear him, and all that seem to themselves to be wise shall not dare to behold him. Chapter 38. God interposes and shows from the things he hath made, that man cannot comprehend his power and wisdom. Then the Lord answered Job out of a whirlwind, and said, Who is this that wrappeth up sentences in unskilful words? Gird up thy loins like a man, I will ask thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid up the foundations of the earth? Tell me if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Upon what are its bases grounded? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars praised me together, and all the sons of God made a joyful melody. Who shut up the sea with doors, when it broke forth as issuing out of the womb? When I made a cloud the garment thereof, and wrapped it in a mist as in swaddling bands. I set my bounds around it, and made it bars and doors. And I said, Hitherto thou shalt come, and shalt go no further, and here thou shalt break thy swelling waves. Didst thou since thy birth command the morning, and show the dawning of the day its place? And didst thou hold the extremities of the earth, shaking them, and hast thou shaken the ungodly out of it? The seal shall be restored as clay, and shall stand as a garment. From the wicked their light shall be taken away, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the depths of the sea, and walked in the lowest parts of the deep? Have the gates of death been opened to thee? And hast thou seen the darksome doors? Hast thou considered the breadth of the earth? Tell me if thou knowest all things. Where is the way where light dwelleth, and where is the place of darkness? That thou mayest bring everything to its own bounds, and understand the paths of the house thereof. Didst thou know then that thou shouldst be born? And didst thou know the number of thy days? Hast thou entered into the storehouses of the snow, or hast thou beheld the treasures of the hail, which I have prepared for the time of the enemy, against the day of battle and war? By what way is the light spread, and heat divided upon the earth? Who gave a course to violent showers, or a way for noisy thunder? That it should rain on the earth without man in the wilderness, where no mortal dwelleth? That it should fill the desert and desolate land, and should bring forth green grass? Who is the father of rain? Or who begot the drops of dew? Out of whose womb came the ice, and the frost from heaven, who hath gendered it? The waters are hardened like a stone, and the surface of the deep is congealed. Shalt thou be able to join together the shining stars, the Pleiades? Or cannot thou stop the turning about of Arcturus? Canst thou bring forth the day star in its time, and make the evening star to rise upon the children of the earth? Dost thou know the order of heaven, and canst thou set down the reason thereof on the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that an abundance of waters may cover thee? Canst thou send lightnings, and will they go, and will they return and say to thee, Here we are? Who hath put wisdom in the heart of man? Or who gave the cock understanding? Who can declare the order of the heavens? Or who can make the harmony of heaven to sleep? When was the dust poured on the earth, and the clods fastened together? Wilt thou take the prey for the lioness, and satisfy the appetite of her whelps, when they couch in the dens, and lie in wait in holes? Who provideth food for the raven, when her young ones cry to God, wandering about, because they have no meat? Chapter 39. The wonders of the power and providence of God in many of his creatures. Knowest thou the time when the wild goats bring forth among the rocks? Or hast thou observed the hinds when they fawn? Hast thou numbered the months of their conceiving? Or knowest thou the time when they bring forth? They bow themselves to bring forth young, and they cast them and send forth roarings. Their young are weaned and go to feed. They go forth and return not to them. Who hath sent out the wild ass free, and who hath loosed his bonds? To whom I have given a house in the wilderness, and his dwellings in the barren land. He scorneth the multitude of the city, he heareth not the cry of the driver. He looketh round about the mountains of his pasture, and seeketh for every green thing. Shall the rhinoceros be willing to serve thee, or will he stay at thy crib? Canst thou bind the rhinoceros with thy thong to plough, or will he break the clods of the valleys after thee? Wilt thou have confidence in his great strength, and leave thy labours to him? Wilt thou trust him that he will render thee the seed, and gather it into thy barn floor? The wing of the ostrich is like the wings of the heron and of the hawk. When she leaveth her eggs on the earth, thou perhaps wilt warm them in the dust. She forgetteth that the foot may tread upon them, or that the beasts of the field may break them. She is hardened against her young ones, as though they were not hers. She hath laboured in vain, no fear constraining her. For God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he given her understanding. When time shall be, she setteth up her wings on high. She scorneth the horse and his rider. Wilt thou give strength to the horse, or clothe his neck with neighing? Wilt thou lift him up like the locusts? The glory of his nostrils is terror. He breaketh up the earth with his hoof. He pranceth boldly. He goeth forward to meet armed men. He despiseth fear. He turneth not his back to the sword. Above him shall the quiver rattle. The spear and shield shall glitter. Chasing and raging he swalloweth the ground. Neither doth he make account when the noise of the trumpet soundeth. When he heareth the trumpet, he saith, Ha, ha, ha. He smelleth the battle afar off, the encouraging of the captains, and the shouting of the army. Doth the hawk wax feathered by thy wisdom, spreading her wings to the south? Will the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest in high places? She abideth among the rocks, and dwelleth among cragged flints and stony hills, where there is no access. From thence she looketh for the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones shall suck up blood, and wheresoever the carcass shall be, she is immediately there. And the Lord went on and said to Job, Shall he that contendeth with God be so easily silenced? Surely he that reproveth God ought to answer him. Then Job answered the Lord and said, What can I answer, who hath spoken inconsiderately? I will lay my hand upon my mouth. One thing I have spoken, which I wish I had not said, and another, to which I will add no more. Chapter 40. Of the power of God in the behemoth and the leviathan. And the Lord answering Job out of the whirlwind said, Gird up thy loins like a man. I will ask thee, and do thou tell me. Wilt thou make void my judgment, and condemn me, that thou mayest be justified? And hast thou an arm like God, and canst thou thunder with a voice like him? Clothe thyself with beauty, and set thyself up on high, and be glorious, and put on goodly garments. Scatter the proud in thy indignation, and behold every arrogant man, and humble him. Look on all that are proud, and confound them, and crush the wicked in their place. Hide them in the dust together, and plunge their faces into the pit. Then I will confess that thy right hand is able to save thee. Behold Behemoth, whom I made with thee. He eateth grass like an ox. His strength is in his loins, and his force in the navel of his belly. He setteth up his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his testicles are wrapped together. His bones are like pipes of brass, his gristle like plates of iron. He is the beginning of the ways of God. Who made him, he will apply his sword. To him the mountains bring forth grass. There all the beasts of the field shall play. He sleepeth under the shadow, in the covert of the reed, and in moist places. The shades cover his shadow, the willows of the brook shall compass him about. Behold, he will drink up a river, and not wonder. And he trusteth that the Jordan may run into his mouth. In his eyes as with a hook he shall take him, and bore through his nostrils with stakes. Canst thou draw out the Leviathan with a hook, or canst thou tie his tongue with a cord? Canst thou put a ring in his nose, or bore through his jaw with a buckle? Will he make many supplications to thee, or speak soft words to thee? Will he make a covenant with thee, and wilt thou take him to be a servant for ever? Shalt thou play with him as with a bird, or tie him up for thy handmaids? Shall friends cut him in pieces? Shall merchants divide him? Wilt thou fill nets with his skin, and the cabins of fishes with his head? Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle, and speak no more. Behold, his hope shall fail him, and in the sight of all he shall be cast down. Chapter 41. A further description of the Leviathan. I will not stir him up like one that is cruel. For who can resist my countenance? Who hath given me before that I should repay him? All things that are under heaven are mine. I will not spare him, nor his mighty words, and frame to make supplication. Who can discover the face of his garment? Or who can go into the midst of his mouth? Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible round about. His body is like molten shields, shut close up with scales pressing upon one another. One is joined to another, and not so much as any air can come between them. They stick one to another, and they hold one another fast, and shall not be separated. His sneezing is like the shining of fire, and his eyes like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go forth lamps, like torches of lighted fire. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, like that of a pot heated and boiling. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame cometh forth out of his mouth. In his neck strength shall dwell, and one goeth before his face. The members of his flesh cleave one to another. He shall send lightnings against him, and they shall not be carried to another place. His heart shall be as hard as a stone, and as firm as a smith's anvil. Book of Tobit. Chapter 1. Tobias's early piety, his works of mercy, particularly in burying the dead. Tobias of the tribe and city of Naphtali, which is in the upper parts of Galilee above Naasson, beyond the way that leadeth to the west, having on the right hand the city of Sephet. When he was made captive in the days of Salmanassar king of the Assyrians, even in his captivity, forsook not the way of truth, but every day gave all he could get to his brethren, his fellow captives, that were of his kindred. And when he was younger than any of the tribe of Naphtali, yet did he no childish thing in his work. Moreover, when all went to the golden calves, which Jeroboam king of Israel had made, he alone fled the company of all, and went to Jerusalem to the temple of the Lord, and there adored the Lord God of Israel, offering faithfully all his first fruits and his tithes, so that in the 3rd year he gave all his tithes to the proselytes and strangers. These and such like things did he observe when but a boy, according to the law of God. But when he was a man, he took to wife Anna of his own tribe, and had a son by her, whom he called after his own name, and from his infancy he taught him to fear God, and to abstain from all sin. And when by the captivity he with his wife and his son, and all his tribe was come to the city of Nineveh, when all ate of the meats of the Gentiles, he kept his soul, and never was defiled with their meats. And because he was mindful of the Lord with all his heart, God gave him favour in the sight of Salmanassar the king. And he gave him leave to go whithersoever he would, with liberty to do whatever he had a mind. He therefore went to all that were in captivity, and gave them wholesome admonitions. And when he was come to Rages, a city of the Medes, and had 10 talents of silver, of that with which he had been honoured by the king, and when amongst a great multitude of his kindred, he saw Gabelus in want, who was one of his tribe, taking a note of his hand, he gave him the aforesaid sum of money. But after a long time, Salmanassar the king being dead, when Sennacherib his son, who reigned in his place, had a hatred for the children of Israel. Tobias daily went among all his kindred and comforted them and distributed to everyone as he was able out of his goods. He fed the hungry and gave clothes to the naked and was careful to bury the dead and they that were slain. And when King Sennacherib was come back, fleeing from Judea by reason of the slaughter that God had made about him for his blasphemy, and being angry slew many of the children of Israel, Tobias buried their bodies. But when it was told the king, he commanded him to be slain, and took away all his substance. But Tobias, fleeing naked, away with his son and with his wife, lay concealed, for many loved him. But after 45 days, the king was killed by his own sons, and Tobias returned to his house, and all his substance was restored to him. Chapter 2. Tobias leaveth his dinner to bury the dead. He loseth his sight by God's permission, for manifestation of his patience. But after this, when there was a festival of the Lord, and a good dinner was prepared in Tobias's house, he said to his son, Go, and bring some of our tribe that fear God to feast with us. And when he had gone, returning, he told him that one of the children of Israel lay slain in the street. And he forthwith leaped up from his place at the table, and left his dinner, and came fasting to the body, and taking it up, carried it privately to his house, that after the sun was down, he might bury him cautiously. And when he had hid the body, he ate bread with mourning and fear, remembering the word which the Lord spoke by Amos the prophet. Your festival days shall be turned into lamentation and mourning. So when the sun was down, he went and buried him. Now all his neighbours blamed him, saying, Once already commandment was given for thee to be slain because of this matter, and thou didst scarce escape the sentence of death, and dost thou again bury the dead? But Tobias, fearing God more than the king, carried off the bodies of them that were slain, and hid them in his house, and at midnight buried them. Now it happened one day, that being wearied with burying, he came to his house, and cast himself down by the wall and slept. And as he was sleeping, hot dung out of a swallow's nest fell upon his eyes, and he was made blind. Now this trial the Lord therefore permitted to happen to him, that an example might be given to posterity of his patience, as also of holy Job. For whereas he had always feared God from his infancy, and kept his commandments, he repined not against God, because the evil of blindness had befallen him, but continued immovable in the fear of God, giving thanks to God all the days of his life. For as the kings insulted over holy Job, so his relations and kinsmen mocked at his life, saying, Where is thy hope, for which thou gavest alms, and buriedst the dead? But Tobias rebuked them, saying, Speak not so, for we are the children of the saints, and look for that life which God will give to those that never change their faith from him. Now Anna, his wife, went daily to weaving work, and she brought home what she could get for their living, by the labour of her hands, whereby it came to pass that she received a young kid, and brought it home. And when her husband heard it bleating, he said, Take heed, lest perhaps it be stolen. Restore ye it to its owners, for it is not lawful for us either to eat or to touch anything that cometh by theft. At these words his wife, being angry, answered, It is evident thy hope is come to nothing, and thy alms now appear. And with these and other such like words she upbraided him. Chapter 3. The prayer of Tobias and of Sarah in their several afflictions are heard by God, and the angel Raphael is sent to relieve them. Then Tobias sighed and began to pray with tears, saying, Thou art just, O Lord, and all thy judgments are just, and all thy ways mercy and truth and judgment. And now, O Lord, think of me, and take not revenge of my sins, neither remember my offences, nor those of my parents. for we have not obeyed thy commandments. Therefore are we delivered to spoil and to captivity and death, and are made a fable and a reproach to all nations, amongst which thou hast scattered us. And now, O Lord, great are thy judgments, because we have not done according to thy precepts, and have not walked sincerely before thee. And now, O Lord, do with me according to thy will, and command my spirit to be received in peace. For it is better for me to die than to live. Now it happened on the same day that Sarah, daughter of Raguel, in Rages, a city of the Medes, received a reproach from one of her father's servant maids, because she had been given to 7 husbands, and a devil named Asmodeus had killed them, at their first going in unto her. So when she reproved the maid for her fault, she answered her, saying, May we never see son or daughter of thee upon the earth, thou murderer of thy husbands. Wilt thou kill me also, as thou hast already killed 7 husbands? At these words she went into an upper chamber of her house, and for 3 days and 3 nights did neither eat nor drink. Rages. In the Greek it is Ekbatana, which was also called Rages. For there were 2 cities in Media of the name of Rages. Raguel dwelt in one of them, and Gabalus in the other. But continuing in prayer with tears, besought God that he would deliver her from this reproach. And it came to pass on the 3rd day, when she was making an end of her prayer, blessing the Lord, she said, Blessed is thy name, O God of our fathers, who when thou hast been angry wilt show mercy, and in the time of tribulation forgivest the sins of them that call upon thee. To thee, O Lord, I turn my face, to thee I direct my eyes. I beg, O Lord, that thou loose me from the bond of this reproach, or else take me away from the earth. Thou knowest, O Lord, that I never coveted a husband, and have kept my soul clean from all lust. Never have I joined myself with them that play, neither have I made myself partaker with them that walk in lightness. But a husband I consented to take, with thy fear, not with my lust, and either I was unworthy of them, or they perhaps were not worthy of me, because perhaps thou hast kept me for another man. For thy counsel is not in man's power. But this every one is sure of that worshippeth thee, that his life, if it be under trial, shall be crowned, and if it be under tribulation, it shall be delivered, and if it be under correction, it shall be allowed to come to thy mercy. For thou art not delighted in our being lost, because after a storm thou makest a calm, and after tears and weeping thou pourest in joyfulness. Be thy name, O God of Israel, blessed for ever. At that time the prayers of them both were heard in the sight of the glory of the Most High God. And the holy angel of the Lord, Raphael, was sent to heal them both, whose prayers at one time were rehearsed in the sight of the Lord. Chapter 4. Tobias, thinking he shall die, giveth his son godly admonitions, and telleth him of money he had lent to a friend. Therefore, when Tobias thought that his prayer was heard that he might die, he called to him Tobias his son, and said to him, Hear, my son, the words of my mouth, and lay them as a foundation in thy heart. When God shall take my soul, thou shalt bury my body, and thou shalt honour thy mother all the days of her life. For thou must be mindful what and how great perils she suffered for thee in her womb. And when she also shall have ended the time of her life, bury her by me, and all the days of thy life have God in thy mind. And take heed, thou never consent to sin, nor transgress the commandments of the Lord our God. Give alms out of thy substance, and turn not away thy face from any poor person. For so it shall come to pass that the face of the Lord shall not be turned from thee. According to thy ability be merciful. If thou have much, give abundantly. If thou have a little, take care even so to bestow willingly a little. For thus thou storest up to thyself a good reward for the day of necessity. For alms deliver from all sin, and from death, and will not suffer the soul to go into darkness. Alms shall be a great confidence before the Most High God to all them that give it. Take heed to keep thyself, my son, from all fornication, and beside thy wife never endure to know a crime. Never suffer pride to reign in thy mind or in thy words, for from it all perdition took its beginning. If any man hath done any work for thee, immediately pay him his hire, and let not the wages of thy hired servant stay with thee at all. See thou never do to another what thou wouldst hate to have done to thee by another. Eat thy bread with the hungry and the needy, and with thy garments cover the naked. Lay out thy bread and thy wine upon the burial of a just man, and do not eat and drink thereof with the wicked. Seek counsel always of a wise man. Bless God at all times, and desire of him to direct thy ways, and that all thy counsels may abide in him. I tell thee also, my son, that I lent 10 talents of silver, while thou wast yet a child, to Gabelus, in Rages, a city of the Medes, and I have a note of his hand with me. Now therefore inquire how thou mayst go to him, and receive of him the foresaid sum of money, and restore to him the note of his hand. Fear not, my son. We lead indeed a poor life, but we shall have many good things if we fear God, and depart from all sin, and do that which is good. Chapter 5. Young Tobias, seeking a guide for his journey, the angel Raphael, in shape of a man, undertaketh this office. Then Tobias answered his father, and said, I will do all things, Father, which thou hast commanded me. But how I shall get this money I cannot tell. He knoweth me not, and I know not him. What token shall I give him? Nor did I ever know the way which leadeth thither. Then his father answered him, and said, I have a note of his hand with me, which when thou shalt show him, he will presently pay it. But go now, and seek thee out some faithful man, to go with thee for his hire, that thou mayst receive it, while I yet live. Then Tobias going forth found a beautiful young man, standing girded, and as it were ready to walk. And not knowing that he was an angel of God, he saluted him, and said, From whence art thou, good young man? But he answered, Of the children of Israel. And Tobias said to him, Knowest thou the way that leadeth to the country of the Medes? And he answered, I know it, and I have often walked through all the ways thereof, and I have abode with Gabelus our brother, who dwelleth at Rages, a city of the Medes, which is situate in the mount of Ecbatana. And Tobias said to him, Stay for me, I beseech thee, till I tell these same things to my father. Then Tobias going in told all these things to his father, upon which his father, being in admiration, desired that he would come in unto him. So going in he saluted him, and said, Joy be to thee always. And Tobias said, What manner of joy shall be to me, who sit in darkness, and see not the light of heaven? And the young man said to him, Be of good courage, thy cure from God is at hand. And Tobias said to him, Canst thou conduct my son to Gabelus at Rages, a city of the Medes? And when thou shalt return, I will pay thee thy hire. And the angel said to him, I will conduct him thither, and bring him back to thee. And Tobias said to him, I pray thee tell me of what family or what tribe art thou? And Raphael the angel answered, Dost thou seek the family of him thou hirest, or the hired servant himself to go with thy son? But lest I should make thee uneasy, I am Azarias, the son of the great Ananias. And Tobias answered, Thou art of a great family, but I pray thee be not angry that I desired to know thy family. And the angel said to him, I will lead thy son safe, and bring him to thee again safe. And Tobias answering said, May you have a good journey, and God be with you in your way, and his angel accompany you. Then all things being ready, that were to be carried in their journey, Tobias bade his father and his mother farewell, and they set out both together. And when they were departed, his mother began to weep, and to say, Thou hast taken the staff of our old age, and sent him away from us. I wish the money for which thou hast sent him had never been, for poverty was sufficient for us, that we might account it as riches, that we saw our son. And Tobias said to her, Weep not, our son will arrive thither safe, and will return safe to us, and thy eyes shall see him. For I believe that the good angel of God doth accompany him, and doth order all things well that are done about him, so that he shall return to us with joy. At these words his mother ceased weeping, and held her peace. Chapter 6. By the angel's advice, young Tobias taketh hold on a fish that assaulteth him, reserveth the heart, the gall, and the liver for medicines. They lodge at the house of Raguel, whose daughter Sarah Tobias is to marry. She had before been married to 7 husbands, who were all slain by a devil. And Tobias went forward, and the dog followed him, and he lodged the first night by the river of Tigris. And he went out to wash his feet, and behold, a monstrous fish came up to devour him. And Tobias, being afraid of him, cried out with a loud voice, saying, Sir, he cometh upon me. And the angel said to him, Take him by the gill, and draw him to thee. And when he had done so, he drew him out upon the land, and he began to pant before his feet. Then the angel said to him, Take out the entrails of the fish, and lay up his heart, and his gall, and his liver for thee, for these are necessary for useful medicines. And when he had done so, he roasted the flesh thereof, and they took it with them in the way. The rest they salted, as much as might serve them, till they came to Rages, the city of the Medes. Then Tobias asked the angel, and said to him, I beseech thee, brother Azarias, tell me what remedies are these things good for, which thou hast bid me keep of the fish. And the angel, answering, said to him, If thou put a little piece of its heart upon coals, the smoke thereof driveth away all kind of devils, either from man or from woman, so that they come no more to them. And the gall is good for anointing the eyes, in which there is a white speck, and they shall be cured. And Tobias said to him, Where wilt thou that we lodge? And the angel answering said, Here is one whose name is Raguel, a near kinsman of thy tribe, and he hath a daughter named Sarah, but he hath no son, nor any other daughter beside her. All his substance is due to thee, and thou must take her to wife. Ask her therefore of her father, and he will give her thee to wife. Then Tobias answered, and said, I hear that she hath been given to 7 husbands, and they all died. Moreover, I have heard that a devil killed them. Now I am afraid, lest the same thing should happen to me also, and whereas I am the only child of my parents, I should bring down their old age with sorrow to hell. Then the angel Raphael said to him, Hear me, and I will show thee who they are, over whom the devil can prevail. For they who in such manner receive matrimony, as to shut out God from themselves, and from their mind, and to give themselves to their lust, as the horse and mule, which have not understanding, over them the devil hath power. But thou, when thou shalt take her, go into the chamber, and for 3 days keep thyself continent from her, and give thyself to nothing else but to prayers with her. And on that night lay the liver of the fish on the fire, and the devil shall be driven away. But the 2nd night thou shalt be admitted into the society of the holy patriarchs. And the 3rd night thou shalt obtain a blessing, that sound children may be born of you. And when the 3rd night is past, thou shalt take the virgin with the fear of the Lord, moved rather for love of children than for lust, that in the seed of Abraham thou mayst obtain a blessing in children. Chapter 7. They are kindly entertained by Raguel. Tobias demandeth Sarah to wife, And they went in to Raguel, and Raguel received them with joy. And Raguel, looking upon Tobias, said to Anna his wife, How like is this young man to my cousin? And when he had spoken these words, he said, Whence are ye young men our brethren? But they said, We are of the tribe of Naphtali, of the captivity of Nineveh. And Raguel said to them, Do you know Tobias my brother? And they said, We know him. And when he was speaking many good things of him, the angel said to Raguel, Tobias, concerning whom thou inquirest, is this young man's father. And rage went to him, and kissed him with tears, and weeping upon his neck said, A blessing be upon thee, my son, because thou art the son of a good and most virtuous man. And Anna his wife, and Sarah their daughter, wept. And after they had spoken, Raguel commanded a sheep to be killed, and a feast to be prepared. And when he desired them to sit down to dinner, Tobias said, I will not eat nor drink here this day, unless thou first grant me my petition, and promise to give me Sarah thy daughter. Now when Raguel heard this, he was afraid, knowing what had happened to those 7 husbands that went in unto her. And he began to fear, lest it might happen to him also in like manner. And as he was in suspense, and gave no answer to his petition, the angel said to him, Be not afraid to give her to this man, for to him who feareth God is thy daughter, due to be his wife. Therefore another could not have her. Then Raguel said, I doubt not, but God hath regarded my prayers and tears in his sight, and I believe he hath therefore made you come to me, that this maid might be married to one of her own kindred, according to the law of Moses. And now doubt not, but I will give her to thee. And taking the right hand of his daughter, he gave it into the right hand of Tobias, saying, The God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob be with you, and may he join you together, and fulfill his blessing in you. And taking paper, they made a writing of the marriage, and afterwards they made merry, blessing God. And Raguel called to him Anna his wife, and bade her prepare another chamber. And she brought Sarah her daughter in thither, and she wept. And she said to her, Be of good cheer, my daughter, the Lord of heaven give thee joy for the trouble thou hast undergone. Chapter 8. Tobias burneth part of the fish's liver, and Raphael bindeth the devil. Tobias and Sarah pray. And after they had supped, they brought in the young man to her. And Tobias, remembering the angel's word, took out of his bag part of the liver, and laid it upon burning coals. Then the angel Raphael took the devil, and bound him in the desert of Upper Egypt. Then Tobias exhorted the virgin, and said to her, Sarah, arise, and let us pray to God today, and tomorrow, and the next day, because for these 3 nights we are joined to God, and when the 3rd night is over, we will be in our own wedlock. For we are the children of saints, and we must not be joined together like heathens that know not God. So they both arose, and prayed earnestly, both together, that health might be given them. And Tobias said, Lord God of our Father, may the heavens and the earth, and the sea, and the fountains, and the rivers, and all thy creatures that are in them bless thee. Thou madest Adam of the slime of the earth, and gavest him Eve for a helper. And now, Lord, thou knowest that not for fleshly lust do I take my sister to wife, but only for the love of posterity, in which thy name may be blessed for ever and ever. Sarah also said, Have mercy on us, O Lord, have mercy on us, and let us grow old both together in health. And it came to pass about the cock crowing, Raguel ordered his servants to be called for, and they went with him together to dig a grave. For he said, Lest perhaps it may have happened to him, in like manner as it did to the other 7 husbands that went in unto her. And when they had prepared the pit, Raguel went back to his wife, and said to her, Send one of thy maids, and let her see if he be dead, that I may bury him before it be day. So she sent one of her maidservants, who went into the chamber, and found them safe and sound, sleeping both together. And returning, she brought the good news. And Raguel and Anna, his wife, blessed the Lord, and said, We bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because it hath not happened as we suspected. For thou hast shown thy mercy to us, and hast shut out from us the enemy that persecuted us. And thou hast taken pity upon 2 only children. Make them, O Lord, bless thee more fully, and to offer up to thee a sacrifice of thy praise, and of their health, that all nations may know that thou alone art God in all the earth. And immediately Raguel commanded his servants to fill up the pit they had made before it was day. And he spoke to his wife to make ready a feast, and prepare all kind of provisions that are necessary for such as go a journey. He caused also 2 fat kine, and 4 wethers to be killed, and a banquet to be prepared for all his neighbours and all his friends. And Raguel adjured Tobias to abide with him 2 weeks, and of all things which Raguel possessed, he gave 1/2 to Tobias, and made him a writing, that the half that remained should after their decease come also to Tobias. Chapter 9. The angel Raphael goeth to Gabelus, receiveth the money, and bringeth him to the marriage. Then Tobias called the angel to him, whom he took to be a man, and said to him, Brother Azarias, I pray thee hearken to my words. If I should give myself to be thy servant, I should not make a worthy return for thy care. However, I beseech thee to take with thee beasts and servants, and to go to Gabelus to Rages, the city of the Medes, and to restore to him his note of hand, and receive of him the money, and desire him to come to my wedding. For thou knowest that my father numbereth the days, and if I stay 1 day more, his soul will be afflicted. And indeed thou seest how Raguel hath adjured me, whose adjuring I cannot despise. Then Raphael took 4 of Raguel's servants and 2 camels, and went to Rages, the city of the Medes, and finding Gabelus, gave him his note of hand, and received of him all the money. And he told him concerning Tobias, the son of Tobias, all that had been done, and made him come with him to the wedding. And when he was come into Raguel's house, he found Tobias sitting at the table, and he leaped up, and they kissed each other. And Gabelus wept, and blessed God, and said, The God of Israel bless thee, because thou art the son of a very good and just man, and that feareth God, and doth alms deeds. And may a blessing come upon thy wife, and upon your parents. And may you see your children, and your children's children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation. And may your seed be blessed by the God of Israel, who reigneth for ever and ever. And when all had said, Amen, they went to the feast. But the marriage feast they celebrated, also with the fear of the Lord. Chapter 10. The parents lament the long absence of their son Tobias. He sets out to return. But as Tobias made longer stay upon occasion of the marriage, Tobias his father was solicitous, saying, Why thinkest thou doth my son tarry? Or why is he detained there? Is Gabelus dead, thinkest thou, and no man will pay him the money? And he began to be exceeding sad, both he and Anna his wife with him. And they began both to weep together, because their son did not return to them on the day appointed. But his mother wept, and was quite disconsolate, and said, Woe, woe is me, my son! Why did we send thee to go to a strange country, the light of our eyes, the staff of our old age, the comfort of our life, the hope of our posterity? We having all things together in thee alone, ought not to have let thee go from us. And Tobias said to her, Hold thy peace, and be not troubled. Our son is safe. That man with whom we sent him is very trusty. But she could by no means be comforted, but daily running out looked round about, and went into all the ways by which there seemed any hope he might return, that she might, if possible, see him coming afar off. But Raguel said to his son-in-law, "Stay here, and I will send a messenger to Tobias thy father, that thou art in health." And Tobias said to him, "I know that my father and mother now count the days, and their spirit is grievously afflicted within them." And when Raguel had pressed Tobias with many words, and he by no means would hearken to him, he delivered Sarah unto him, and half of all his substance in men servants and women servants, in cattle, in camels, and in kine, and in much money, and sent him away safe and joyful from him, saying, "The holy angel of the Lord be with you in your journey, and bring you through safe, and that you may find all things well about your parents, and my eyes see your children before I die." And the parents, taking their daughter, kissed her and let her go, admonishing her to honour her father and mother-in-law, to love her husband, to take care of the family, to govern the house, and to behave herself irreprehensibly. Chapter 11. Tobias anointeth his father's eyes with the fish's gall, and he recovereth his sight. And as they were returning, they came to Charan, which is in the midway to Nineveh, the 11th day. And the angel said, "Brother Tobias, thou knowest how thou didst leave thy father. If it please thee, therefore, let us go before, and let the family follow softly after us, together with thy wife, and with the beasts." And as this their going pleased him, Raphael said to Tobias, "Take with thee of the gall of the fish, for it will be necessary." So Tobias took some of that gall and departed. But Anna sat beside the way daily, on the top of a hill, from whence she might see afar off. And while she watched his coming from that place, she saw him afar off, and presently perceived it was her son coming. And returning, she told her husband, saying, "Behold, thy son cometh." And Raphael said to Tobias, "As soon as thou shalt come into thy house, forthwith adore the Lord thy God, and giving thanks to him, go to thy father, and kiss him, and immediately anoint his eyes with this gall of the fish, which thou carriest with thee. For be assured that his eyes shall be presently opened, and thy father shall see the light of heaven, and shall rejoice in the sight of thee." Then the dog, which had been with them in the way, ran before, and coming as if he had brought the news, shewed his joy by his fawning and wagging his tail. And his father, that was blind, rising up, began to run stumbling with his feet, and giving a servant his hand, went to meet his son, and receiving him kissed him, as did also his wife, and they began to weep for joy. And when they had adored God and given him thanks, they sat down together. Then Tobias, taking of the gall of the fish, anointed his father's eyes, and he stayed about half an hour, and a white skin began to come out of his eyes, like the skin of an egg. And Tobias took hold of it, and drew it from his eyes, and immediately he recovered his sight. And they glorified God, both he and his wife, and all that knew them. And Tobias said, "I bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because thou hast chastised me, and thou hast saved me. And behold, I see Tobias my son." And after 7 days Sarah his son's wife, and all the family arrived safe, and the cattle, and the camels, and an abundance of money of his wife's, and that money also which he had received of Gabelus. And he told his parents all the benefits of God, which he had done to him by the man that conducted him. And Achior and Nabath, the kinsmen of Tobias, came, rejoicing for Tobias, and congratulating with him for all the good things that God had done for him. And for 7 days they feasted and rejoiced, all with great joy. Chapter 12. Raphael maketh himself known. Then Tobias called to him his son, and said to him, "What can we give to this holy man that is come with thee?" Tobias answering said to his father, "Father, what wages shall we give him? Or what can be worthy of his benefits? He conducted me and brought me safe again. He received the money of Gabelus. He caused me to have my wife, and he chased from her the evil spirit. He gave joy to her parents. Myself he delivered from being devoured by the fish. Thee also he hath made to see the light of heaven, and we are filled with all good things through him. What can we give him sufficient for these things? But I beseech thee, my father, to desire him, that he would vouchsafe to accept 1/2 of all things that have been brought." So the father and the son, calling him, took him aside, and began to desire him that he would vouchsafe to accept of 1/2 of all things that they had brought. Then he said to them secretly, "Bless ye the God of heaven, give glory to him in the sight of all that live, because he hath shown his mercy to you. For it is good to hide the secret of a king, but honourable to reveal and confess the works of God. Prayer is good with fasting, and alms more than to lay up treasures of gold, for alms delivereth from death, and the same is that which purgeth away sins, and maketh to find mercy, and life everlasting. But they that commit sin and iniquity are enemies to their own soul. I discover then the truth unto you, and I will not hide the secret from you. When thou didst pray with tears, and didst bury the dead, and didst leave thy dinner, and hide the dead by day in thy house, and bury them by night, I offered thy prayer to the Lord, and because thou wast acceptable to God, it was necessary that temptation should prove thee. And now the Lord hath sent me to heal thee, and to deliver Sarah thy son's wife from the devil, for I am the angel Raphael, one of the 7 who stand before the Lord." And when they had heard these things, they were troubled, and being seized with fear, they fell upon the ground on their face. And the angel said to them, "Peace be to you, fear not. For when I was with you, I was there by the will of God. Bless ye him, and sing praises to him. I seemed indeed to eat and to drink with you, but I use an invisible meat and drink, which cannot be seen by men. It is time, therefore, that I return to him that sent me. But bless ye God, and publish all his wonderful works." And when he had said these things, he was taken from their sight, and they could see him no more. Then they, lying prostrate for 3 hours upon their face, blessed God, and rising up, they told all his wonderful works. Chapter 13. Tobias the father praiseth God, exhorting all Israel to do the same. Prophesieth the restoration and better state of Jerusalem. And Tobias the elder, opening his mouth, blessed the Lord, and said, Thou art great, O Lord, for ever, and thy kingdom is unto all ages. For thou scourgest, and thou savest, thou leadest down to hell, and bringest up again, and there is none that can escape thy hand. Give glory to the Lord, ye children of Israel, and praise him in the sight of the Gentiles, because he hath therefore scattered you among the Gentiles, who know not him, that you may declare his wonderful works, and make them know that there is no other almighty God besides him. He hath chastised us for our iniquities, and he will save us for his own mercy. See then what he hath done with us, and with fear and trembling give ye glory to him, and extol the eternal King of worlds in your works. As for me, I will praise him in the land of my captivity, because he hath shown his majesty toward a sinful nation. Be converted, therefore, ye sinners, and do justice before God, believing that he will show his mercy to you, and I and my soul will rejoice in him. Bless ye the Lord, all his elect, keep days of joy, and give glory to him. Jerusalem, city of God, the Lord hath chastised thee for the works of thy hands. Give glory to the Lord for thy good things, and bless the God eternal, that he may rebuild his tabernacle in thee. and may call back all the captives to thee, and thou mayst rejoice for ever and ever. Thou shalt shine with a glorious light, and all the ends of the earth shall worship thee. Nations from afar shall come to thee, and shall bring gifts, and shall adore the Lord in thee, and shall esteem thy land as holy. For they shall call upon the great name in thee. They shall be cursed that shall despise thee, and they shall be condemned that shall blaspheme thee, and blessed shall they be that shall build thee up. But thou shalt rejoice in thy children, because they shall all be blessed, and shall be gathered together to the Lord. Blessed are all they that love thee, and that rejoice in thy peace. My soul, bless thou the Lord, because the Lord our God hath delivered Jerusalem his city from all her troubles. Happy shall I be, if there shall remain of my seed, to see the glory of Jerusalem. The gates of Jerusalem shall be built of sapphire, and of emerald, and all the walls thereof round about of precious stones. All its streets shall be paved with white and clean stones, and Alleluia shall be sung in its streets. Blessed be the Lord, who hath exalted it, and may he reign over it for ever and ever. Amen. Chapter 14. Old Tobias dieth at the age of 102 years, after exhorting his son and grandsons to piety, foreshewing that Nineveh shall be destroyed, and Jerusalem rebuilt. The younger Tobias returneth with his family to Raguel, and dieth happily as he had lived. And the words of Tobias were ended. And after Tobias was restored to his sight, he lived 42 years, and saw the children of his grandchildren. And after he had lived 102 years, he was buried honourably in Nineveh. For he was 56 years old when he lost the sight of his eyes, and 60 when he recovered it again. And the rest of his life was in joy, and with great increase of the fear of God he departed in peace. And at the hour of his death he called unto him his son Tobias and his children, 7 young men, his grandsons, and said to them, The destruction of Nineveh is at hand, for the word of the Lord must be fulfilled, and our brethren that are scattered abroad from the land of Israel shall return to it. And all the land thereof, that is desert, shall be filled with people, and the house of God, which is burnt in it, shall again be rebuilt, and all that fear God shall return thither, and the Gentiles shall leave their idols, and shall come into Jerusalem, and shall dwell in it, and all the kings of the earth shall rejoice in it, adoring the King of Israel. Hearken therefore, my children, to your father, serve the Lord in truth, and seek to do the things that please him, and command your children that they do justice and alms deeds, and that they be mindful of God, and bless him at all times in truth, and with all their power. And now, children, hear me, and do not stay here, but as soon as you shall bury your mother by me in one sepulchre, without delay, direct your steps to depart hence. For I see that its iniquity will bring it to destruction. And it came to pass that after the death of his mother, Tobias departed out of Nineveh with his wife and children and children's children, and returned to his father and mother-in-law. And he found them in health in a good old age, and he took care of them, and he closed their eyes. And all the inheritance of Raguel's house came to him, and he saw his children's children to the 5th generation. And after he had lived 99 years in the fear of the Lord, with joy they buried him. And all his kindred and all his generation continued in good life, and in holy conversation, so that they were acceptable both to God and to men, and to all that dwelt in the land. Book of Ruth, Chapter 1. Elimelech of Bethlehem, going with his wife Naomi and 2 sons into the land of Moab, dieth there. His sons marry wives of that country, and die without issue. Naomi returneth home with her daughter-in-law Ruth, who refuseth to part with her. In the days of one of the judges, when the judges ruled, there came a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the land of Moab with his wife and his 2 sons. He was named Elimelech, and his wife Naomi, and his 2 sons, the one Mahlon, and the other Chelion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And entering into the country of Moab, they abode there. And Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she remained with her sons. And they took wives of the women of Moab, of which one was called Orpah, and the other Ruth. And they dwelt there 10 years. And they both died, to wit, Mahlon and Chelion. And the woman was left alone, having lost both her sons and her husband. And she arose to go from the land of Moab to her own country with both her daughters-in-law. For she had heard that the Lord had looked upon his people, and had given them food. Wherefore she went forth out of the place of her sojournment with both her daughters-in-law, and being now in the way to return into the land of Judah, she said to them, Go ye home to your mothers. The Lord deal mercifully with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. May he grant you to find rest in the houses of the husbands which you shall take. And she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and began to weep, and to say, We will go on with thee to thy people. But she answered them, Return, my daughters. Why come ye with me? Have I any more sons in my womb, that you may hope for husbands of me? Return again, my daughters, and go your ways, for I am now spent with age, and not fit for wedlock. Although I might conceive this night, and bear children, if you would wait till they were grown up, and come to man's estate, you would be old women before you marry. Do not so, my daughters, I beseech you, for I am grieved the more for your distress, and the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, and returned. Ruth stuck close to her mother-in-law, and Naomi said to her, Behold, thy kinswoman is returned to her people, and to her gods. Go thou with her. She answered, Be not against me, to desire that I should leave thee and depart. For whithersoever thou shalt go, I will go, and where thou shalt dwell, I also will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. The land that shall receive thee dying, in the same will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so and so to me, and add more also, if aught but death part me and thee. Then Naomi, seeing that Ruth was steadfastly determined to go with her, would not be against it, nor persuade her any more to return to her friends. So they went together and came to Bethlehem. And when they were come into the city, the report was quickly spread among all, and the women said, This is that Naomi. But she said to them, Call me not Naomi, that is beautiful, but call me Mara, that is bitter, for the Almighty hath quite filled me with bitterness. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me back empty. Why then do you call me Naomi, whom the Lord hath humbled, and the Almighty hath afflicted? So Naomi came with Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, from the land of her sojournment, and returned into Bethlehem in the beginning of the barley harvest. Chapter 2. Ruth gleaneth in the field of Booz, who sheweth her favour. Now her husband Elimelech had a kinsman, a powerful man, and very rich, whose name was Booz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to her mother-in-law, If thou wilt, I will go into the field, and glean the ears of corn that escape the hands of the reapers. Wheresoever I shall find grace with a householder that will be favourable to me. And she answered her, Go, my daughter. She went therefore, and gleaned the ears of corn after the reapers. And it happened that the owner of that field was Boaz, who was of the kindred of Elimelech. And behold, he came out of Bethlehem, and said to the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. And Boaz said to the young man that was set over the reapers, Whose maid is this? And he answered him, This is the Moabitess, who came with Naomi from the land of Moab. And she desired leave to glean the ears of corn that remain, following the steps of the reapers. And she hath been in the field from morning till now, and hath not gone home for one moment. And Boaz said to Ruth, Hear me, daughter. Do not go to glean in any other field, and do not depart from this place, but keep with my maids, and follow where they reap. For I have charged my young men not to molest thee. And if thou art thirsty, go to the vessels, and drink of the waters whereof the servants drink. She fell on her face, and worshipping upon the ground said to him, Whence cometh this to me, that I should find grace before thy eyes, and that thou shouldst vouchsafe to take notice of me, a woman of another country? And he answered her, All hath been told me that thou hast done to thy mother-in-law after the death of thy husband, and how thou hast left thy parents and the land wherein thou wast born, and art come to a people which thou knewest not heretofore. The Lord render unto thee for thy work, and mayest thou receive a full reward of the Lord, the God of Israel, to whom thou art come, and under whose wings thou art fled. And she said, I have found grace in thy eyes, my Lord, who has comforted me, and has spoken to the heart of thy handmaid, who am not like to one of thy maids. And Boaz said to her, At mealtime come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. So she sat at the side of the reapers, and she heaped to herself frumenty, and ate, and was filled, and took the leavings. And she arose from thence to glean the ears of corn as before. And Boaz commanded his servants, saying, If she would even reap with you, hinder her not, and let fall some of your handfuls of purpose, and leave them, that she may gather them without shame. And let no man rebuke her when she gathereth them. She gleaned therefore in the field till evening, and beating out with a rod and threshing what she had gleaned, she found about the measure of an ephah of barley, that is, 3 bushels, which she took up and returned into the city, and shewed it to her mother-in-law. Moreover, she brought out and gave her of the remains of her meat, wherewith she had been filled. And her mother-in-law said to her, Where hast thou gleaned today, and where hast thou wrought? Blessed be he that hath had pity on thee. And she told her with whom she had wrought, and she told the man's name, that he was called Boaz. And Naomi answered her, Blessed be he of the Lord, because the same kindness which he showed to the living, he hath kept also to the dead. And again she said, The man is our kinsman. And Ruth said, He also charged me that I should keep close to his reapers till all the corn should be reaped. And her mother-in-law said to her, It is better for thee, my daughter, to go out to reap with his maids, lest in another man's field someone may resist thee. So she kept close to the maids of Boaz, and continued to glean with them, till all the barley and the wheat were laid up in the barns. Chapter 3. Ruth, instructed by her mother-in-law, lieth at Boaz's feet, claiming him for her husband by the law of affinity. She receiveth a good answer, and 6 measures of barley. After she was returned to her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, My daughter, I will seek rest for thee, and will provide that it may be well with thee. This Booz, with whose maids thou wast joined in the field, is our near kinsman, and behold, this night he winnoweth barley in the threshing floor. Wash thyself therefore, and anoint thee, and put on thy best garments, and go down to the barn floor. But let not the man see thee, till he shall have done eating and drinking, and when he shall go to sleep, mark the place wherein he sleepeth. And thou shalt go in, and lift up the clothes, wherewith he is covered towards his feet, and shalt lay thyself down there, and he will tell thee what thou must do. She answered, Whatsoever thou shalt command I will do. And she went down to the barn floor, and did all that her mother-in-law had bid her. And when Booz had eaten and drunk, and was merry, he went to sleep by the heap of sheaves. And she came softly, and uncovering his feet, laid herself down. And behold, when it was now midnight, the man was afraid and troubled, and he saw a woman lying at his feet. And he said to her, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth thy handmaid. Spread thy coverlet over thy servant, for thou art a near kinsman. And he said, Blessed art thou of the Lord, my daughter, and thy latter kindness has surpassed the former, because thou hast not followed young men, either poor or rich. Fear not therefore, but whatsoever thou shalt say to me, I will do to thee. For all the people that dwell within the gates of my city know that thou art a virtuous woman. Neither do I deny myself to be near of kin, but there is another nearer than I. Rest thou this night, and when morning is come, if he will take thee by the right of kindred, all is well. But if he will not, I will undoubtedly take thee, as the Lord liveth. Sleep till the morning. So she slept at his feet till the night was going off. And she arose before men could know one another. And Booz said, Beware lest any man know that thou camest hither. And again he said, Spread thy mantle, wherewith thou art covered, and hold it with both hands. And when she spread it and held it, he measured 6 measures of barley, and laid it upon her. And she carried it, and went into the city, and came to her mother-in-law, who said to her, What hast thou done, daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. And she said, Behold, he hath given me 6 measures of barley. For he said, I will not have thee return empty to thy mother-in-law. And Naomi said, Wait, my daughter, till we see what end the thing will have. For the man will not rest until he have accomplished what he hath said. Chapter 4. Upon the refusal of the nearer kinsman, Booz marrieth Ruth, who bringeth forth Obed, the grandfather of David. Then Booz went up to the gate, and sat there. And when he had seen the kinsman going by, of whom he had spoken before, he said to him, calling him by his name, Turn aside for a little while, and sit down here. He turned aside, and sat down. And Booz, taking 10 men of the ancients of the city, said to them, Sit ye down here. They sat down, and he spoke to the kinsman. Naomi, who is returned from the country of Moab, will sell a parcel of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech. I would have thee to understand this, and would tell thee before all that sit here, and before the ancients of my people. If thou wilt take possession of it by the right of kindred, buy it and possess it. But if it please thee not, tell me so, that I may know what I have to do. For there is no near kinsman besides thee, who art first, and me, who am second. But he answered, I will buy the field. And Booz said to him, When thou shalt buy the field at the woman's hand, thou must take also Ruth the Moabitess, who was the wife of the deceased, to raise up the name of thy kinsman in his inheritance. He answered, I yield up my right of next of kin, for I must not cut off the posterity of my own family. Do thou make use of my privilege, which I profess I do willingly forego. Now this in former times was the manner in Israel between kinsmen, that if at any time one yielded his right to another, that the grant might be sure, the man put off his shoe and gave it to his nehour. This was a testimony of cession of right in Israel. So Booz said to his kinsman, Put off thy shoe. And immediately he took it off from his foot. And he said to the ancients and to all the people, You are witnesses this day, that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and Chelion's, and Mahalon's, of the hand of Naomi, and have taken to wife Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahalon, to raise up the name of the deceased in his inheritance, lest his name be cut off from among his family, and his brethren, and his people. You, I say, are witnesses of this thing. Then all the people that were in the gate and the ancients answered, We are witnesses. The Lord make this woman who cometh into thy house like Rachel and Leah, who built up the house of Israel, that she may be an example of virtue in Ephrata, and may have a famous name in Bethlehem, and that the house may be as the house of Phares, whom Thamar bore unto Judah, of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young woman. Booz therefore took Ruth, and married her, and went in unto her, and the Lord gave her to conceive, and to bear a son. And the women said to Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, who hath not suffered thy family to want a successor, that his name should be preserved in Israel, and thou shouldst have one to comfort thy soul, and cherish thy old age. For he is born of thy daughter-in-law, who loveth thee, and is much better to thee than if thou hadst 7 sons. And Naomi, taking the child, laid it in her bosom, and she carried it, and was a nurse unto it. And the women her neighbours, congratulating with her, and saying, There is a son born to Naomi, called his name Obed. He is the father of Isai, the father of David. These are the generations of Phares. Phares begot Ezron, Ezron begot Aram, Aram begot Amminadab, Amminadab begot Nahasson, Nahasson begot Salmon, Salmon begot Booz, Booz begot Obed, Obed begot Isai, Isai begot David. Book of Sirach, Chapter 1. All wisdom is from God, and is given to them that fear and love God. All wisdom is from the Lord God, and hath been always with him, and is before all time. Who hath numbered the sand of the sea, and the drops of rain, and the days of the world? Who hath measured the height of heaven, and the breadth of the earth, and the depth of the abyss? Who hath searched out the wisdom of God that goeth before all things? Wisdom hath been created before all things, and the understanding of prudence from everlasting. The word of God on high is the fountain of wisdom, and her ways are everlasting commandments. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, and who hath known her wise counsels? To whom hath the discipline of wisdom been revealed and made manifest? And who hath understood the multiplicity of her steps? There is one most high Creator Almighty, and a powerful King, and greatly to be feared, who sitteth upon his throne, and is the God of dominion. He created her in the Holy Ghost, and saw her, and numbered her, and measured her. And he poured her out upon all his works, and upon all flesh according to his gift, and hath given her to them that love him. The fear of the Lord is honour, and glory, and gladness, and a crown of joy. The fear of the Lord shall delight the heart, and shall give joy, and gladness, and length of days. With him that feareth the Lord, it shall go well in the latter end, and in the day of his death he shall be blessed. The love of God is honourable wisdom, and they to whom she shall show herself love her by the sight, and by the knowledge of her great works. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and was created with the faithful in the womb. It walketh with chosen women, and is known with the just and faithful. The fear of the Lord is the religiousness of knowledge. Religiousness shall keep and justify the heart. It shall give joy and gladness. It shall go well with him that feareth the Lord, and in the days of his end he shall be blessed. To fear God is the fullness of wisdom, and fullness is from the fruits thereof. She shall fill all her house with her increase, and the storehouses with her treasures. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, filling up peace, and the fruit of salvation. And it hath seen and numbered her, but both are the gifts of God. Wisdom shall distribute knowledge, and understanding of prudence, and exalteth the glory of them that hold her. The root of wisdom is to fear the Lord, and the branches thereof are long-lived. In the treasures of wisdom is understanding, and religiousness of knowledge. But to sinners wisdom is an abomination. The fear of the Lord driveth out sin, for he that is without fear cannot be justified, for the wrath of his high spirits is his ruin. A patient man shall bear for a time, and afterwards joy shall be restored to him. A good understanding will hide his words for a time, and the lips of many shall declare his wisdom. In the treasures of wisdom is the signification of discipline, but the worship of God is an abomination to a sinner. Son, if thou desire wisdom, keep justice, and God will give her to thee. For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and discipline, and that which is agreeable to him is faith and meekness, and he will fill up his treasures. Be not incredulous to the fear of the Lord, and come not to him with a double heart. Be not a hypocrite in the sight of men, and let not thy lips be a stumbling block to thee. Watch over them, lest thou fall, and bring dishonour upon thy soul, and God discover thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest to the Lord wickedly, and thy heart is full of guile and deceit. Chapter 2. God's servants must look for temptations, and must arm themselves with patience and confidence in God. Son, when thou comest to the service of God, stand in justice and in fear, and prepare thy soul for temptation. Humble thy heart and endure, incline thy ear, and receive the words of understanding, and make not haste in the time of clouds. Wait on God with patience, join thyself to God, and endure, that thy life may be increased in the latter end. Take all that shall be brought upon thee, and in thy sorrow endure, and in thy humiliation keep patience. For gold and silver are tried in the fire, but acceptable men in the furnace of humiliation. Believe God, and he will recover thee, and direct thy way, and trust in him. Keep his fear, and grow old therein. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside from him, lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not be made void. Ye that fear the Lord, hope in him, and mercy shall come to you for your delight. Ye that fear the Lord, love him, and your hearts shall be enlightened. My children, behold the generations of men, and know ye that no one hath hoped in the Lord, and hath been confounded. For who hath continued in his commandment, and hath been forsaken? Or who hath called upon him, and he despised him? For God is compassionate and merciful, and will forgive sins in the day of tribulation, and he is a protector to all that seek him in truth. Woe to them that are of a double heart, and to wicked lips, and to the hands that do evil, and to the sinner that goeth on the earth 2 ways. Woe to them that are faint-hearted, who believe not God, and therefore they shall not be protected by him. Woe to them that have lost patience, and that have forsaken the right ways, and have gone aside into crooked ways. And what will they do when the Lord shall begin to examine? They that fear the Lord will not be incredulous to his word, and they that love him will keep his way. They that fear the Lord will seek after the things that are well-pleasing to him, and they that love him shall be filled with his law. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts, and in his sight will sanctify their souls. They that fear the Lord keep his commandments, and will have patience even until his visitation, saying, If we do not penance, we shall fall into the hands of the Lord, and not into the hands of men. For according to his greatness, so also is his mercy with him. Chapter 3. Lessons concerning the honour of parents, and humility, and avoiding curiosity. The sons of wisdom are the church of the just, and their generation, obedience and love. Children, hear the judgment of your father, and so do that you may be saved. For God hath made the father honourable to the children, and seeking the judgment of the mothers hath confirmed it upon the children. He that loveth God shall obtain pardon for his sins by prayer, and shall refrain himself from them, and shall be heard in the prayer of days. And he that honoureth his mother is as one that layeth up a treasure. He that honoureth his father shall have joy in his own children, and in the day of his prayer he shall be heard. He that honoureth his father shall enjoy a long life, and he that obeyeth the father shall be a comfort to his mother. He that feareth the Lord honoureth his parents, and will serve them as his masters that brought him into the world. Honour thy father in work and word and all patience, that a blessing may come upon thee from him, and his blessing may remain in the latter end. The father's blessing establisheth the houses of the children, but the mother's curse rooteth up the foundation. Glory not in the dishonour of thy father, for his shame is no glory to thee. For the glory of a man is from the honour of his father, and a father without honour is the disgrace of the son. Son, support the old age of thy father, and grieve him not in his life. And if his understanding fail, have patience with him, and despise him not when thou art in thy strength. For the relieving of the father shall not be forgotten. For good shall be repaid to thee for the sin of thy mother, and in justice thou shalt be built up, and in the day of affliction thou shalt be remembered, and thy sins shall melt away as the ice in the fair, warm weather. Of what an evil fame is he that forsaketh his father, and he is cursed of God that angereth his mother. My son, do thy works in meekness, and thou shalt be beloved above the glory of men. The greater thou art, the more humble thyself in all things, and thou shalt find grace before God. For great is the power of God alone, and he is honoured by the humble. Seek not the things that are too high for thee, and search not into things above thy ability, but the things that God hath commanded thee, think on them always, and in many of his works be not curious. For it is not necessary for thee to see with thy eyes those things that are hid. In unnecessary matters be not over curious, and in many of his works thou shalt not be inquisitive. For many things are shown to thee above the understanding of men, and the suspicion of them hath deceived many, and hath detained their minds in vanity. A hard heart shall fear evil at the last, and he that loveth danger shall perish in it. A heart that goeth two ways shall not have success, and the perverse of heart shall be scandalized therein. A wicked heart shall be laden with sorrows, and the sinner will add sin to sin. The congregation of the proud shall not be healed, for the plant of wickedness shall take root in them, and it shall not be perceived. The heart of the wise is understood in wisdom, and a good ear will hear wisdom with all desire. A wise heart, and which hath understanding, will abstain from sins, and in the works of justice shall have success. Water quencheth a flaming fire, and alms resisteth sins. And God provideth for him that showeth favour. He remembereth him afterwards, and in the time of his fall he shall find a sure stay. Chapter 4. An exhortation to works of mercy, and to the love of wisdom. Son, defraud not the poor of alms, and turn not away thy eyes from the poor. Despise not the hungry soul, and provoke not the poor in his want. Afflict not the heart of the needy, and defer not to give to him that is in distress. Reject not the petition of the afflicted, and turn not away thy face from the needy. Turn not away thy eyes from the poor for fear of anger, and leave not to them that ask of thee to curse thee behind thy back. For the prayer of him that curseth thee in the bitterness of his soul shall be heard, for he that made him will hear him. Make thyself affable to the congregation of the poor, and humble thy soul to the ancient, and bow thy head to a great man. Bow down thy ear cheerfully to the poor, and pay what thou owest, and answer him peaceable words with mildness. Deliver him that suffereth wrong out of the hand of the proud, and be not faint-hearted in thy soul. In judging, be merciful to the fatherless as a father, and as a husband to their mother. And thou shalt be as the obedient Son of the Most High, and he will have mercy on thee more than a mother. Wisdom inspireth life into her children, and protecteth them that seek after her, and will go before them in the way of justice. And he that loveth her loveth life, and they that watch for her shall embrace her sweetness. They that hold her fast shall inherit life, and whithersoever she entereth, God will give a blessing. They that serve her shall be servants to the Holy One, and God loveth them that love her. He that hearkeneth to her shall judge nations, and he that looketh upon her shall remain secure. If he trust to her, he shall inherit her, and his generation shall be an assurance. For she walketh with him in temptation, and at the first she chooseth him. She will bring upon him fear and dread and trial, and she will scourge him with the affliction of her discipline, till she try him by her laws and trust his soul. Then she will strengthen him, and make a straight way to him, and give him joy, and will disclose her secrets to him, and will heap upon him treasures of knowledge and understanding of justice. But if he go astray, she will forsake him, and deliver him into the hands of his enemy. Son, observe the time, and fly from evil. For thy soul be not ashamed to say the truth. For there is a shame that bringeth sin, and there is a shame that bringeth glory and grace. Accept no person against thy own person, nor against thy soul a lie. Reverence not thy neighbour in his fall, and refrain not to speak in the time of salvation. Hide not thy wisdom in her beauty. For by the tongue wisdom is discerned, and understanding, and knowledge, and learning by the word of the wise, and steadfastness in the works of justice. In no wise speak against the truth, but be ashamed of the lie of thy ignorance. Be not ashamed to confess thy sins, but submit not thyself to every man for sin. Resist not against the face of the mighty, and do not strive against the stream of the river. Strive for justice for thy soul, and even unto death fight for justice, and God will overthrow thy enemies for thee. Be not hasty in thy tongue, and slack and remiss in thy works. Be not as a lion in thy house, terrifying them of thy household, and oppressing them that are under thee. Let not thy hand be stretched out to receive, and shut when thou shouldst give. Chapter 5. We must not presume of our wealth or strength, nor of the mercy of God to go on in sin. We must be steadfast in virtue and truth. Set not thy heart upon unjust possessions, and say not, I have enough to live on, for it shall be of no service in the time of vengeance and darkness. Follow not in thy strength the desires of thy heart, and say not, how mighty am I, and who shall bring me under for my deeds? For God will surely take revenge. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath befallen me? For the Most High is a patient rewarder. Be not without fear about sin forgiven, and add not sin upon sin, and say not, the mercy of the Lord is great, he will have mercy on the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath quickly come from him, and his wrath looketh upon sinners. Delay not to be converted to the Lord, and defer it not from day to day. For his wrath shall come on a sudden, and in the time of vengeance he will destroy thee. Be not anxious for goods unjustly gotten, for they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity and revenge. Winnow not with every wind, and go not into every way, for so is every sinner proved by a double tongue. Be steadfast in the way of the Lord, and in the truth of thy judgment, and in knowledge, and let the word of peace and justice keep with thee. Be meek to hear the word, that thou mayest understand, and return a true answer with wisdom. If thou have understanding, answer thy neighbour, but if not, let thy hand be upon thy mouth, lest thou be surprised in an unskilful word, and be confounded. Honour and glory is in the word of the wise, but the tongue of the fool is his ruin. Be not called a whisperer, and be not taken in thy tongue, and confounded. For confusion and repentance is upon a thief, and an evil mark of disgrace upon the double-tongued. but to the whisperer hatred and enmity and reproach. Justify alike the small and the great. Chapter 6. Of true and false friends, and of the fruits of wisdom. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy to thy neighbour. For an evil man shall inherit reproach and shame, so shall every sinner that is envious and double-tongued. Extol not thyself in the thoughts of thy soul like a bull, lest thy strength be quashed by folly, and it eat up thy leaves and destroy thy fruit, and thou be left as a dry tree in the wilderness. For a wicked soul shall destroy him that hath it, and maketh him to be a joy to his enemies, and shall lead him into the lot of the wicked. A sweet word multiplieth friends, and appeaseth enemies, and a gracious tongue in a good man aboundeth. Be in peace with many, but let one of 1,000 be thy counsellor. If thou wouldst get a friend, try him before thou takest him, and do not credit him easily. For there is a friend for his own occasion, and he will not abide in the day of thy trouble. And there is a friend that turneth to enmity, and there is a friend that will disclose hatred and strife and reproaches. And there is a friend, a companion at the table, and he will not abide in the day of distress. A friend, if he continue steadfast, shall be to thee as thyself, and shall act with confidence among them of thy household. If he humble himself before thee, and hide himself from thy face, thou shalt have unanimous friendship for good. Separate thyself from thy enemies, and take heed of thy friends. A faithful friend is a strong defence, and he that hath found him hath found a treasure. Nothing can be compared to a faithful friend, and no weight of gold and silver is able to countervail the goodness of his fidelity. A faithful friend is the medicine of life and immortality, and they that fear the Lord shall find him. He that feareth God shall likewise have good friendship, because according to him shall his friend be. My son, from thy youth up receive instruction, and even to thy grey hairs thou shalt find wisdom. Come to her as one that plougheth and soweth, and wait for her good fruits. For in working about her thou shalt labour a little, and shalt quickly eat of her fruits. How very unpleasant is wisdom to the unlearned, and the unwise will not continue with her. She shall be to them as a mighty stone of trial, and they will cast her from them before it be long. For the wisdom of doctrine is according to her name, and she is not manifest unto many, but with them to whom she is known, she continueth even to the sight of God. Give ear, my son, and take wise counsel, and cast not away my advice. Put thy feet into her fetters, and thy neck into her chains. Bow down thy shoulder, and bear her, and be not grieved with her bands. Come to her with all thy mind, and keep her ways with all thy power. Search for her, and she shall be made known to thee. And when thou hast gotten her, let her not go. For in the latter end thou shalt find rest in her, and she shall be turned to thy joy. Then shall her fetters be a strong defence for thee, and a firm foundation, and her chain a robe of glory. For in her is the beauty of life, and her bands are a healthful binding. Thou shalt put her on as a robe of glory, and thou shalt set her upon thee as a crown of joy. My son, if thou wilt attend to me, thou shalt learn, and if thou wilt apply thy mind, thou shalt be wise. If thou wilt incline thy ear, thou shalt receive instruction, and if thou love to hear, thou shalt be wise. Stand in the multitude of ancients that are wise, and join thyself from thy heart to their wisdom, that thou mayest hear every discourse of God, and the sayings of praise may not escape thee. And if thou see a man of understanding, Go to him early in the morning, and let thy foot wear the steps of his doors. Let thy thoughts be upon the precepts of God, and meditate continually on his commandments. And he will give thee a heart, and the desire of wisdom shall be given to thee. Chapter 7. Religious and moral duties. Do no evils, and no evils shall lay hold of thee. Depart from the unjust, and evils shall depart from thee. My son, sow not evils in the furrows of injustice, and thou shalt not reap them sevenfold. Seek not of the Lord a preeminence, nor of the king the seat of honour. Justify not thyself before God, for he knoweth the heart, and desire not to appear wise before the king. Seek not to be made a judge, unless thou have strength enough to extirpate iniquities, lest thou fear the person of the powerful, and lay a stumbling block for thy integrity. Offend not against the multitude of a city, neither cast thyself in upon the people, nor bind sin to sin, for even in one thou shalt not be unpunished. Be not faint-hearted in thy mind, neglect not to pray and to give alms. Say not, God will have respect to the multitude of my gifts, and when I offer to the Most High God, he will accept my offerings. Laugh no man to scorn in the bitterness of his soul, for there is one that humbleth and exalteth, God who seeth all. Devise not a lie against thy brother, neither do the like against thy friend. Be not willing to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good. Be not full of words in a multitude of ancients, and repeat not the word in thy prayer. Hate not laborious works, nor husbandry ordained by the Most High. Number not thyself among the multitude of the disorderly. Remember wrath, for it will not tarry long. Humble thy spirit very much, for the vengeance on the flesh of the ungodly is fire and worms. Do not transgress against thy friend, deferring money, nor despise thy dear brother for the sake of gold. Depart not from a wise and good wife, whom thou hast gotten in the fear of the Lord, for the grace of her modesty is above gold. Hurt not the servant that worketh faithfully, nor the hired man that giveth thee his life. Let a wise servant be dear to thee as thy own soul. Defraud him not of liberty, nor leave him needy. Hast thou cattle? Have an eye to them, and if they be for thy profit, keep them with thee. Hast thou children? Instruct them, and bow down their neck from their childhood. Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body. Marry thy daughter well, and thou shalt do a great work, and give her to a wise man. If thou hast a wife according to thy soul, cast her not off, and to her that is hateful trust not thyself. With thy whole heart honour thy father, and forget not the groanings of thy mother. Remember that thou hadst not been born but through them, and make a return to them as they have done for thee. With all thy soul fear the Lord, and reverence his priests. With all thy strength love him that made thee, and forsake not his ministers. Honour God with all thy soul, and give honour to the priests, and purify thyself with thy alms. Give them their portion, as it is commanded thee, of the first fruits and of purifications. And for thy negligences purify thyself with a few. Offer to the Lord the gift of thy shoulders, and the sacrifice of sanctification, and the first fruits of the holy things. And stretch out thy hand to the poor, that thy expiation and thy blessing may be perfected. A gift hath grace in the sight of all the living, and restrain not grace from the dead. Be not wanting in comforting them that weep, and walk with them that mourn. Be not slow to visit the sick, for by these things thou shalt be confirmed in love. In all thy works remember thy last end, and thou shalt never sin. Chapter 8. Other lessons of wisdom and virtue. Strive not with a powerful man, lest thou fall into his hands. Contend not with a rich man, lest he bring an action against thee. For gold and silver hath destroyed many, and hath reached even to the heart of kings, and perverted them. Strive not with a man that is full of tongue, and heap not wood upon his fire. Communicate not with an ignorant man, lest he speak ill of thy family. Despise not a man that turneth away from sin, nor reproach him therewith. Remember that we are all worthy of reproof. Despise not a man in his old age, for we also shall become old. Rejoice not at the death of thy enemy, knowing that we all die, and are not willing that others should rejoice at our death. Despise not the discourse of them that are ancient and wise, but acquaint thyself with their proverbs. For of them thou shalt learn wisdom, and instruction of understanding, and to serve great men without blame. Let not the discourse of the ancients escape thee, for they have learned of their fathers. For of them thou shalt learn understanding, and to give an answer in time of need. Kindle not the coals of sinners by rebuking them, lest thou be burnt with the flame of the fire of their sins. Stand not against the face of an injurious person, lest he sit as a spy to entrap thee in thy words. Lend not to a man that is mightier than thyself, and if thou lendest, count it as lost. Be not surety above thy power, and if thou be surety, think as if thou wert to pay it. Judge not against a judge, for he judgeth according to that which is just. Go not on the way with a bold man, lest he burden thee with his evils, for he goeth according to his own will, and thou shalt perish together with his folly. Quarrel not with a passionate man, and go not into the desert with a bold man, for blood is as nothing in his sight, and where there is no help he will overthrow thee. Advise not with fools, for they cannot love but such things as please them. Before a stranger do no matter of counsel, for thou knowest not what he will bring forth. Open not thy heart to every man, lest he repay thee with an evil turn, and speak reproachfully to thee. Chapter 9. Cautions with regard to women and dangerous conversations. Be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom, lest she show in thy regard the malice of a wicked lesson. Give not the power of thy soul to a woman, lest she enter upon thy strength, and thou be confounded. Look not upon a woman that hath a mind for many, lest thou fall into her snares. Use not much the company of her that is a dancer, and hearken not to her, lest thou perish by the force of her charms. Gaze not upon a maiden, lest her beauty be a stumbling block to thee. Give not thy soul to harlots in any point, lest thou destroy thyself and thy inheritance. Look not round about thee in the ways of the city, nor wander up and down in the streets thereof. Turn away thy face from a woman dressed up, and gaze not about upon another's beauty. For many have perished by the beauty of a woman, and hereby lust is enkindled as a fire. Every woman that is a harlot shall be trodden upon as dung in the way. Many, by admiring the beauty of another man's wife, have become reprobate, for her conversation burneth as fire. Sit not at all with another man's wife, nor repose upon the bed with her, and strive not with her over wine, lest thy heart decline towards her, and by thy blood thou fall into destruction. Forsake not an old friend, for the new will not be like to him. A new friend is as new wine, it shall grow old, and thou shalt drink it with pleasure. Envy not the glory and riches of a sinner, for thou knowest not what his ruin shall be. Be not pleased with the wrong done by the unjust, knowing that even to hell the wicked shall not please. Keep thee far from the man that hath power to kill, so thou shalt not suspect the fear of death. And if thou come to him, commit no fault, lest he take away thy life. Know it to be a communication with death, for thou art going in the midst of snares, and walking upon the arms of them that are grieved. According to thy power, beware of thy neighbour, and treat with the wise and prudent. Let just men be thy guests, and let thy glory be in the fear of God. And let the thought of God be in thy mind, and all thy discourse on the commandments of the highest. Works shall be praised for the hand of the artificers, and the prince of the people for the wisdom of his speech, but the word of the ancients for the sense. A man full of tongue is terrible in his city, and he that is rash in his word shall be hateful. Chapter 10. The virtues and vices of men in power, the great evil of pride. A wise judge shall judge his people, and the government of a prudent man shall be steady. As the judge of the people is himself, so also are his ministers. And what manner of man the ruler of a city is, such also are they that dwell therein. An unwise king shall be the ruin of his people, and cities shall be inhabited through the prudence of the rulers. The power of the earth is in the hand of God, and in his time he will raise up a profitable ruler over it. The prosperity of man is in the hand of God, and upon the person of the scribe he shall lay his honour. Remember not any injury done thee by thy neighbour, and do thou nothing by deeds of injury. Pride is hateful before God and men, and all iniquity of nations is execrable. A kingdom is translated from one people to another because of injustices and wrongs and injuries and divers deceits. But nothing is more wicked than the covetous man. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than to love money, for such a one setteth even his own soul to sale, because while he liveth he hath cast away his bowels. All power is of short life. A long sickness is troublesome to the physician. The physician cutteth off a short sickness. So also a king is today, and tomorrow he shall die. For when a man shall die, he shall inherit serpents, and beasts, and worms. The beginning of the pride of man is to fall off from God, because his heart is departed from him that made him. For pride is the beginning of all sin. He that holdeth it shall be filled with maledictions, and it shall ruin him in the end. Therefore hath the Lord disgraced the assemblies of the wicked, and hath utterly destroyed them. God hath overturned the thrones of proud princes, and hath set up the meek in their stead. God hath made the roots of proud nations to wither, and hath planted the humble of these nations. The Lord hath overthrown the lands of the Gentiles, and hath destroyed them even to the foundation. He hath made some of them to wither away, and hath destroyed them, and hath made the memory of them to cease from the earth. God hath abolished the memory of the proud, and hath preserved the memory of them that are humble in mind. Pride was not made for men, nor wrath for the race of women. That seed of men shall be honoured, which feareth God, but that seed shall be dishonoured, which transgresseth the commandments of the Lord. In the midst of brethren their chief is honourable, so shall they that fear the Lord be in his eyes. The fear of God is the glory of the rich, and of the honourable, and of the poor. Despise not a just man that is poor, and do not magnify a sinful man that is rich. The great man and the judge, and the mighty is in honour, and there is none greater than he that feareth God. They that are free shall serve a servant that is wise, and a man that is prudent and well instructed will not murmur when he is reproved, and he that is ignorant shall not be honoured. Extol not thyself in doing thy work, and linger not in the time of distress. Better is he that laboureth, and aboundeth in all things, than he that boasteth himself, and wanteth bread. My son, keep thy soul in meekness, and give it honour according to its desert. Who will justify him that sinneth against his own soul? And who will honour him that dishonoureth his own soul? The poor man is glorified by his discipline and fear, and there is a man that is honoured for his wealth. But he that is glorified in poverty, how much more in wealth? And he that is glorified in wealth, let him fear poverty. Chapter 11. Lessons of humility and moderation in all things. The wisdom of the humble shall exalt his head, and shall make him sit in the midst of great men. Praise not a man for his beauty, neither despise a man for his look. The bee is small among flying things, but her fruit hath the chiefest sweetness. Glory not in apparel at any time, and be not exalted in the day of thy honour. For the works of the highest only are wonderful, and his works are glorious, and secret, and hidden. Many tyrants have sat on the throne, and he whom no man would think on hath worn the crown. Many mighty men have been greatly brought down, and the glorious have been delivered into the hand of others. Before thou inquire, blame no man, and when thou hast inquired, reprove justly. Before thou hear, answer not a word, and interrupt not others in the midst of their discourse. Strive not in a matter which doth not concern thee, and sit not in judgment with sinners. My son, meddle not with many matters, and if thou be rich, thou shalt not be free from sin. For if thou pursue after, thou shalt not overtake, and if thou run before, thou shalt not escape. There is an ungodly man that laboureth, and maketh haste, and is in sorrow, and is so much the more in want. Again, there is an inactive man that wanteth help, is very weak in ability, and full of poverty. Yet the eye of God hath looked upon him for good, and hath lifted him up from his low estate, and hath exalted his head. And many have wondered at him, and have glorified God. Good things and evil, life and death, poverty and riches are from God. Wisdom and discipline, and the knowledge of the law are with God. Love and the ways of good things are with him. Error and darkness are created with sinners, and they that glory in evil things grow old in evil. The gift of God abideth with the just, and his advancement shall have success for ever. There is one that is enriched by living sparingly, and this is the portion of his reward. In that he saith, I have found me rest, and now I will eat of my goods alone. And he knoweth not what time shall pass, and that death approacheth, and that he must leave all to others, and shall die. Be steadfast in thy covenant, and be conversant therein, and grow old in the work of thy commandments. Abide not in the works of sinners, but trust in God, and stay in thy place. For it is easy in the eyes of God on a sudden to make the poor man rich. The blessing of God maketh haste to reward the just, and in a swift hour his blessing beareth fruit. Say not, What need I, and what good shall I have by this? Say not, I am sufficient for myself, and what shall I be made worse by this? In the day of good things be not unmindful of evils, and in the day of evils be not unmindful of good things. For it is easy before God in the day of death to reward everyone according to his ways. The affliction of an hour maketh one forget great delights, and in the end of a man is the disclosing of his works. Praise not any man before death, for a man is known by his children. Bring not every man into thy house, for many are the snares of the deceitful. For as corrupted bowels send forth stinking breath, and as the partridge is brought into the cage, and as the roe into the snare, so also is the heart of the proud, and as a spy that looketh on the fall of his neighbour. For he lieth in wait, and turneth good into evil, and on the elect he will lay a blot. Of one spark cometh a great fire, and of one deceitful man much blood, and a sinful man lieth in wait for blood. Take heed to thyself of a mischievous man, for he worketh evils, lest he bring upon thee reproach for ever. Receive a stranger in, and he shall overthrow thee with a whirlwind, and shall turn thee out of thy own. Chapter 12. We are to be liberal to the just, and not to trust the wicked. If thou do good, know to whom thou dost it, and there shall be much thanks for thy good deeds. Do good to the just, and thou shalt find great recompense, and if not of him, assuredly of the Lord. For there is no good for him that is always occupied in evil, and that giveth no alms. For the highest hateth sinners, and hath mercy on the penitent. Give to the merciful, and uphold not the sinner. God will repay vengeance to the ungodly and to sinners, and keep them against the day of vengeance. Give to the good, and receive not a sinner. Do good to the humble, and give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, and give it not to him, lest thereby he overmaster thee. For thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done to him. For the highest also hateth sinners, and will repay vengeance to the ungodly. A friend shall not be known in prosperity, and an enemy shall not be hidden in adversity. In the prosperity of a man his enemies are grieved, and a friend is known in his adversity. Never trust thy enemy, for as a brass pot his wickedness rusteth. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. Set him not by thee, neither let him sit on thy right hand, lest he turn into thy place, and seek to take thy seat, and at the last thou acknowledge my words, and be pricked with my sayings. Who will pity an enchanter struck by a serpent, or any that come near wild beasts? So is it with him that keepeth company with a wicked man, and is involved in his sins. For an hour he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to decline, he will not endure it. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he lieth in wait to throw thee into a pit. An enemy weepeth with his eyes, but if he find an opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. And if evils come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. An enemy hath tears in his eyes, and while he pretendeth to help thee, will undermine thy feet. He will shake his head, and clap his hands, and whisper much, and change his countenance. Chapter 13. Cautions in the choice of company. He that toucheth pitch shall be defiled with it, and he that hath fellowship with the proud shall put on pride. He shall take a burden upon him that hath fellowship with one more honourable than himself, and have no fellowship with one that is richer than thyself. What agreement shall the earthen pot have with the kettle? For if they knock one against the other, it shall be broken. The rich man hath done wrong, and yet he will fume. But the poor is wronged, and must hold his peace. If thou give, he will make use of thee, and if thou have nothing, he will forsake thee. If thou have anything, he will live with thee, and will make thee bear, and he will not be sorry for thee. If he have need of thee, he will deceive thee, and smiling upon thee, will put thee in hope. He will speak thee fair, and will say, What wantest thou? And he will shame thee by his meats, till he have drawn thee dry twice or thrice, and at last he will laugh at thee. And afterward, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee, and shake his head at thee. Humble thyself to God, and wait for his hands. Beware that thou be not deceived into folly, and be humbled. Be not lowly in thy wisdom, lest being humbled thou be deceived into folly. If thou be invited by one that is mightier, withdraw thyself, for so he will invite thee the more. Be not troublesome to him, lest thou be put back, and keep not far from him, lest thou be forgotten. Affect not to speak with him as an equal, and believe not his many words, for by much talk he will sift thee, and smiling will examine thee concerning thy secrets. His cruel mind will lay up thy words, and he will not spare to do thee hurt, and to cast thee into prison. Take heed to thyself, and attend diligently to what thou hearest, for thou walkest in danger of thy ruin. When thou hearest those things, see as it were in sleep, and thou shalt awake. Love God all thy life, and call upon him for thy salvation. Every beast loveth its like, so also every man him that is nearest to himself. All flesh shall consort with the like to itself, and every man shall associate himself to his like. If the wolf shall at any time have fellowship with the lamb, so the sinner with the just. What fellowship hath a holy man with a dog, or what part hath the rich with the poor? The wild ass is the lion's prey in the desert, so also the poor are devoured by the rich. And as humility is an abomination to the proud, so also the rich man abhorreth the poor. When a rich man is shaken, he is kept up by his friends, but when a poor man is fallen down, he is thrust away even by his acquaintance. When a rich man hath been deceived, he hath many helpers. He hath spoken proud things, and they have justified him. The poor man was deceived, and he is rebuked also. He hath spoken wisely, and could have no place. The rich man spoke, and all held their peace, and what he said they extol even to the clouds. The poor man spoke, and they say, Who is this? And if he stumble, they will overthrow him. Riches are good to him that hath no sin in his conscience, and poverty is very wicked in the mouth of the ungodly. The heart of a man changeth his countenance, either for good or for evil. The token of a good heart and a good countenance thou shalt hardly find, and with labour. Chapter 14. The evil of avarice. Works of mercy are recommended, and the love of wisdom. Blessed is the man that hath not slipped by a word out of his mouth, and is not pricked with the remorse of sin. Happy is he that hath had no sadness of his mind, and who is not fallen from his hope. Riches are not comely for a covetous man and a frugal. And what should an envious man do with gold? He that gathereth together by wronging his own soul, gathereth for others, and another will squander away his goods in rioting. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? And he shall not take pleasure in his goods. There is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is the reward of his wickedness. And if he do good, he doth it ignorantly and unwillingly, and at the last he discovereth his wickedness. The eye of the envious is wicked, and he turneth away his face, and despiseth his own soul. The eye of the covetous man is insatiable in his portion of iniquity. He will not be satisfied till he consume his own soul, drying it up. An evil eye is towards evil things, and he shall not have his fill of bread, but shall be needy and pensive at his own table. My son, if thou have anything, do good to thyself, and offer to God worthy offerings. Remember that death is not slow, and that the covenant of hell hath been shown to thee. For the covenant of this world shall surely die. Do good to thy friend before thou die, and according to thy ability, stretching out thy hand, give to the poor. Defraud not thyself of the good day, and let not the part of a good gift overpass thee. Shalt thou not leave to others to divide by lot thy sorrows and labours? Give and take, and justify thy soul. Before thy death work justice, for in hell there is no finding food. All flesh shall fade as grass, and as the leaf that springeth out on a green tree. Some grow, and some fall off. So is the generation of flesh and blood. One cometh to an end, and another is born. Every work that is corruptible shall fail in the end, and the worker thereof shall go with it. And every excellent work shall be justified, and the worker thereof shall be honoured therein. Blessed is the man that shall continue in wisdom, and that shall meditate in his justice, and in his mind shall think of the all-seeing eye of God. He that considereth her ways in his heart, and hath understanding in her secrets, who goeth after her as one that traceth, and stayeth in her ways. He who looketh in at her windows, and hearkeneth at her door. He that lodgeth near her house, and fastening a pin in her walls, shall set up his tent nigh unto her, where good things shall rest in his lodging for ever. He shall set his children under her shelter, and shall lodge under her branches. He shall be protected under her covering from the heat, and shall rest in her glory. Chapter 15. Wisdom embraceth them that fear God. God is not the author of sin. He that feareth God will do good, and he that possesseth justice shall lay hold on her, and she will meet him as an honourable mother, and will receive him as a wife married of a virgin. With the bread of life and understanding she shall feed him, and give him the water of wholesome wisdom to drink. And she shall be made strong in him, and he shall not be moved. And she shall hold him fast, and he shall not be confounded. And she shall exalt him among his neighbours. And in the midst of the church she shall open his mouth, and shall fill him with the spirit of wisdom and understanding, and shall clothe him with a robe of glory. She shall heap upon him a treasure of joy and gladness, and shall cause him to inherit an everlasting name. But foolish men shall not obtain her, and wise men shall meet her. Foolish men shall not see her, for she is far from pride and deceit. Lying men shall not be mindful of her, but men that speak truth shall be found with her, and shall advance, even till they come to the sight of God. Praise is not seemly in the mouth of a sinner, for wisdom came forth from God. For praise shall be with the wisdom of God, and shall abound in a faithful mouth, and the sovereign Lord will give praise unto it. Say not, it is through God that she is not with me, for do not thou the things that he hateth. Say not, he hath caused me to err, for he hath no need of wicked men. The Lord hateth all abomination of error, and they that fear him shall not love it. God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. He added his commandments and precepts. If thou wilt keep the commandments, and perform acceptable fidelity for ever, they shall preserve thee. He hath set water and fire before thee. Stretch forth thy hand to which thou wilt. Before man is life and death, good and evil. That which he shall choose shall be given him. For the wisdom of God is great, and he is strong in power, seeing all men without ceasing. The eyes of the Lord are towards them that fear him, and he knoweth all the work of man. He hath commanded no man to do wickedly, and he hath given no man license to sin. For he desireth not a multitude of faithless and unprofitable children. Chapter 16. It is better to have none than many wicked children, of the justice and mercy of God. His ways are unsearchable. Rejoice not in ungodly children, if they be multiplied, neither be delighted in them, if the fear of God be not with them. Trust not to their life, and respect not their labours. For better is one that feareth God than 1,000 ungodly children, and it is better to die without children than to leave ungodly children. By one that is wise a country shall be inhabited, the tribe of the ungodly shall become desolate. Many such things hath my eyes seen, and greater things than these my ear hath heard. In the congregation of sinners a fire shall be kindled, and in an unbelieving nation wrath shall flame out. The ancient giants did not obtain pardon for their sins, who were destroyed trusting to their own strength. And he spared not the place where Lot sojourned, but abhorred them for the pride of their word. He had not pity on them, destroying the whole nation that extolled themselves in their sins. So did he with the 600,000 footmen, who were gathered together in the hardness of their heart. And if one had been stiff-necked, it is a wonder if he had escaped unpunished. For mercy and wrath are with him. He is mighty to forgive and to pour out indignation. According as his mercy is, so his correction judgeth a man according to his works. The sinner shall not escape in his rapines, and the patience of him that showeth mercy shall not be put off. All mercy shall make a place for every man according to the merit of his works, and according to the wisdom of his sojournment. Say not, I shall be hidden from God, and who shall remember me from on high? In such a multitude I shall not be known. For what is my soul in such an immense creation? Behold the heaven and the heavens of heavens, the deep and all the earth, and the things that are in them shall be moved in his sight, the mountains also, and the hills, and the foundations of the earth. When God shall look upon them, they shall be shaken with trembling. And in all these things the heart is senseless, and every heart is understood by him. And his ways who shall understand, and the storm which no eye of man see? For many of his works are hidden, but the works of his justice who shall declare, or who shall endure? For the testament is far from some, and the examination of all is in the end. He that wanteth understanding thinketh vain things, and the foolish and erring man thinketh foolish things. Hearken to me, my son, and learn the discipline of understanding, and attend to my words in thy heart. And I will show forth good doctrine in equity, and will seek to declare wisdom. And attend to my words in thy heart, whilst with equity of spirit I tell thee the virtues that God hath put upon his works from the beginning, and I show forth in truth his knowledge. The works of God are done in judgment from the beginning, and from the making of them he distinguished their parts, and their beginnings in their generations. He beautified their works for ever. They have neither hungered nor laboured, and they have not ceased from their works. Nor shall any of them straiten his neighbour at any time. Be not thou incredulous to his word. After this God looked upon the earth, and filled it with his goods. The soul of every living thing hath shone forth before the face thereof, and into it they return again. Chapter 17. the creation and favour of God to man, an exhortation to turn to God. God created man of the earth and made him after his own image, and he turned him into it again and clothed him with strength according to himself. He gave him the number of his days and time, and gave him power over all things that are upon the earth. He put the fear of him upon all flesh, and he had dominion over beasts and fowls. He created of him a helpmate like to himself. He gave them counsel, and a tongue, and eyes, and ears, and a heart to devise, and he filled them with the knowledge of understanding. He created in them the science of the Spirit. He filled their heart with wisdom, and showed them both good and evil. He set his eye upon their hearts to show them the greatness of his works, that they might praise the name which he hath sanctified, and glory in his wondrous acts, that they might declare the glorious things of his works. Moreover, he gave them instructions and the law of life for an inheritance. He made an everlasting covenant with them, and he showed them his justice and judgments. And their eye saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice, and he said to them, Beware of all iniquity. And he gave to every one of them commandment concerning his neighbour. Their ways are always before him, they are not hidden from his eyes. Over every nation he set a ruler. And Israel was made the manifest portion of God. And all their works are as the sun in the sight of God, and his eyes are continually upon their ways. Their covenants were not hid by their iniquity, and all their iniquities are in the sight of God. The arms of a man is as a signet with him, and shall preserve the grace of a man as the apple of the eye. And afterward he shall rise up, and shall render them their reward, to every one upon their own head, and shall turn them down into the bowels of the earth. But to the penitent he hath given the way of justice, and he hath strengthened them that were fainting in patience, and hath appointed to them the lot of truth. Turn to the Lord, and forsake thy sins. Make thy prayer before the face of the Lord, and offend less. Return to the Lord, and turn away from thy injustice, and greatly hate abomination. And know the justices and judgments of God, and stand firm in the lot set before thee, and in prayer to the Most High God. Go to the side of the holy age with them that live, and give praise to God. Tarry not in the error of the ungodly, give glory before death. Praise perisheth from the dead as nothing. Give thanks whilst thou art living. Whilst thou art alive and in health, thou shalt give thanks, and shalt praise God, and shalt glory in his mercies. How great is the mercy of the Lord, and his forgiveness to them that turn to him. For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal, and they are delighted with the vanity of evil. What is brighter than the sun? Yet it shall be eclipsed. Or what is more wicked than that which flesh and blood hath invented? And this shall be reproved. He beholdeth the power of the height of heaven, and all men are earth and ashes. Chapter 18. God's works are wonderful. We must serve him, and not our lusts. He that liveth for ever created all things together. God only shall be justified, and he remaineth an invincible king for ever. Who is able to declare his works? For who shall search out his glorious acts? And who shall show forth the power of his majesty? Or who shall be able to declare his mercy? Nothing may be taken away, nor added, neither is it possible to find out the glorious works of God. When a man hath done, then shall he begin, and when he leaveth off, he shall be at a loss. What is a man, and what is his grace, and what is his good, or what is his evil? Not equal to the number of the days of men, at the most are 100 years. As a drop of water of the sea are they esteemed, and as a pebble of the sand, so are a few years compared to eternity. Therefore God is patient in them, and poureth forth his mercy upon them. He hath seen the presumption of their heart, that it is wicked, and hath known their end, that it is evil. Therefore hath he filled up his mercy in their favour, and hath shown them the way of justice. The compassion of man is toward his neighbour, but the mercy of God is upon all flesh. He hath mercy, and teacheth, and correcteth, as a shepherd doth his flock. He hath mercy on him that receiveth the discipline of mercy, and that maketh haste in his judgments. My son, in thy good deeds make no complaint, and when thou givest anything, add not grief by an evil word. Shall not the dew assuage the heat? So also the good word is better than the gift. Lo, is not a word better than a gift? But both are with a justified man. A fool will upbraid bitterly, and a gift of one ill-taught consumeth the eyes. Before judgment prepare thee justice, and learn before thou speak. Before sickness take a medicine, and before judgment examine thyself, and thou shalt find mercy in the sight of God. Humble thyself before thou art sick, and in the time of sickness show thy conversation. Let nothing hinder thee from praying always, and be not afraid to be justified even to death, for the reward of God continueth for ever. Before prayer prepare thy soul, and be not as a man that tempteth God. Remember the wrath that shall be at the last day, and the time of repaying, when he shall turn away his face. Remember poverty in the time of abundance, and the necessities of poverty in the day of riches. From the morning until the evening the time shall be changed, and all these are swift in the eyes of God. A wise man will fear in everything, and in the days of sins will beware of sloth. Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom, and will give praise to him that findeth her. They that were of good understanding in words have also done wisely themselves, and have understood truth and justice, and have poured forth proverbs and judgments. Go not after thy lusts, but turn away from thy own will. If thou give to thy soul her desires, she will make thee a joy to thy enemies. Take no pleasure in riotous assemblies, be they ever so small, for their consultation is continual. Make not thyself poor by borrowing to contribute to feasts, when thou hast nothing in thy purse, for thou shalt be an enemy to thy own life. Chapter 19. Admonition against sundry vices. A workman that is a drunkard shall not be rich, and he that contemneth small things shall fall by little and little. Wine and women make wise men fall off, and shall rebuke the prudent. And he that joineth himself to harlots will be wicked. Rottenness and worms shall inherit him, and he shall be lifted up for a greater example, and his soul shall be taken away out of the number. He that is hasty to give credit is light of heart, and shall be lessened, and he that sinneth against his own soul shall be despised. He that rejoiceth in iniquity shall be censured, and he that hateth chastisement shall have less life, and he that hateth babbling extinguisheth evil. He that sinneth against his own soul shall repent, and he that is delighted with wickedness shall be condemned. Rehearse not again a wicked and harsh word, and thou shalt not fare the worse. Tell not thy mind to friend or foe, and if there be a sin with thee, disclose it not. For he will hearken to thee, and will watch thee, and as it were defending thy sin, he will hate thee, and so will he be with thee always. Hast thou heard a word against thy neighbour? Let it die within thee, trusting that it will not burst thee. At the hearing of a word the fool is in travail, as a woman groaning in the bringing forth a child. As an arrow that sticketh in a man's thigh, so is a word in the heart of a fool. Reprove a friend, lest he may not have understood, and say, I did it not, or if he did it, that he may do it no more. Reprove thy neighbour, for it may be he hath not said it, and if he hath said it, that he may not say it again. Admonish thy friend, for there is often a fault committed, and believe not every word. There is one that slippeth with the tongue, but not from his heart. For who is there that hath not offended with his tongue? Admonish thy neighbour before thou threaten him, and give place to the fear of the Most High, for the fear of God is all wisdom, and therein is to fear God, and the disposition of the law is in all wisdom. But the learning of wickedness is not wisdom, and the device of sinners is not prudence. There is a subtle wickedness, and the same is detestable, and there is a man that is foolish, wanting in wisdom. Better is a man that hath less wisdom, and wanteth understanding with the fear of God, than he that aboundeth in understanding, and transgresseth the law of the Most High. There is an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust, and there is one that uttereth an exact word, telling the truth. There is one that humbleth himself wickedly, and his interior is full of deceit. And there is one that submitteth himself exceedingly, with a great lowliness. And there is one that casteth down his countenance, and maketh as if he did not see that which is unknown. And if he be hindered from sinning for want of power, if he shall find opportunity to do evil, he will do it. A man is known by his look, and a wise man, when thou meetest him, is known by his countenance. The attire of the body, and the laughter of the teeth, and the gait of the man, show what he is. There is a lying rebuke in the anger of an injurious man, and there is a judgment that is not allowed to be good, and there is one that holdeth his peace. He is wise. Chapter 20. Rules with regard to correction, discretion, and avoiding lies. How much better is it to reprove than to be angry, and not to hinder him that confesseth in prayer? The lust of an eunuch shall devour a young maiden, so is he that by violence executeth unjust judgment. How good is it, when thou art reproved, to show repentance? For so thou shalt escape wilful sin. There is one that holdeth his peace, that is found wise, and there is another that is hateful, that is bold in speech. There is one that holdeth his peace, because he knoweth not what to say, and there is another that holdeth his peace, knowing the proper time. A wise man will hold his peace till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. He that useth many words shall hurt his own soul, and he that taketh authority to himself unjustly shall be hated. There is success in evil things to a man without discipline, and there is a finding that turneth to loss. There is a gift that is not profitable, and there is a gift, the recompense of which is double. There is an abasement because of glory, and there is one that shall lift up his head from a low estate. There is that buyeth much for a small price, and restoreth the same sevenfold. A man wise in words shall make himself beloved, but the graces of fools shall be poured out. The gift of the fool shall do thee no good, for his eyes are sevenfold. He will give a few things, and upbraid much, and the opening of his mouth is the kindling of a fire. Today a man lendeth, And tomorrow he asked it again. Such a man as this is hateful. A fool shall have no friend, and there shall be no thanks for his good deeds. For they that eat his bread are of a false tongue. How often and how many will laugh him to scorn? For he doth not distribute with right understanding that which was to be had. In like manner also that which was not to be had. The slipping of a false tongue is as one that falleth on the pavement, so the fall of the wicked shall come speedily. A man without grace is as a vain fable, it shall be continually in the mouth of the unwise. A parable coming out of a fool's mouth shall be rejected, for he doth not speak it in due season. There is that is hindered from sinning through want, and in his rest he shall be pricked. There is that will destroy his own soul through shamefacedness, and by occasion of an unwise person he will destroy it, and by respect of person he will destroy himself. There is that for bashfulness promiseth to his friend, and maketh him his enemy for nothing. A lie is a foul blot in a man, and yet it will be continually in the mouth of men without discipline. A thief is better than a man that is always lying, but both of them shall inherit destruction. The manners of lying men are without honour, and their confusion is with them without ceasing. A wise man shall advance himself with his words, and a prudent man shall please the great ones. He that tilleth his land shall make a high heap of corn, and he that worketh justice shall be exalted, and he that pleaseth great men shall escape iniquity. Presents and gifts blind the eyes of judges, and make them dumb in the mouth, so that they cannot correct. Wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is not seen, what profit is there in them both? Better is he that hideth his folly, than the man that hideth his wisdom. Chapter 21. Cautions against sin in general, and some sins in particular. My son, hast thou sinned? Do so no more, but for thy former sins also pray, that they may be forgiven thee. Flee from sins as from the face of a serpent, for if thou comest near them, they will take hold of thee. The teeth thereof are the teeth of a lion, killing the souls of men. All iniquity is like a two-edged sword. There is no remedy for the wound thereof. Injuries and wrongs will waste riches, and the house that is very rich shall be brought to nothing by pride. So the substance of the proud shall be rooted out. The prayer out of the mouth of the poor shall reach the ears of God, and judgment shall come for him speedily. He that hateth to be reproved walketh in the trace of a sinner, and he that feareth God will turn to his own heart. He that is mighty by a bold tongue is known afar off, but a wise man knoweth to slip by him. He that buildeth his house at other men's charges is as he that gathereth himself stones to build in the winter. The congregation of sinners is like tow heaped together, and the end of them is a flame of fire. The way of sinners is made plain with stones, and in their end is hell, and darkness, and pains. He that keepeth justice shall get the understanding thereof. The perfection of the fear of God is wisdom and understanding. He that is not wise in good will not be taught. But there is a wisdom that aboundeth in evil, and there is no understanding where there is bitterness. The knowledge of a wise man shall abound like a flood, and his counsel continueth like a fountain of life. The heart of a fool is like a broken vessel, and no wisdom at all shall it hold. A man of sense will praise every wise word he shall hear, and will apply it to himself. The luxurious man hath heard it, and it shall displease him, and he will cast it behind his back. The talking of a fool is like a burden in the way, but in the lips of the wise grace shall be found. The mouth of the prudent is sought after in the church, and they will think upon his words in their hearts. As a house that is destroyed, so is wisdom to a fool, and the knowledge of the unwise is as words without sense. Doctrine to a fool is as fetters on the feet, and like manacles on the right hand. A fool lifteth up his voice in laughter, but a wise man will scarce laugh low to himself. Learning to the prudent is as an ornament of gold, and like a bracelet upon his right arm. The foot of a fool is soon in his neighbour's house, but a man of experience will be abashed at the person of the mighty. A fool will peep through the window into the house, but he that is well taught will stand without. It is the folly of a man to hearken at the door, and a wise man will be grieved with the disgrace. The lips of the unwise will be telling foolish things, but the words of the wise shall be weighed in a balance. The heart of fools is in their mouth, and the mouth of wise men is in their heart. While the ungodly curseth the devil, he curseth his own soul. The talebearer shall defile his own soul, and shall be hated by all, and he that shall abide with him shall be hateful. The silent and wise man shall be honoured. Chapter 22. Wise sayings on divers subjects. The sluggard is pelted with a dirty stone, and all men will speak of his disgrace. The sluggard is pelted with the dung of oxen, and every one that toucheth him will shake his hands. A son ill taught is the confusion of the father, and a foolish daughter shall be to his loss. A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband, but she that confoundeth becometh a disgrace to her father. She that is bold shameth both her father and husband, and will not be inferior to the ungodly, and shall be disgraced by them both. A tale out of time is like music in mourning, but the stripes and instruction of wisdom are never out of time. He that teacheth a fool is like one that glueth a potsherd together. He that telleth a word to him that heareth not is like one that waketh a man out of a deep sleep. He speaketh with one that is asleep, who uttereth wisdom to a fool. And in the end of the discourse he saith, Who is this? Weep for the dead, for his light hath failed, and weep for the fool, for his understanding faileth. Weep but a little for the dead, for he is at rest. For the wicked life of a wicked fool is worse than death. The mourning for the dead is 7 days, but for a fool and an ungodly man all the days of their life. Talk not much with a fool, and go not with him that hath no sense. Keep thyself from him, that thou mayest not have trouble, and thou shalt not be defiled with his sin. Turn away from him, and thou shalt find rest, and shalt not be wearied out with his folly. What is heavier than lead? And what other name hath he but fool? Sand and salt, and a mass of iron is easier to bear than a man without sense, that is both foolish and wicked. A frame of wood bound together in the foundation of a building shall not be loosed, so neither shall the heart that is established by advised counsel. The thought of him that is wise at all times shall not be depraved by fear. As pails set in high places, and plasterings made without cost, will not stand against the face of the wind, so also a fearful heart in the imagination of a fool shall not resist against the violence of fear. As a fearful heart in the thought of a fool at all times will not fear, so neither shall he that continueth always in the commandments of God. He that pricketh the eye bringeth out tears, and he that pricketh the heart bringeth forth resentment. He that flingeth a stone at birds shall drive them away, so he that upbraideth his friend breaketh friendship. Although thou hast drawn a sword at a friend, despair not, for there may be a returning. To a friend, if thou hast opened a sad mouth, fear not, for there may be a reconciliation, except upbraiding, and reproach, and pride, and disclosing of secrets, or a treacherous wound. For in all these cases a friend will flee away. Keep fidelity with a friend in his poverty, that in his prosperity also thou mayst rejoice. In the time of his trouble continue faithful to him, that thou mayest also be heir with him in his inheritance. As the vapour of a chimney, and the smoke of the fire goeth up before the fire, so also injurious words and reproaches and threats before blood. I will not be ashamed to salute a friend, neither will I hide myself from his face. And if any evil happen to me by him, I will bear it. But every one that shall hear it will beware of him. Who will set a guard before my mouth, and a sure seal upon my lips, that I fall not by them, and that my tongue destroy me not. Chapter 23. A prayer for grace to flee sin. Cautions against profane swearing and other vices. O Lord, Father, and sovereign ruler of my life, leave me not to their counsel, nor suffer me to fall by them. Who will set scourges over my thoughts, and the discipline of wisdom over my heart, that they spare me not in their ignorances, and that their sins may not appear, lest my ignorance increase, and my offences be multiplied, and my sins abound, and I fall before my adversaries, and my enemy rejoice over me. O Lord, Father, and God of my life, leave me not to their devices. Give me not haughtiness of my eyes, and turn away from me all coveting. Take from me the greediness of the belly, and let not the lusts of the flesh take hold of me, and give me not over to a shameless and foolish mind. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth, and he that will keep it shall not perish by his lips, nor be brought to fall into most wicked works. A sinner is caught in his own vanity, and the proud and the evil speakers shall fall thereby. Let not thy mouth be accustomed to swearing, for in it there are many falls. And let not the naming of God be usual in thy mouth, and meddle not with the names of saints, for thou shalt not escape free from them. For as a slave daily put to the question is never without a blue mark, so every one that sweareth and nameth shall not be wholly pure from sin. A man that sweareth much shall be filled with iniquity, and a scourge shall not depart from his house. And if he make it void, his sin shall be upon him. And if he dissemble it, he offendeth double. And if he swear in vain, he shall not be justified, for his house shall be filled with his punishment. There is also another speech opposite to death. Let it not be found in the inheritance of Jacob. For from the merciful all these things shall be taken away, and they shall not wallow in sins. Let not thy mouth be accustomed to indiscreet speech, for therein is the word of sin. Remember thy father and thy mother, for thou sittest in the midst of great men, lest God forget thee in their sight, and thou, by thy daily custom, be infatuated and suffer reproach, and wish that thou hadst not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity. The man that is accustomed to opprobrious words will never be corrected all the days of his life. Two sorts of men multiply sins, and the third bringeth wrath and destruction. A hot soul is a burning fire. It will never be quenched, till it devour something. And a man that is wicked in the mouth of his flesh will not leave off till he hath kindled a fire. To a man that is a fornicator, all bread is sweet, He will not be weary of sinning unto the end. Every man that passeth beyond his own bed, despising his own soul, and saying, Who seeth me? Darkness compasseth me about, and the walls cover me, and no man seeth me. Whom do I fear? The Most High will not remember my sins, and he understandeth not that his eye seeth all things. For such a man's fear driveth from him the fear of God, and the eyes of men fearing him. And he knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are far brighter than the sun, beholding round about all the ways of men, and the bottom of the deep, and looking into the hearts of men, into the most hidden parts. For all things were known to the Lord God before they were created, so also after they were perfected he beholdeth all things. This man shall be punished in the streets of the city, and he shall be chased as a colt, and where he suspected not he shall be taken. And he shall be in disgrace with all men, because he understood not the fear of the Lord. So every woman also that leaveth her husband, and bringeth in an heir by another. For first, she hath been unfaithful to the law of the Most High, and secondly, she hath offended against her husband. Thirdly, she hath fornicated in adultery, and hath gotten her children of another man. This woman shall be brought into the assembly, and inquisition shall be made of her children. Her children shall not take root, and her branches shall bring forth no fruit. She shall leave her memory to be cursed, and her infamy shall not be blotted out. And they that remain shall know that there is nothing better than the fear of God, and that there is nothing sweeter than to have regard to the commandments of the Lord. It is great glory to follow the Lord, for length of days shall be received from him. Chapter 24. Wisdom praiseth herself, her origin, her dwelling, her dignity, and her fruits. Wisdom shall praise her own self, and shall be honoured in God, and shall glory in the midst of her people, and shall open her mouth in the churches of the Most High, and shall glorify herself in the sight of his power. And in the midst of her own people she shall be exalted, and shall be admired in the holy assembly. And in the multitude of the elect she shall have praise, and among the blessed she shall be blessed, saying, I came out of the mouth of the Most High, the firstborn before all creatures. I made that in the heavens there should rise light that never faileth, and as a cloud I covered all the earth. I dwelt in the highest places, and my throne is in a pillar of a cloud. I alone have compassed the circuit of heaven, and have penetrated into the bottom of the deep, and have walked in the waves of the sea, and have stood in all the earth. And in every people, and in every nation, I have had the chief rule. And by my power I have trodden under my feet the hearts of all the high and low. And in all these I sought rest, and I shall abide in the inheritance of the Lord. Then the Creator of all things commanded, and said to me, and he that made me rested in my tabernacle. And he said to me, Let thy dwelling be in Jacob, and thy inheritance in Israel, and take root in my elect. From the beginning, and before the world, was I created, and unto the world to come I shall not cease to be, and in the holy dwelling place I have ministered before him. And so was I established in Sion, and in the holy city likewise I rested, and my power was in Jerusalem. And I took root in an honourable people, and in the portion of my God his inheritance, and my abode is in the full assembly of saints. I was exalted like a cedar in Mount Lebanon, and as a cypress tree on Mount Sion. I was exalted like a palm tree in Cades, and as a rose plant in Jericho, as a fair olive tree in the plains, and as a plane tree by the water in the streets was I exalted. I gave a sweet smell like cinnamon, an aromatical balm. I yielded a sweet odour like the best myrrh, and I perfumed my dwelling as storax and galbanum and onyx and aloes, and as the frankincense not cut, and my odour is as the purest balm. I have stretched out my branches as the turpentine tree, and my branches are of honour and grace. As the vine I have brought forth a pleasant odour, and my flowers are the fruit of honour and riches. I am the mother of fair love, and of fear, and of knowledge, and of holy hope. In me is all grace of the way and of the truth. In me is all hope of life and of virtue. Come over to me, all ye that desire me, and be filled with my fruits. For my spirit is sweet above honey, and my inheritance above honey and the honeycomb. My memory is unto everlasting generations. They that eat me shall yet hunger, and they that drink me shall yet thirst. He that hearkeneth to me shall not be confounded, and they that work by me shall not sin. They that explain me shall have life everlasting. All these things are the book of life, and the covenant of the Most High, and the knowledge of truth. Moses commanded a law in the precepts of justices, and an inheritance to the house of Jacob, and the promises to Israel. He appointed to David his servant to raise up of him a most mighty king, and sitting on the throne of glory for ever, who filleth up wisdom as the Physon, and as the Tigris in the days of the new fruits, who maketh understanding to abound as the Euphrates, who multiplieth it as the Jordan in the time of harvest, who sendeth knowledge as the light, and riseth up as Gihon in the time of the vintage, who first hath perfect knowledge of her, and a weaker shall not search her out. For her thoughts are more vast than the sea, and her counsels more deep than the great ocean. I, wisdom, have poured out rivers. I like a brook out of a river of a mighty water. I like a channel of a river, and like an aqueduct came out of paradise. I said, I will water my garden of plants, and I will water abundantly the fruits of my meadow. And behold, my brook became a great river, and my river came near to a sea. For I make doctrine to shine forth to all as the morning light, and I will declare it afar off. I will penetrate to all the lower parts of the earth, and will behold all that sleep, and will enlighten all that hope in the Lord. I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy, and will leave it to them that seek wisdom, and will not cease to instruct their offspring even to the holy age. See ye that I have not laboured for myself only, but for all that seek out the truth. Chapter 25. Documents of wisdom on several subjects. With 3 things my spirit is pleased, which are approved before God and men: the concord of brethren, and the love of neighbours, and man and wife that agree well together. 3 sorts my soul hateth, and I am greatly grieved at their life: a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, an old man that is a fool and doting. The things that thou hast not gathered in thy youth, how shalt thou find them in thy old age? Oh, how comely is judgment for a grey head, and for ancients to know counsel. Oh, how comely is wisdom for the aged, and understanding and counsel to men of honour. Much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. 9 things that are not to be imagined by the heart have I magnified, and the 10th I will utter to men with my tongue: a man that hath joy of his children, and he that liveth and seeth the fall of his enemies. Blessed is he that dwelleth with a wise woman, and that hath not slipped with his tongue. and that hath not served such as are unworthy of him. Blessed is he that findeth a true friend, and that declareth justice to an ear that heareth. How great is he that findeth wisdom and knowledge! But there is none above him that feareth the Lord. The fear of God hath set itself above all things. Blessed is the man to whom it is given to have the fear of God. He that holdeth it, to whom shall he be likened? The fear of God is the beginning of his love, and the beginning of faith is to be fast joined unto it. The sadness of the heart is every plague, and the wickedness of a woman is all evil. And a man will choose any plague, but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman, and any affliction, but the affliction from them that hate him, and any revenge, but the revenge of enemies. There is no head worse than the head of a serpent, and there is no anger above the anger of a woman. It will be more agreeable to abide with a lion and a dragon than to dwell with a wicked woman. The wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and she darkeneth her countenance as a bear, and showeth it like sackcloth. In the midst of her neighbours her husband groaned, and hearing he sighed a little. All malice is short to the malice of a woman. Let the lot of sinners fall upon her, as the climbing of a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of tongue to a quiet man. Look not upon a woman's beauty, and desire not a woman for beauty. A woman's anger and impudence and confusion is great. A woman, if she have superiority, is contrary to her husband. A wicked woman abateth the courage, and maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. Feeble hands and disjointed knees, a woman that doth not make her husband happy. From the woman came the beginning of sin, and by her we all die. Give no issue to thy water, no, not a little, nor to a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. If she walk not at thy hand, she will confound thee in the sight of thy enemies. Chapter 26. Of good and bad women. Happy is the husband of a good wife, for the number of his years is double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and shall fulfil the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion. She shall be given in the portion of them that fear God, to a man for his good deeds. Rich or poor, if his heart is good, his countenance shall be cheerful at all times. Of 3 things my heart hath been afraid, and at the 4th my face hath trembled. The accusation of a city, and the gathering together of the people, and a false calumny, all are more grievous than death. A jealous woman is the grief and mourning of the heart. With a jealous woman is a scourge of the tongue which communicateth with all. As a yoke of oxen that is moved to and fro, so also is a wicked woman. He that hath hold of her is as he that taketh hold of a scorpion. A drunken woman is a great wrath, and her reproach and shame shall not be hid. The fornication of a woman shall be known by the haughtiness of her eyes, and by her eyelids. On a daughter that turneth not away herself, set a strict watch, lest finding an opportunity she abuse herself. Take heed of the impudence of her eyes, and wonder not if she slight thee. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveller to the fountain, and will drink of every water near her, and will sit down by every hedge, and open her quiver against every arrow until she fail. The grace of a diligent woman shall delight her husband, and shall fat his bones. Her discipline is the gift of God. Such is a wise and silent woman, and there is nothing so much worth as a well-instructed soul. A holy and shamefaced woman is grace upon grace, and no price is worthy of a continent soul. As the sun when it riseth to the world in the high places of God, so is the beauty of a good wife for the ornament of her house. As the lamp shining upon the holy candlestick, so is the beauty of the face in a ripe age. As golden pillars upon bases of silver, so are the firm feet upon the soles of a steady woman. As everlasting foundations upon a solid rock, so the commandments of God in the heart of a holy woman. At two things my heart is grieved, and the third bringeth anger upon me: a man of war fainting through poverty, and a man of sense despised, and he that passeth over from justice to sin. God hath prepared such an one for the sword. Two sorts of callings have appeared to me hard and dangerous. A merchant is hardly free from negligence, and a huckster shall not be justified from the sins of the lips. Chapter 27. Dangers of sin from several heads. The fear of God is the best preservative. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Through poverty many have sinned, and he that seeketh to be enriched turneth away his eye. As a stake sticketh fast in the midst of the joining of stones, so also in the midst of selling and buying. Sin shall stick fast, sin shall be destroyed with the sinner. Unless thou hold thyself diligently in the fear of the Lord, thy house shall quickly be overthrown. As when one sifteth with a sieve, the dust will remain, so will the perplexity of a man in his thoughts. The furnace trieth the potter's vessels, and the trial of affliction just men. As the dressing of a tree showeth the fruit thereof, so a word out of the thought of the heart of man. Praise not a man before he speaketh, for this is the trial of men. If thou followest justice, thou shalt obtain her, and shalt put her on as a long robe of honour, and thou shalt dwell with her, and she shall protect thee for ever. And in the day of acknowledgment thou shalt find a strong foundation. Birds resort unto their like, so truth will return to them that practice her. The lion always lieth in wait for prey, so do sins for them that work iniquities. A holy man continueth in wisdom as the sun, but a fool is changed as the moon. In the midst of the unwise, keep in the word till its time, but be continually among men that think. The discourse of sinners is hateful, and their laughter is at the pleasures of sin. The speech that sweareth much shall make the hair of the head stand upright, and its irreverence shall make one stop his ears. In the quarrels of the proud is the shedding of blood, and their cursing is a grievous hearing. He that discloseth the secret of a friend loseth his credit, and shall never find a friend to his mind. Love thy neighbour, and be joined to him with fidelity. But if thou discover his secrets, follow no more after him. For as a man that destroyeth his friend, so also is he that destroyeth the friendship of his neighbour. And as one that letteth a bird go out of his hand, so hast thou let thy neighbour go, and thou shalt not get him again. Follow after him no more, for he is gone afar off, he is fled, as a roe escaped out of the snare, because his soul is wounded. Thou canst no more bind him up, and of a curse there is reconciliation. But to disclose the secrets of a friend leaveth no hope to an unhappy soul. He that winketh with the eye forgetteth wicked things, and no man will cast him off. In the sight of thy eyes he will sweeten his mouth, and will admire thy words. But at the last he will writhe his mouth, and on thy words he will lay a stumbling block. I have hated many things, but not like him, and the Lord will hate him. If one cast a stone on high, it will fall upon his own head, and the deceitful stroke will wound the deceitful. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it, and he that setteth a stone for his neighbour shall stumble upon it, and he that layeth a snare for another shall perish in it. A mischievous counsel shall be rolled back upon the author, and he shall not know from whence it cometh to him. Mockery and reproach are of the proud, and vengeance as a lion shall lie in wait for him. They shall perish in a snare that are delighted with the fall of the just, and sorrow shall consume them before they die. Anger and fury are both of them abominable, and the sinful man shall be subject to them. Chapter 28. Lessons against revenge and quarrels, the evils of the tongue. He that seeketh to revenge himself shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. Forgive thy neighbour if he hath hurt thee, and then shall thy sins be forgiven to thee when thou prayest. Man to man reserveth anger, and doth he seek remedy of God. He hath no mercy on a man like himself, and doth he entreat for his own sins. He that is but flesh nourisheth anger, and doth he ask forgiveness of God? Who shall obtain pardon for his sins? Remember thy last things, and let enmity cease. For corruption and death hang over in his commandments. Remember the fear of God, and be not angry with thy neighbour. Remember the covenant of the Most High, and overlook the ignorance of thy neighbour. Refrain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. For a passionate man kindleth strife, and a sinful man will trouble his friends, and bring in debate in the midst of them that are at peace. For as the wood of the forest is, so the fire burneth, and as a man's strength is, so shall his anger be, and according to his riches he shall increase his anger. A hasty contention kindleth a fire, and a hasty quarrel sheddeth blood, and a tongue that beareth witness bringeth death. If thou blow the spark, it shall burn as a fire, and if thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. Both come out of the mouth. The whisperer and the double-tongued is accursed, for he hath troubled many that were at peace. The tongue of a third person hath disquieted many, and scattered them from nation to nation. It hath destroyed the strong cities of the rich, and hath overthrown the houses of great men. It hath cut in pieces the forces of people, and undone strong nations. The tongue of a third person hath cast out valiant women, and deprived them of their labours. He that hearkeneth to it shall never have rest, neither shall he have a friend in whom he may repose. The stroke of a whip maketh a blue mark, but the stroke of the tongue will break the bones. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have perished by their own tongue. Blessed is he that is defended from a wicked tongue, that hath not passed into the wrath thereof, and that hath not drawn the yoke thereof, and hath not been bound in its bands. For its yoke is a yoke of iron, and its bands are bands of brass. The death thereof is a most evil death, and hell is preferable to it. Its continuance shall not be for a long time, but it shall possess the ways of the unjust, and the just shall not be burnt with its flame. They that forsake God shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them, and shall not be quenched, and it shall be sent upon them as a lion, and as a leopard it shall tear them. Hedge in thy ears with thorns, hear not a wicked tongue, and make doors and bars to thy mouth. Melt down thy gold and silver, and make a balance for thy words, and a just bridle for thy mouth. And take heed, lest thou slip with thy tongue, and fall in the sight of thy enemies, who lie in wait for thee, and thy fall be incurable unto death. Chapter 28. Lessons against revenge and quarrels. The evils of the tongue. He that seeketh to revenge himself shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. Forgive thy neighbour if he hath hurt thee, and then shall thy sins be forgiven to thee when thou prayest. Man to man reserveth anger, and doth he seek remedy of God? He hath no mercy on a man like himself, and doth he entreat for his own sins? He that is but flesh nourisheth anger, and doth he ask forgiveness of God? Who shall obtain pardon for his sins? Remember thy last things, and let enmity cease, for corruption and death hang over in his commandments. Remember the fear of God, and be not angry with thy neighbour. Remember the covenant of the Most High, and overlook the ignorance of thy neighbour. Refrain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. For a passionate man kindleth strife, and a sinful man will trouble his friends, and bring in debate in the midst of them that are at peace. For as the wood of the forest is, so the fire burneth, and as a man's strength is, so shall his anger be, and according to his riches he shall increase his anger. A hasty contention kindleth a fire, and a hasty quarrel sheddeth blood, and a tongue that beareth witness bringeth death. If thou blow the spark, it shall burn as a fire, and if thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. Both come out of the mouth. The whisperer and the double-tongued is accursed, for he hath troubled many that were at peace. The tongue of a third person hath disquieted many, and scattered them from nation to nation. It hath destroyed the strong cities of the rich, and hath overthrown the houses of great men. It hath cut in pieces the forces of people, and undone strong nations. The tongue of a third person hath cast out valiant women, and deprived them of their labours. He that hearkeneth to it shall never have rest, neither shall he have a friend in whom he may repose. The stroke of a whip maketh a blue mark, but the stroke of the tongue will break the bones. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have perished by their own tongue. Blessed is he that is defended from a wicked tongue, that hath not passed into the wrath thereof, and that hath not drawn the yoke thereof, and hath not been bound in its bands. For its yoke is a yoke of iron, and its bands are bands of brass. The death thereof is a most evil death, and hell is preferable to it. Its continuance shall not be for a long time, but it shall possess the ways of the unjust, and the just shall not be burnt with its flame. They that forsake God shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them, and shall not be quenched, and it shall be sent upon them as a lion, and as a leopard it shall tear them. Hedge in thy ears with thorns, hear not a wicked tongue, and make doors and bars to thy mouth. Melt down thy gold and silver, and make a balance for thy words, and a just bridle for thy mouth. And take heed, lest thou slip with thy tongue, and fall in the sight of thy enemies, who lie in wait for thee, and thy fall be incurable unto death. Chapter 29. Of charity in lending money, and justice in repaying, of alms, and of being surety. He that showeth mercy lendeth to his neighbour, and he that is stronger in hand keepeth the commandments. Lend to thy neighbour in the time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbour again in due time. Reap thy word, and deal faithfully with him, and thou shalt always find that which is necessary for thee. Many have looked upon a thing lent as a thing found, and have given trouble to them that help them. Till they receive, they kiss the hands of the lender, and in promises they humble their voice. But when they should repay, they will ask time. and will return tedious and murmuring words, and will complain of the time. And if he be able to pay, he will stand off. He will scarce pay 1/2, and will count it as if he had found it. But if not, he will defraud him of his money, and he shall get him for an enemy without cause. And he will pay him with reproaches and curses, and instead of honour and good turn, will repay him injuries. Many have refused to lend, not out of wickedness, but they were afraid to be defrauded without cause. But yet towards the poor be thou more hearty, and delay not to show him mercy. Help the poor because of the commandment, and send him not away empty-handed because of his poverty. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend, and hide it, not under a stone to be lost. Place thy treasure in the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Shut up alms in the heart of the poor, and it shall obtain help for thee against all evil. Better than the shield of the mighty, and better than the spear. It shall fight for thee against thy enemy. A good man is surety for his neighbour, and he that hath lost shame will leave him to himself. Forget not the kindness of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. The sinner and the unclean fleeth from his surety. A sinner attributeth to himself the goods of his surety, and he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him that delivered him. A man is surety for his neighbour, and when he hath lost all shame, he shall forsake him. Evil suretyship hath undone many of good estate, and hath tossed them as a wave of the sea. It hath made powerful men to go from place to place round about, and they have wandered in strange countries. A sinner that transgresseth the commandment of the Lord shall fall into an evil suretyship, and he that undertaketh many things shall fall into judgment. Recover thy neighbour according to thy power, and take heed to thyself that thou fall not. The chief thing for man's life is water and bread and clothing, and a house to cover shame. Better is the poor man's fare under a roof of boards than sumptuous cheer abroad in another man's house. Be contented with little instead of much, and thou shalt not hear the reproach of going abroad. It is a miserable life to go as a guest from house to house. For where a man is a stranger, he shall not deal confidently, nor open his mouth. He shall entertain and feed, and give drink to the unthankful, and moreover he shall hear bitter words. Go, stranger, and furnish the table, and give others to eat what thou hast in thy hand. Give place to the honourable presence of my friends, for I want my house, my brother being to be lodged with me. These things are grievous to a man of understanding, the upbraiding of house room, and the reproaching of the lender. Chapter 30. Of correction of children. Health is better than wealth. Excessive grief is hurtful. He that loveth his son frequently chastiseth him, that he may rejoice in his latter end, and not grope after the doors of his neighbours. He that instructeth his son shall be praised in him, and shall glory in him in the midst of them of his household. He that teacheth his son maketh his enemy jealous, and in the midst of his friends he shall glory in him. His father is dead, and he is as if he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself. While he lived, he saw and rejoiced in him, and when he died, he was not sorrowful, neither was he confounded before his enemies. For he left behind him a defender of his house against his enemies, and one that will requite kindness to his friends. For the souls of his sons he shall bind up his wounds, and at every cry his bowels shall be troubled. A horse not broken becometh stubborn, and a child left to himself will become headstrong. Give thy son his way, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he shall make thee sorrowful. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow, and at the last thy teeth be set on edge. Give him not liberty in his youth, and wink not at his devices. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat his sides while he is a child, lest he grow stubborn, and regard thee not, and so be a sorrow of heart to thee. Instruct thy son, and labour about him, lest his lewd behaviour be an offence to thee. Better is a poor man who is sound and strong of constitution than a rich man who is weak and afflicted with evils. Health of the soul in holiness of justice is better than all gold and silver, and a sound body than immense revenues. There is no riches above the riches of the health of the body, and there is no pleasure above the joy of the heart. Better is death than a bitter life, an everlasting rest than continual sickness. Good things that are hidden in a mouth that is shut are as masses of meat set about a grave. What good shall an offering do to an idol? For it can neither eat nor smell. So is he that is persecuted by the Lord, bearing the reward of his iniquity. He seeth with his eyes, and groaneth, as an eunuch embracing a virgin, and sighing. Give not up thy soul to sadness, and afflict not thyself in thy own counsel. The joyfulness of the heart is the life of a man, and a never-failing treasure of holiness, and the joy of a man is length of life. Have pity on thy own soul, pleasing God, and contain thyself. Gather up thy heart in his holiness, and drive away sadness far from thee. For sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it. Envy and anger shorten a man's days, and pensiveness will bring old age before the time. A cheerful and good heart is always feasting, for his banquets are prepared with diligence. Chapter 31. Of the desire of riches, and of moderation in eating and drinking. Watching for riches consumeth the flesh, and the thought thereof driveth away sleep. The thinking beforehand turneth away the understanding, and a grievous sickness maketh the soul sober. The rich man hath laboured in gathering riches together, and when he resteth, he shall be filled with his goods. The poor man hath laboured in his low way of life, and in the end he is still poor. He that loveth gold shall not be justified, and he that followeth after corruption shall be filled with it. Many have been brought to fall for gold, and the beauty thereof hath been their ruin. Gold is a stumbling block to them that sacrifice to it. Woe to them that eagerly follow after it, and every fool shall perish by it. Blessed is the rich man that is found without blemish, and that hath not gone after gold, nor put his trust in money, nor in treasures. Who is he? And we will praise him, for he hath done wonderful things in his life. Who hath been tried thereby, and made perfect, he shall have glory everlasting. He that could have transgressed, and hath not transgressed, and could do evil things, and hath not done them. Therefore are his goods established in the Lord, and all the church of the saints shall declare his alms. Art thou set at a great table? Be not the first to open thy mouth upon it. Say not, there are many things which are upon it. Remember that a wicked eye is evil. What is created more wicked than an eye? Therefore shall it weep over all the face when it shall see. Stretch not out thy hand first, lest being disgraced with envy thou be put to confusion. Be not hasty in a feast. Judge of the disposition of thy neighbour by thyself. Use as a frugal man the things that are set before thee. lest if thou eatest much, thou be hated. Leave off first, for manner's sake, and exceed not, lest thou offend. And if thou sittest among many, reach not thy hand out first of all, and be not the first to ask for drink. How sufficient is a little wine for a man well taught, and in sleeping thou shalt not be uneasy with it, and thou shalt feel no pain. Watching and choler and gripes are with an intemperate man. Sound and wholesome sleep with a moderate man. He shall sleep till morning, and his soul shall be delighted with him. And if thou hast been forced to eat much, arise, go out, and vomit, and it shall refresh thee, and thou shalt not bring sickness upon thy body. Hear me, my son, and despise me not, and in the end thou shalt find my words. In all thy works be quick, and no infirmity shall come to thee. The lips of many shall bless him, that is liberal of his bread, and the testimony of his truth is faithful. Against him that is niggardly of his bread, the city will murmur, and the testimony of his niggardliness is true. Challenge not them that love wine, for wine hath destroyed very many. Fire trieth hard iron, so wine drunk to excess shall rebuke the hearts of the proud. Wine taken with sobriety is equal life to men. If thou drink it moderately, thou shalt be sober. What is his life, who is diminished with wine? What taketh away life? Death. Wine was created from the beginning to make men joyful, and not to make them drunk. Wine drunken with moderation is the joy of the soul and the heart. Sober drinking is health to soul and body. Wine drunken with excess raiseth quarrels, and wrath, and many ruins. Wine drunken with excess is bitterness of the soul. The heat of drunkenness is the stumbling block of the fool, lessening strength and causing wounds. Rebuke not thy neighbour in a banquet of wine, and despise him not in his mirth. Speak not to him words of reproach, and press him not in demanding again. Chapter 32. Lessons for superiors and inferiors. Advantages of fearing God and doing nothing without counsel. Have they made thee ruler? Be not lifted up. Be among them as one of them. Have care of them, and so sit down. And when thou hast acquitted thyself of all thy charge, take thy place, that thou mayest rejoice for them, and receive a crown as an ornament of grace, and get the honour of the contribution. Speak, thou that art elder, for it becometh thee to speak the first word with care knowledge, and hinder not music. Where there is no hearing, pour not out words, and be not lifted up out season with thy wisdom. A concert of music in a banquet of wine is as a carbuncle set in gold, as a signet of an emerald in a work of gold. So is the melody of music with pleasant and moderate wine. Hear in silence, and for thy reverence good grace shall come to thee. Young man, scarcely speak in thy own cause. If thou be asked twice, let thy answer be short. In many things be as if thou wert ignorant, and hear in silence and with all seeking. In the company of great men take not upon thee, and when the ancients are present, speak not much. Before a storm goeth lightning, and before shamefacedness goeth favour, and for thy reverence good grace shall come to thee. And at the time of rising be not slack, but be first to run home to thy house, and there withdraw thyself, and there take thy pastime. And do what thou hast a mind, but not in sin or proud speech. And for all these things bless the Lord, that made thee, and that replenisheth thee with all his good things. He that feareth the Lord will receive his discipline, and they that will seek him early shall find a blessing. He that seeketh the law shall be filled with it, and he that dealeth deceitfully shall meet with a stumbling block therein. They that fear the Lord shall find just judgment, and shall kindle justice as a light. A sinful man will flee reproof, and will find an excuse according to his will. A man of counsel will not neglect understanding. A strange and proud man will not dread fear. Even after he hath done with fear without counsel, he shall be controlled by the things of his own seeking. My son, do thou nothing without counsel, and thou shalt not repent when thou hast done. Go not in the way of ruin, and thou shalt not stumble against the stones. Trust not thyself to a rugged way, lest thou set a stumbling block to thy soul. And beware of thy own children, and take heed of them of thy household. In every work of thine regard thy soul in faith, for this is the keeping of the commandments. He that believeth God taketh heed to the commandments, and he that trusteth in him shall fare never the worse. Chapter 33. The fear of God is the best security. Times and men are in the hands of God. Take care of thyself as long as thou livest, and look to thy servants. No evil shall happen to him that feareth the Lord, but in temptation God will keep him, and deliver him from evils. A wise man hateth not the commandments and justices, and he shall not be dashed in pieces, as a ship in a storm. A man of understanding is faithful to the law of God, and the law is faithful to him. He that cleareth up a question shall prepare what to say, and so having prayed he shall be heard, and shall keep discipline, and then he shall answer. The heart of a fool is as a wheel of a cart, and his thoughts are like a rolling axle tree. A friend that is a mocker is like a stallion horse. He neigheth under every one that sitteth upon him. Why doth one day excel another, and one light another, and 1 year another year, when all come of the sun? By the knowledge of the Lord they were distinguished, the sun being made, and keeping his commandment. And he ordered the seasons and holidays of them, and in them they celebrated festivals at an hour. Some of them God made high and great days, and some of them he put in the number of ordinary days. And all men are from the ground and out of the earth, from whence Adam was created. With much knowledge the Lord hath divided them and diversified their ways. Some of them hath he blessed and exalted, and some of them hath he sanctified and set near himself, and some of them hath he cursed and brought low, and turned them from their station. As the potter's clay is in his hand, to fashion and order it, all his ways are according to his ordering. So man is in the hand of him that made him, and he will render to him according to his judgment. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So also is the sinner against a just man. And so look upon all the works of the Most High, 2 and 2, and 1 against another. And I awaked last of all, and as one that gathereth after the grape gatherers. In the blessing of God I also have hoped, and as one that gathereth grapes have I filled the winepress. See that I have not laboured for myself only, but for all that seek discipline. Hear me, ye great men, and all ye people, and hearken with your ears, ye rulers of the church. Give not to son or wife, brother or friend, power over thee, while thou livest, and give not thy estate to another, lest then repent, and thou entreat for the same. As long as thou livest, and hast breath in thee, let no man change thee, for it is better that thy children should ask of thee, than that thou look toward the hands of thy children. In all thy works keep the preeminence. Let no stain sully thy glory. In the time when thou shalt end the days of thy life, and in the time of thy decease distribute thy inheritance. Fodder and a wand and a burden are for an ass, bread and correction and work for a slave. He worketh under correction and seeketh to rest. Let his hands be idle, and he seeketh liberty. The yoke and the thong bend a stiff neck, and continual labours bow a slave. Torture and fetters are for a malicious slave. Send him to work, that he be not idle, for idleness hath taught much evil. Set him to work, for so it is fit for him. And if he be not obedient, bring him down with fetters, but be not excessive towards anyone, and do no grievous thing without judgment. If thou have a faithful servant, let him be to thee as thy own soul. Treat him as a brother, because in the blood of thy soul thou hast gotten him. If thou hurt him unjustly, he will run away. And if he rise up and depart, thou knowest not whom to ask, and in what way to seek him. Chapter 34. The vanity of dreams, the advantage of experience, and of the fear of God. The hopes of a man that is void of understanding are vain and deceitful, and dreams lift up fools. The man that giveth heed to lying visions is like to him that catcheth at a shadow, and followeth after the wind. The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another, as when a man's likeness is before the face of a man. What can be made clean by the unclean? And what truth can come from that which is false? Deceitful divinations and lying omens, and the dreams of evildoers are vanity, and the heart fancieth as that of a woman in travail. Except it be a vision sent forth from the Most High, set not thy heart upon them. For dreams have deceived many, and they have failed that put their trust in them. The word of the law shall be fulfilled without a lie, and wisdom shall be made plain in the mouth of the faithful. What doth he know that hath not been tried? A man that hath much experience shall think of many things, and he that hath learned many things shall show forth understanding. He that hath no experience knoweth little, and he that hath been experienced in many things multiplieth prudence. He that hath not been tried, what manner of things doth he know? He that hath been surprised shall abound with subtlety. I have seen many things by travelling, and many customs of things. Sometimes I have been in danger of death for these things, and I have been delivered by the grace of God. The spirit of those that fear God is sought after, and by his regard shall be blessed. For their hope is on him that saveth them, and the eyes of God are upon them that love him. He that feareth the Lord shall tremble at nothing, and shall not be afraid, for he is his hope. The soul of him that feareth the Lord is blessed. To whom doth he look, and who in his strength? The eyes of the Lord are upon them that fear him. He is their powerful protector, and strong stay, a defence from the heat, and a cover from the sun at noon, a preservation from stumbling, and a help from falling. He raiseth up the soul, and enlighteneth the eyes, and giveth health, and life, and blessing. The offering of him that sacrificeth of a thing wrongfully gotten is stained, and the mockeries of the unjust are not acceptable. The Lord is only for them that wait upon him in the way of truth and justice. The Most High approveth not the gifts of the wicked, neither hath he respect to the oblations of the unjust, nor will he be pacified for sins by the multitude of their sacrifices. He that offereth sacrifice of the goods of the poor is as one that sacrificeth the son in the presence of his father. The bread of the needy is the life of the poor. He that defraudeth them thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away the bread gotten by sweat is like him that killeth his neighbour. He that sheddeth blood and he that defraudeth the labourer of his hire are brothers. When one buildeth up and another pulleth down, what profit have they but the labour? When one prayeth and another curseth, whose voice will God hear? He that washeth himself after touching the dead, if he toucheth him again, what doth his washing avail? So a man that fasteth for his sins, and doth the same again, what doth his humbling himself profit him? Who will hear his prayer? Chapter 35. What sacrifices are pleasing to God? He that keepeth the law multiplieth offerings. It is a wholesome sacrifice to take heed to the commandments, and to depart from all iniquity. And to depart from injustice is to offer a propitiatory sacrifice for injustices, and a begging of pardon for sins. He shall return thanks that offereth fine flour, and he that doth mercy offereth sacrifice. To depart from iniquity is that which pleaseth the Lord, and to depart from injustice is an entreaty for sins. Thou shalt not appear empty in the sight of the Lord, for all these things are to be done because of the commandment of God. The oblation of the just maketh the altar fat, and is an odour of sweetness in the sight of the Most High. The sacrifice of the just is acceptable, and the Lord will not forget the memorial thereof. Give glory to God with a good heart, and diminish not the first fruits of thy hands. In every gift show a cheerful countenance, and sanctify thy tithes with joy. Give to the Most High according to what he hath given to thee, and with a good eye do according to the ability of thy hands. For the Lord maketh recompense, and will give thee 7 times as much. Do not offer wicked gifts, for such he will not receive. And look not upon an unjust sacrifice, for the Lord is judge, and there is not with him respect of person. The Lord will not accept any person against a poor man, and he will hear the prayer of him that is wronged. He will not despise the prayers of the fatherless, nor the widow when she poureth out her complaint. Do not the widow's tears run down the cheek, and her cry against him that causeth them to fall? For from the cheek they go up even to heaven, and the Lord that heareth will not be delighted with them. He that adoreth God with joy shall be accepted, and his prayer shall approach even to the clouds. The prayer of him that humbleth himself shall pierce the clouds. Until it come nigh, he will not be comforted, and he will not depart till the Most High behold. And the Lord will not be slack, but will judge for the just, and will do judgment. And the Almighty will not have patience with them, that he may crush their back. And he will repay vengeance to the Gentiles, till he have taken away the multitude of the proud, and broken the sceptres of the unjust, till he have rendered to men according to their deeds, and according to the works of Adam, and according to his presumption, till he have judged the cause of his people, and he shall delight the just with his mercy. The mercy of God is beautiful in the time of affliction, as a cloud of rain in the time of drought. Chapter 36. A prayer for the Church of God, of a good heart and a good wife. Have mercy upon us, O God of all, and behold us, and show us the light of thy mercies. And send thy fear upon the nations that have not sought after thee, that they may know that there is no God beside thee, and that they may show forth thy wonders. Lift up thy hand over the strange nations, that they may see thy power. For as thou hast been sanctified in us in their sight, so thou shalt be magnified among them in our presence, that they may know thee as we also have known thee, that there is no God beside thee, O Lord. Renew thy signs, and work new miracles. Glorify thy hand and thy right arm. Raise up indignation and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary and crush the enemy. Hasten the time and remember the end, that they may declare thy wonderful works. Let him that escapeth be consumed by the rage of the fire, and let them perish that oppress thy people. Crush the head of the princes of the enemies that say, there is no other beside us. Gather together all the tribes of Jacob, that they may know that there is no God besides thee, and may declare thy great works, and thou shalt inherit them as from the beginning. Have mercy on thy people, upon whom thy name is invoked, and upon Israel, whom thou hast raised up to be thy firstborn. Have mercy on Jerusalem, the city which thou hast sanctified, the city of thy rest. Fill Sion with thy unspeakable words, and thy people with thy glory. Give testimony to them that are thy creatures from the beginning, and raise up the prophecies which the former prophets spoke in thy name. Reward them that patiently wait for thee, that thy prophets may be found faithful, and hear the prayers of thy servants, according to the blessing of Aaron over thy people, and direct us into the way of justice, and let all know that dwell upon the earth, that thou art God, the beholder of all ages. The belly will devour all meat, yet one is better than another. The palate tasteth venison, and the wise heart false speeches. A perverse heart will cause grief, and a man of experience will resist it. A woman will receive every man, yet one daughter is better than another. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance of her husband, and a man desireth nothing more. If she have a tongue that can cure, and likewise mitigate and show mercy, her husband is not like other men. He that possesseth a good wife beginneth a possession. She is a help like to himself, and a pillar of rest. Where there is no hedge, the possession shall be spoiled, and where there is no wife, he mourneth that is in want. Who will trust him that hath no rest, and that lodgeth wheresoever the night taketh him, as a robber well appointed, that skippeth from city to city. Chapter 37. Of the choice of friends and counsellors. Every friend will say, I also am his friend, but there is a friend that is only a friend in name. Is not this a grief even to death? But a companion and a friend shall be turned to an enemy. O wicked presumption, whence camest thou to cover the earth with thy malice and deceitfulness? There is a companion who rejoiceth with his friend in his joys, but in the time of trouble he will be against him. There is a companion who condoleth with his friend for his belly's sake, and he will take up a shield against enemy. Forget not thy friend in thy mind, and be not unmindful of him in thy riches. Consult not with him that layeth a snare for thee, and hide thy counsel from them that envy thee. Every counsellor giveth out counsel, but there is one that is a counsellor for himself. Beware of a counsellor, and know before what need he hath, for he will devise to his own mind, lest he thrust a stake into the ground, and say to thee, Thy way is good, and then stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee. Treat not with a man without religion concerning holiness, nor with an unjust man concerning justice, nor with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, nor with a coward concerning war, nor with a merchant about traffic, nor with a buyer of selling, nor with an envious man of giving thanks, nor with the ungodly of piety, nor with the dishonest of honesty, nor with the held labourer of every work, nor with him that worketh, by the year of the finishing of the year, nor with an idle servant of much business. Give no heed to these in any matter of counsel, but be continually with a holy man, whomsoever thou shalt know, to observe the fear of God, whose soul is according to thy own soul, and who, when thou shalt stumble in the dark, will be sorry for thee, and establish within thyself a heart of good counsel. For there is no other thing of more worth to thee than it. The soul of a holy man discovereth sometimes true things, more than 7 watchmen that sit in a high peace to watch. But above all these things pray to the Most High, that he may direct thy way in truth. In all thy works let the true word go before thee, and steady counsel before every action. A wicked word shall change the beast, out of which 4 manner of things arise, good and evil, life and death, and the tongue is continually the ruler of them. There is a man that is subtle, and a teacher of many, and yet is unprofitable to his own soul. A skilful man hath taught many, and is sweet to his own soul. He that speaketh sophistically is hateful. He shall be destitute of everything. Grace is not given him from the Lord, for he is deprived of all wisdom. There is a wise man that is wise to his own soul, and the fruit of his understanding is commendable. A wise man instructeth his own people, and the fruits of his understanding are faithful. A wise man shall be filled with blessings, and they that see shall praise him. The life of a man is in the number of his days, but the days of Israel are innumerable. A wise man shall inherit honour among his people, and his name shall live for ever. My son, prove thy soul in thy life, and if it be wicked, give it no power. For all things are not expedient for all, and every kind pleaseth not every soul. Be not greedy in any feasting, and pour not out thyself upon any meat. For in many meats there will be sickness, and greediness will turn to choler. By surfeiting many have perished, but he that is temperate shall prolong life. Chapter 38. Of physicians and medicines, what is to be done in sickness, and how we are to mourn for the dead. Of the employments of labourers and artificers. Honour the physician for the need thou hast of him, for the Most High hath created him. For all healing is from God, and he shall receive gifts of the King. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be praised. The Most High hath created medicines out of the earth, and a wise man will not abhor them. Was not bitter water made sweet with wood? The virtue of these things is come to the knowledge of men, and the Most High hath given knowledge to men, that he may be honoured in his wonders. By these he shall cure, and shall allay their pains, and of these the apothecary shall make sweet confections, and shall make up ointments of health, and of his works there shall be no end. For the peace of God is over all the face of the earth. My son, in thy sickness neglect not thyself, but pray to the Lord, and he shall heal thee. Turn away from sin, and order thy hands aright, and cleanse thy heart from all offence. Give a sweet savour, and a memorial of fine flour, and make a fat offering, and then give place to the physician. For the Lord created him, and let him not depart from thee, for his works are necessary. For there is a time when thou must fall into their hands, and they shall beseech the Lord, that he would prosper what they give for ease and remedy for their conversation. He that sinneth in the sight of his Maker shall fall into the hands of the physician. My son, shed tears over the dead, and begin to lament as if thou hadst suffered some great harm. and according to judgment cover his body, and neglect not his burial. And for fear of being ill spoken of, weep bitterly for a day, and then comfort thyself in thy sadness, and make mourning for him according to his merit for a day or two, for fear of detraction. For of sadness cometh death, and it overwhelmeth the strength, and the sorrow of the heart both down the neck. In withdrawing aside sorrow remaineth, and the substance of the poor is according to his heart. Give not up thy heart to sadness, but drive it from thee, and remember the latter end. Forget it not, for there is no returning, and thou shalt do him no good, and shalt hurt thyself. Remember my judgment, for also shall be so, yesterday for me, and today for thee. When the dead is at rest, let his remembrance rest, and comfort him in the departing of his spirit. The wisdom of a scribe cometh by his time of leisure, and he that is less in action shall receive wisdom. With what wisdom shall he be furnished that holdeth the plough, and that glorieth in the goad, that driveth the oxen therewith, and is occupied in their labours, and his whole talk is about the offspring of bulls? He shall give his mind to turn up furrows, and his care is to give the kine fodder. So every craftsman and workmaster that laboureth night and day, he who maketh graven seals, and by his continual diligence varieth the figure, he shall give his mind to the resemblance of the picture, and by his watching shall finish the work. So doth the smith, sitting by the anvil, and considering the ironwork. The vapour of the fire wasteth his flesh, and he fighteth with the heat of the furnace. The noise of the hammer is always in his ears, and his eye is upon the pattern of the vessel he maketh. He setteth his mind to finish his work, and his watching to polish them to perfection. So doth the potter sitting at his work, turning the wheel about with his feet, who is always carefully set to his work, and maketh all his work by number. He fashioneth the clay with his arm, and boweth down his strength before his feet. He shall give his mind to finish the glazing, and his watching to make clean the furnace. All these trust to their hands, and everyone is wise in his own art. Without these, a city is not built, and they shall not dwell, nor walk about therein, and they shall not go up into the assembly. Upon the judge's seat they shall not sit, and the ordinance of judgment they shall not understand. Neither shall they declare discipline and judgment, and they shall not be found where parables are spoken. But they shall strengthen the state of the world, and their prayer shall be in the work of their craft, applying their soul, and searching in the law of the Most High. Chapter 39. The exercises of the wise man. The Lord is to be glorified for his works. The wise men will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients, and will be occupied in the prophets. He will keep the sayings of renowned men, and will enter withal into the subtleties of parables. He will search out the hidden meanings of proverbs, and will be conversant in the secrets of parables. He shall serve among great men, and appear before the governor. He shall pass into strange countries, for he shall try good and evil among men. He will give his heart to resort early to the Lord that made him, and he will pray in the sight of the Most High. He will open his mouth in prayer, and will make supplication for his sins. For if it shall please the great Lord, he will fill him with the spirit of understanding, and he will pour forth the words of his wisdom as showers, and in his prayer he will confess to the Lord. And he shall direct his counsel and his knowledge, and in his secrets shall he meditate. He shall show forth the discipline he hath learned, and shall glory in the law of the covenant of the Lord. Many shall praise his wisdom, and it shall never be forgotten. The memory of him shall not depart away, and his name shall be in request from generation to generation. Nations shall declare his wisdom, and the church shall show forth his praise. If he continue, he shall leave a name above 1,000, and if he rest, it shall be to his advantage. I will yet meditate, that I may declare, for I am filled as with a holy transport. By a voice he saith, Hear me, ye divine offspring, and bud forth as the rose planted by the brooks of waters. Give ye a sweet odour as frankincense. Send forth flowers as the lily, and yield a smell, and bring forth leaves in grace, and praise with canticles, and bless the Lord in his works. Magnify his name, and give glory to him with the voice of your lips, and with the canticles of your mouths, and with harps, and in praising him. You shall say in this manner, All the works of the Lord are exceeding good. At his word the waters stood as a heap, and at the words of his mouth the receptacles of waters. For at his commandment favour is shown, and there is no diminishing of his salvation. The works of all flesh are before him, and there is nothing hid from his eyes. He seeth from eternity to eternity, and there is nothing wonderful before him. There is no saying, What is this? Or what is that? For all things shall be sought in their time. His blessing hath overflowed like a river, and as a flood hath watered the earth. So shall his wrath inherit the nations that have not sought after him. Even as he turned the waters into a dry land, and the earth was made dry, and his ways were made plain for their journey. So to sinners they are stumbling blocks in his wrath. Good things were created for the good from the beginning, so for the wicked, good and evil things. The principal things necessary for the life of men are water, fire and iron, salt, milk and bread of flour, and honey, and the cluster of the grape, and oil, and clothing. All these things shall be for good to the holy, so to the sinners and the ungodly they shall be turned into evil. There are spirits that are created for vengeance, and in their fury they lay on grievous torments. In the time of destruction they shall pour out their force, and they shall appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire, hail, famine, and death, all these were created for vengeance. The teeth of beasts, and scorpions, and serpents, and the sword taking vengeance upon the ungodly, unto destruction. In his commandments they shall feast, and they shall be ready upon earth when need is, and when their time is come they shall not transgress his word. Therefore from the beginning I was resolved, and I have meditated, and thought on these things, and left them in writing. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will furnish every work in due time. It is not to be said, This is worse than that, for all shall be well approved in their time. Now therefore, with the whole heart and mouth, praise ye him, and bless the name of the Lord. Chapter 40. The miseries of the life of man are relieved by the grace of God and his fear. Great labour is created for all men, and a heavy yoke is upon the children of Adam, from the day of their coming out of their mother's womb, until the day of their burial into the mother of all. Their thoughts and fears of the heart, their imagination of things to come, and the day of their end, from him that sitteth on a glorious throne, unto him that is humbled in earth and ashes, from him that weareth purple and beareth the crown, even to him that is covered with a rough linen. Wrath, envy, trouble, unquietness, and the fear of death, continual anger and strife. And in the time of rest upon his bed, the sleep of the night changeth his knowledge. A little, and as nothing is his rest, and afterward in sleep, as in the day of keeping watch. He is troubled in the vision of his heart, as if he had escaped in the day of battle. In the time of his safety he rose up, and wondereth that there is no fear. Such things happen to all flesh, from man even to beast, and upon sinners are sevenfold more. Moreover, death and bloodshed, strife and sword, oppressions, famine and affliction, and scourges, all these things are created for the wicked, and for their sakes came the flood. All things that are of the earth shall return to the earth again, and all waters shall return to the sea. All bribery and injustice shall blot it out, and fidelity shall stand for ever. The riches of the unjust shall be dried up like a river, and shall pass away with a noise like a great thunder in rain. While he openeth his hands, he shall rejoice, but transgressors shall pine away in the end. The offspring of the ungodly shall not bring forth many branches, and make a noise as unclean roots upon the top of a rock. The weed growing over every water, and at the bank of the river, shall be pulled up before all grass. Grace is like a paradise in blessings, and mercy remaineth for ever. The life of a labourer that is content with what he hath shall be sweet, and in it thou shalt find a treasure. Children and the building of a city shall establish a name, but a blameless wife shall be counted above them both. Wine and music rejoice the heart, but the love of wisdom is above them both. The flute and the psaltery make a sweet melody, but a pleasant tongue is above them both. Thy eye desireth favour and beauty, but more than these green sown fields. A friend and companion meeting together in season, but above them both is a wife with her husband. Brethren are a help in the time of trouble, but mercy shall deliver more than they. Gold and silver make the feet stand sure, but wise counsel is above them both. Riches and strength lift up the heart, but above these is the fear of the Lord. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and it needeth not to seek for help. The fear of the Lord is like a paradise of blessing, and they have covered it above all glory. My son, in thy lifetime be not indigent, for it is better to die than to want. The life of him that looketh toward another man's table is not to be counted a life, for he feedeth his soul with another man's meat. But a man, well instructed and taught, will look to himself. Begging will be sweet in the mouth of the unwise, but in his belly there shall burn a fire. Chapter 41. Of the remembrance of death, of an evil and of a good name, of what things we ought to be ashamed. O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that hath peace in his possessions, to a man that is at rest, and whose ways are prosperous in all things, and that is yet able to take meat. O death, thy sentence is welcome to the man that is in need, and to him whose strength faileth, who is in a decrepit age, and that is in care about all things, and to the distrustful that loseth patience. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember what things have been before thee, and what shall come after thee. This sentence is from the Lord upon all flesh. And what shall come upon thee by the good pleasure of the Most High, whether 10 or 100 or 1,000 years? For among the dead there is no accusing of life. The children of sinners become children of abominations, and they that converse near the houses of the ungodly. The inheritance of the children of sinners shall perish, and with their posterity shall be a perpetual reproach. The children will complain of an ungodly father, because for his sake they are in reproach. Woe to you, ungodly men, who have forsaken the law of the Most High Lord. And if you be born, you shall be born in malediction, and if you die, in malediction shall be your portion. All things that are of the earth shall return into the earth, so the ungodly shall from malediction to destruction. The mourning of men is about their body, but the name of the ungodly shall be blotted out. Take care of a good name, for this shall continue with thee, more than 1,000 treasures, precious and great. A good life hath its number of days, but a good name shall continue for ever. My children, keep discipline in peace, for wisdom that is hid, and a treasure that is not seen. What profit is there in them both? Better is the man that hideth his folly, than the man that hideth his wisdom. Wherefore have a shame of these things I am now going to speak of. For it is not good to keep all shamefacedness, and all things do not please all men in opinion. Be ashamed of fornication before father and mother, and of a lie before a governor and a man in power, of an offence before a prince and a judge, of iniquity before a congregation and a people, of injustice before a companion and friend, and in regard to the place where thou dwellest, of theft, and of the truth of God, and the covenant, of leaning with thy elbow over meat, and of deceit in giving and taking, of silence before them that salute thee, of looking upon a harlot, and of turning away thy face from thy kinsman. Turn not away thy face from thy neighbour, and of taking away a portion and not restoring. Gaze not upon another man's wife, and be not inquisitive after his handmaid, and approach not her bed. Be ashamed of upbraiding speeches before friends, and after thou hast given, upbraid not. Chapter 42. Of what things we ought not to be ashamed. Cautions with regard to women. The works and greatness of God. Repeat not the word which thou hast heard, and disclose not the thing that is secret. So shalt thou be truly without confusion, and shall find favour before all men. Be not ashamed of any of these things, and accept no person to sin thereby. Of the law of the Most High, and of his covenant, and of judgment to justify the ungodly, of the affair of companions and travellers, and of the gift of the inheritance of friends, of exactness of balance and weights, of getting much or little, of the corruption of buying, and of merchants, and of much correction of children, and to make the side of a wicked slave to bleed. Sure keeping is good over a wicked wife. Where there are many hands, shut up and deliver all things in number, and wait, and put all in writing that thou givest out or receivest in. Be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, and the aged, that are judged by young men, and thou shalt be well instructed in all things, and well approved in the sight of all men living. The father waketh for the daughter, when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away his sleep, when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and when she is married, lest she should be hateful. In her virginity, lest she should be corrupted, and be found with child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, or at the least become barren. Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest at any time she make thee become a laughingstock to thy enemies, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and she make thee ashamed before all the multitude. Behold not everybody's beauty, and tarry not among women. For from garments cometh a moth, and from a woman the iniquity of a man. For better is the iniquity of a man than a woman doing a good turn, and a woman bringing shame and reproach. I will now remember the works of the Lord, and I will declare the things I have seen. By the words of the Lord are his works. The sun giving light hath looked upon all things, and full of the glory of the Lord is his work. Hath not the Lord made the saints to declare all his wonderful works, which the Lord Almighty hath firmly settled to be established for his glory? He hath searched out the deep and the heart of men, and considered their crafty devices. For the Lord knoweth all knowledge, and hath beheld the signs of the world. He declareth the things that are past, and the things that are to come, and revealeth the traces of hidden things. No thought escapeth him, and no word can hide itself from him. He hath beautified the glorious works of his wisdom, and he is from eternity to eternity, and to him nothing may be added, nor can he be diminished, and he hath no need of any counsellor. O how desirable are all his works, and what we can know is but as a spark. All these things live and remain forever, and for every use all things obey him. All things are double, one against another, and he hath made nothing defective. He hath established the good things of everyone, and who shall be filled with beholding his glory? Chapter 43. He works of God are exceedingly glorious and wonderful. No man is able sufficiently to praise him. The firmament on high is his beauty, the beauty of heaven with its glorious shew. The sun when he appeareth, showing forth at his rising, an admirable instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon he burneth the earth, and who can abide his burning heat? As one keeping a furnace in the works of heat, the sun 3 times as much, burneth the mountains, breathing out fiery vapours, and shining with his beams, he blindeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made him, and at his words he hath hastened his course. And the moon in all in her season is for a declaration of times, and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of the festival day, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her perfection. Being an instrument of the armies on high, shining gloriously in the armament of heaven. The glory of the stars is the beauty of heaven. The Lord enlighteneth the world on high. By the words of the Holy One they shall stand in judgment, and shall never fail in their watches. Look upon the rainbow, and bless him that made it. It is very beautiful in its brightness. It encompasseth the heaven about with a circle of its glory. The hands of the Most High have displayed it. By his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sendeth forth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this are the treasures opened, and the clouds fly out like birds. By his greatness he hath fixed the clouds, and the hailstones are broken. At his sight shall the mountains be shaken, and at his will the south wind shall blow. The noise of his thunder shall strike the earth, so doth the northern storm and the whirlwind. And as the birds lighting upon the earth, he scattereth snow, and the falling thereof is as the coming down of locusts. The eye admireth at the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart is astonished at the shower thereof. He shall pour frost as salt upon the earth, and when it freezeth, it shall become like the tops of thistles. The cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed into crystal. Upon every gathering together of waters it shall rest, and shall clothe the waters as a breastplate, and it shall devour the mountains, and burn the wilderness, and consume all that is green as with fire. A present remedy of all is the speedy coming of a cloud, and a dew that meeteth it. By the heat that cometh shall overpower it. At his word the wind is still, and with his thought he appeaseth the deep, and the Lord hath planted islands therein. Let them that sail on the sea tell the dangers thereof, and when we hear with our ears, we shall admire. There are great and wonderful works, a variety of beasts, and of all living things, and the monstrous creatures of whales. Through him is established the end of their journey, and by his word all things are regulated. We shall say much, and yet shall want words, but the sum of our words is, he is all. What shall we be able to do to glorify him? For the Almighty himself is above all his works. The Lord is terrible and exceeding great, and his power is admirable. Glorify the Lord as much as ever you can, for he will yet far exceed, and his magnificence is wonderful. Blessing the Lord, exalt him as much as you can, for he is above all praise. When you exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for you can never go far enough. Who shall see him and declare him? And who shall magnify him as he is from the beginning? There are many things hidden from us that are greater than these, for we have seen but a few of his works. But the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly he hath given wisdom. Chapter 43. The works of God are exceedingly glorious and wonderful. No man is able sufficiently to praise him. The firmament on high is his beauty, the beauty of heaven with its glorious shew. The sun when he appeareth, showing forth at his rising, an admirable instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon he burneth the earth, and who can abide his burning heat? As one keeping a furnace in the works of heat. The sun 3 times as much burneth the mountains, breathing out fiery vapours, and shining with his beams, he blindeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made him, and at his words he hath hastened his course. And the moon in her season is for a declaration of times, and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of the festival day, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her perfection, being an instrument of the armies on high, shining gloriously in the armament of heaven. The glory of the stars is the beauty of heaven. The Lord enlighteneth the world on high. By the words of the Holy One they shall stand in judgment, and shall never fail in their watches. Look upon the rainbow, and bless him that made it. It is very beautiful in its brightness. It encompasseth the heaven about with the circle of its glory. The hands of the Most High have displayed it. By his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sendeth forth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this are the treasures opened, and the clouds fly out like birds. By his greatness he hath fixed the clouds, and the hailstones are broken. At his sight shall the mountains be shaken, and at his will the south wind shall blow. The noise of his thunder shall strike the earth, so doth the northern storm and the whirlwind. And as the birds lighting upon the earth, he scattereth snow, and the falling thereof is as the coming down of locusts. The eye admireth at the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart is astonished at the shower thereof. He shall pour frost as salt upon the earth, and when it freezeth, it shall become like the tops of thistles. The cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed into crystal. Upon every gathering together of waters it shall rest, and shall clothe the waters as a breastplate. And it shall devour the mountains, and burn the wilderness, and consume all that is green as with fire. A present remedy of all is the speedy coming of a cloud, and a dew that meeteth it by the heat that cometh shall overpower it. At his word the wind is still, and with his thought he appeaseth the deep, and the Lord hath planted islands therein. Let them that sail on the sea tell the dangers thereof, and when we hear with our ears we shall admire. There are great and wonderful works, a variety of beasts, and of all living things, and the monstrous creatures of whales. Through him is established the end of their journey, and by his word all things are regulated. We shall say much, and yet shall want words. But the sum of our words is, he is all. What shall we be able to do to glorify him? For the Almighty himself is above all his works. The Lord is terrible and exceeding great, and his power is admirable. Glorify the Lord as much as ever you can, for he will yet far exceed, and his magnificence is wonderful. Blessing the Lord, exalt him as much as you can, for he is above all praise. When you exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for you can never go far enough. Who shall see him and declare him, and who shall magnify him as he is from the beginning? There are many things hidden from us that are greater than these, for we have seen but a few of his works. But the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly he hath given wisdom. Chapter 44. The praises of the Holy Fathers, in particular of Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Let us now praise men of renown, and our fathers in their generation. The Lord hath wrought great glory through his magnificence from the beginning, such as have borne rule in their dominions, men of great power, and endued with their wisdom, showing forth in the prophets the dignity of prophets, and ruling over the present people, and by the strength of wisdom instructing the people in most holy words, such as by their skill sought out musical tunes, and published canticles of the Scriptures. Rich men in virtue, studying beautifulness, living at peace in their houses. All these have gained glory in their generations, and were praised in their days. They that were born of them have left a name behind them, that their praises might be related. And there are some of whom there is no memorial, who are perished as if they had never been, and are become as if they had never been born, and their children with them. But these were men of mercy, whose godly deeds have not failed. Good things continue with their seed. Their posterity are a holy inheritance, and their seed hath stood in the covenants, and their children for their sakes remain for ever. Their seed and their glory shall not be forsaken. Their bodies are buried in peace, and their name liveth unto generation and generation. Let the people show forth their wisdom, and the church declare their praise. Enoch pleased God, and was translated into paradise, that he may give repentance to the nations. Noah was found perfect, just, and in the time of wrath he was made a reconciliation. Therefore was there a remnant left to the earth when the flood came. The covenants of the world were made with him, that all flesh should no more be destroyed with the flood. Abraham was the great father of a multitude of nations, and there was not found the like to him in glory, who kept the law of the Most High, and was in covenant with him. In his flesh he established the covenant, and in temptation he was found faithful. Therefore, by an oath He gave him glory in his posterity, that he should increase as the dust of the earth, and that he would exalt his seed as the stars, and they should inherit from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. And he did in like manner with Isaac for the sake of Abraham his father. The Lord gave him the blessing of all nations, and confirmed his covenant upon the head of Jacob. He acknowledged him in his blessings, and gave him an inheritance, and divided him his portion in 12 tribes. And he preserved for him men of mercy, that found grace in the eyes of all flesh. Chapter 45. He praises of Moses, of Aaron, and of Phinehas. Moses was beloved of God, and men, whose memory is in benediction. He made him like the saints in glory, and magnified him in the fear of his enemies. And with his words he made prodigies to cease. He glorified him in the sight of kings, and gave him commandments in the sight of his people, and showed him his glory. He sanctified him in his faith and meekness, and chose him out of all flesh. For he heard him and his voice, and brought him into a cloud. And he gave him commandments before his face, and a law of life and instruction, that he might teach Jacob his covenant, and Israel his judgments. He exalted Aaron his brother, and like to himself of the tribe of Levi. He made an everlasting covenant with him, and gave him the priesthood of the nation, and made him blessed in glory. And he girded him about with a glorious girdle, and clothed him with a robe of glory, and crowned him with majestic attire. He put upon him a garment to the feet, and breeches, and as ephod, and he compassed him with many little bells of gold all round about, that as he went there might be a sound, and a noise made that might be heard in the temple, for a memorial to the children of his people. He gave him a holy robe of gold, and blue, and purple, a woven work of a wise man, endued with judgment and truth, of twisted scarlet, the work of an artist, with precious stones cut and set in gold, and graven by the work of a lapidary, for a memorial, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And a crown of gold upon his mitre, wherein was engraved holiness, an ornament of honour, a work of power, and delightful to the eyes for its beauty. Before him there were none so beautiful, even from the beginning. No stranger was ever clothed with them, but only his children alone, and his grandchildren forever. His sacrifices were consumed with fire every day. Moses filled his hands, and anointed him with holy oil. This was made to him for an everlasting testament, and to his seed as the days of heaven, to execute the office of the priesthood, and to have praise, and to glorify his people in his name. He chose him out of all men living, to offer sacrifice to God, incense, and a good savour, for a memorial to make reconciliation for his people. And he gave him power in his commandments, in the covenants of his judgments, that he should teach Jacob his testimonies, and give light to Israel in his law. And strangers stood up against him, and through envy the men that were with Dathan and Abiram compassed him about in the wilderness, and the congregation of Kor in their wrath. The Lord God saw, and it pleased him not, and they were consumed in his wrathful indignation. He wrought wonders upon them, and consumed them with a flame of fire. And he added glory to Aaron, and gave him an inheritance, and divided unto him the firstfruits of the increase of the earth. He prepared them bread in the first place unto fullness. For the sacrifices also of the Lord they shall eat, which he gave to him and to his seed. But he shall not inherit among the people in the land, and he hath no portion among the people, for he himself is his portion, and inheritance. Phineh, as the son of Eleazar, is the third in glory, by imitating him in the fear of the Lord, and he stood up in the shameful fall of the people. In the goodness and readiness of his soul, he appeased God for Israel. Therefore he made to him a covenant of peace, to be the prince of the sanctuary and of his people, that the dignity of priesthood should be to him and to his seed forever. And a covenant to David the king, the son of Jesse of the tribe of Judah, an inheritance to him and to his seed, that he might give wisdom into our heart to judge his people in justice, that their good things might not be abolished, and he made their glory in their nation everlasting. Chapter 46. The praise of Joshua, of Caleb, and of Samuel. Valiant in war was Jesus the son of Nave, who was successor of Moses among the prophets, who was great according to his name, very great for the saving the elect of God, to overthrow the enemies that rose up against them, that he might get the inheritance for Israel. How great glory did he gain when he lifted up his hands and stretched out swords against the cities. Who before him hath so resisted? For the Lord himself brought the enemies. Was not the sun stopped in his anger, and one day made as two? He called upon the Most High Sovereign when the enemies assaulted him on every side, and the great and holy God heard him by hailstones of exceeding great force. He made a violent assault against the nation of his enemies, and in the descent he destroyed the adversaries, that the nations might know his power, that it is not easy to fight against God. And he followed the mighty one. And in the days of Moses he did a work of mercy, he and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, in standing against the enemy, and withholding the people from sins, and appeasing the wicked murmuring. And they too, being appointed, were delivered out of the danger from among the number of 600,000 men on foot, to bring them into their inheritance, into the land that floweth with milk and honey. And the Lord gave strength also to Caleb, and his strength continued even to his old age, so that he went up to the high places of the land, and his seed obtained it for an inheritance, that all the children of Israel might see that it is good to obey the holy God. Then all the judges, every one by name, whose heart was not corrupted, who turned not away from the Lord, that their memory might be blessed, and their bones spring up out of their place, and their name continue forever, the glory of the holy men remaining unto their children. Samuel the prophet of the Lord, the beloved of the Lord his God, established a new government, and anointed princes over his people. By the law of the Lord he judged the congregation, and the God of Jacob beheld, and by his fidelity he was proved a prophet. And he was known to be faithful in his words, because he saw the God of light, and called upon the name of the Lord Almighty, in fighting against the enemies who beset him on every side, when he offered a lamb without blemish. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and with a great noise made his voice to be heard. And he crushed the princes of the Tyrians, and all the lords of the Philistines. And before the time of the end of his life in the world, he protested before the Lord, and his anointed, money, or anything else, even to a shoe, he had not taken of any man, and no man did accuse him. And after this he slept, and he made known to the king, and showed him the end of his life. And he lifted up his voice from the earth in prophecy, to blot out the wickedness of the nation. Chapter 47. the praise of Joshua, of Caleb, and of Samuel. Valiant in war was Jesus, the son of Nave, who was successor of Moses among the prophets, who was great according to his name, very great for the saving the elect of God, to overthrow the enemies that rose up against them, that he might get the inheritance for Israel. How great glory did he gain when he lifted up his hands and stretched out swords against the cities. Who before him hath so resisted? For the Lord himself brought the enemies. Was not the sun stopped in his anger, and one day made as two? He called upon the Most High Sovereign when the enemies assaulted him on every side, and the great and holy God heard him by hailstones of exceeding great force. He made a violent assault against the nation of his enemies, and in the descent he destroyed the adversaries, that the nations might know his power, that it is not easy to fight against God. And he followed the mighty one. And in the days of Moses he did a work of mercy, he and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, in standing against the enemy, and withholding the people from sins, and appeasing the wicked murmuring. And they too, being appointed, were delivered out of the danger from among the number of 600,000 men on foot, to bring them into their inheritance, into the land that floweth with milk and honey. And the Lord gave strength also to Caleb, and his strength continued even to his old age, so that he went up to the high places of the land, and his seed obtained it for an inheritance, that all the children of Israel might see that it is good to obey the holy God. Then all the judges, every one by name, whose heart was not corrupted, who turned not away from the Lord, that their memory might be blessed, and their bones spring up out of their place, and their name continue forever, the glory of the holy men remaining unto their children. Samuel the prophet of the Lord, the beloved of the Lord his God, established a new government, and anointed princes over his people. By the law of the Lord he judged the congregation, and the God of Jacob beheld, and by his fidelity he was proved a prophet, and he was known to be faithful in his words, because he saw the God of light, and called upon the name of the Lord Almighty, in fighting against the enemies who beset him on every side, when he offered a lamb without blemish. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and with a great noise made his voice to be heard, and he crushed the princes of the Tyrians, and all the lords of the Philistines. And before the time of the end of his life in the world, he protested before the Lord, and his anointed, money or anything else, even to a shoe, he had not taken of any man, and no man did accuse him. And after this he slept, and he made known to the king, and showed him the end of his life, and he lifted up his voice from the earth in prophecy, to blot out the wickedness of the nation. Chapter 47. The praise of Nathan, of David, and of Solomon, of his fall and punishment. Then Nathan the prophet arose in the days of David, and as the fat taken away from the flesh, so was David chosen from among the children of Israel. He played with lions as with lambs, and with bears he did in like manner as with the lambs of the flock in his youth. Did not he kill the giant, and take away reproach from his people? In lifting up his hand, with the stone in the sling, he beat down the boasting of Goliath. For he called upon the Lord the Almighty, and he gave strength in his right hand, to take away the mighty warrior, and to set up the horn of his nation. So in 10,000 did he glorify him, and praised him in the blessings of the Lord, in offering to him a crown of glory. For he destroyed the enemies on every side, and extirpated the Philistines, the adversaries unto this day. He broke their horn for ever. In all his works he gave thanks to the Holy One, and to the Most High, with words of glory. With his whole heart he praised the Lord, and loved God that made him. And he gave him power against his enemies. And he set singers before the altar, and by their voices he made sweet melody. And to the festivals he added beauty, and set in order the solemn times even to the end of his life, that they should praise the holy name of the Lord, and magnify the holiness of God in the morning. The Lord took away his sins, and exalted his horn for ever, and he gave him a covenant of the kingdom, and a throne of glory in Israel. After him arose up a wise son, and for his sake he cast down all the power of the enemies. Solomon reigned in days of peace, and God brought all his enemies under him, that he might build a house in his name, and prepare a sanctuary for ever. O how wise wast thou in thy youth! And thou wast filled as a river with wisdom, and thy soul covered the earth. And thou didst multiply riddles and parables. Thy name went abroad to the islands far off, and thou wast beloved in thy peace. The countries wondered at thee for thy canticles, and proverbs, and parables, and interpretations, and at the name of the Lord God, whose surname is God of Israel. Thou didst gather gold as copper, and didst multiply silver as lead, and thou didst bow thyself to women, and by thy body thou wast brought under subjection. Thou hast stained thy glory, and defiled thy seed, so as to bring wrath upon thy children, and to have thy folly kindled, that thou shouldst make the kingdom to be divided, and out of Ephraim a rebellious kingdom to rule. But God will not leave off his mercy, and he will not destroy nor abolish his own works. Neither will he cut up by the roots the offspring of his elect, and he will not utterly take away the seed of him that loveth the Lord. Wherefore he gave a remnant to Jacob, and to David of the same stock. And Solomon had an end with his fathers, and he left behind him of his seed the folly of the nation, even Rehoboam that had little wisdom, who turned away the people through his counsel, and Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin, and showed Ephraim the way of sin, and their sins were multiplied exceedingly. They removed them far away from their land, and they sought out all iniquities, till vengeance came upon them, and put an end to all their sins. Chapter 48. The praise of Elias, of Eliseus, of Ezekias, and of Isaias. And Elias the prophet stood up as a fire, and his word burnt like a torch. He brought a famine upon them, and they that provoked him in their envy were reduced to a small number, for they could not endure the commandments of the Lord. By the word of the Lord he shut up the heaven, and he brought down fire from heaven thrice. Thus was Elias magnified in his wondrous works. And who can glory like to thee, who raisedest up a dead man from below, from the lot of death, by the word of the Lord God, who broughtest down kings to destruction, and brokest easily their power in pieces, and the glorious from their bed, who heardest judgment in Sinai, and in Horeb the judgments of vengeance, who anointedst kings to penance, and madest prophets successors after thee, who wast taken up in a whirlwind of fire, in a chariot of fiery horses, who art registered in the judgments of times, to appease the wrath of the Lord, to reconcile the heart of the Father to the Son, and to restore the tribes of Jacob. Blessed are they that saw thee, and were honoured with thy friendship. For we live only in our life, but after death our name shall not be such. Elias was indeed covered with the whirlwind, and his spirit was filled up in Eliseus. In his days he feared not the prince, and no man was more powerful than he. No word could overcome him, and after death his body prophesied. In his life he did great wonders, and his death he wrought miracles. For all this the people repented not, neither did they depart from their sins, till they were cast out of their land, and were scattered through all the earth. And there was left but a small people, and a prince in the house of David. Some of these did that which pleased God, but others committed many sins. Ezekias fortified his city, and brought in water into the midst thereof, and he digged a rock with iron, and made a well for water. In his days Sennacherib came up, and sent Rabsaces, and lifted up his hand against them, and he stretched out his hand against Sion, and became proud through his power. Then their hearts and hands trembled, and they were in pain as women in travail. And they called upon the Lord, who is merciful, and spreading their hands, they lifted them up to heaven. And the Holy Lord God quickly heard their voice. He was not mindful of their sins, neither did he deliver them up to their enemies, but he purified them by the hand of Isaiah, the holy prophet. He overthrew the army of the Assyrians, and the angel of the Lord destroyed them. For Ezekias did that which pleased God, and walked valiantly in the way of David his father, which Isaiah, the great prophet, and faithful in the sight of God, had commanded him. In his days the sun went backward, and he lengthened the king's life. With a great spirit he saw the things that are to come to pass at last, and comforted the mourners in Sion. He showed what should come to pass forever, and secret things before they came. Chapter 49. The praise of Josias, of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and the 12 prophets, also of Zorobabel, Jesus the son of Josedek, Nehemiah, Enoch, Joseph, Seth, Sem, and Adam. The memory of Josias is like the composition of a sweet smell made by the art of a perfumer. His remembrance shall be sweet as honey in every mouth, and as music at a banquet of wine. He was directed by God unto the repentance of the nation, and he took away the abominations of wickedness. And he directed his heart towards the Lord, and in the days of sinners he strengthened godliness. Except David and Ezekias and Josias, all committed sin. For the kings of Judah forsook the law of the Most High, and despised the fear of God. So they gave their kingdom to others, and their glory to a strange nation. They burnt the chosen city of holiness, and made the streets thereof desolate, according to the prediction of Jeremiah. For they treated him evil, who was consecrated a prophet from his mother's womb, to overthrow and pluck up and destroy, and to build again and renew. It was Ezekiel that saw the glorious vision, which was shown him upon the chariot of cherubims. For he made mention of the enemies under the figure of rain, and of doing good to them that shewed right ways, and made the bones of the 12 prophets spring up out of their place. For they strengthened Jacob, and redeemed themselves by strong faith. How shall we magnify Zorobabel? For he was as a signet on the right hand. In like manner Jesus the son of Josedek, who in their days built the house, and set up a holy temple to the Lord, prepared for everlasting glory. And let Nehemiah be a long time remembered, who raised up for us our walls that were cast down, and set up the gates and the bars, who rebuilt our houses. No man was born upon earth like Enoch, for he also was taken up from the earth. Nor is Joseph, who was a man born prince of his brethren, the support of his family, the ruler of his brethren, the stay of the people. and his bones were visited, and after death they prophesied. Seth and Sem obtained glory among men, and above every soul Adam in the beginning. Chapter 50. The praises of Simon the high priest, the conclusion. Simon the high priest, the son of Onias, who in his life propped up the house, and in his days fortified the temple. By him also the height of the temple was founded, the double building, and the high walls of the temple. In his days the wells of water flowed out, and they were filled as the sea above measure. He took care of his nation, and delivered it from destruction. He prevailed to enlarge the city, and obtained glory in his conversation with the people, and enlarged the entrance of the house and the court. He shone in his days as the morning star in the midst of a cloud, and as the moon at the full. And as the sun when it shineth, so did he shine in the temple of God. And as the rainbow giving light in the bright clouds, and as the flower of roses in the days of the spring, and as the lilies that are on the brink of the water, and as the sweet-smelling frankincense in the time of summer, as a bright fire, and frankincense burning in the fire, as a massy vessel of gold, adorned with every precious stone, as an olive tree budding forth, and a cypress tree rearing itself on high, when he put on the robe of glory, and was clothed with the perfection of power. When he went up to the holy altar, he honoured the vesture of holiness. And when he took the portions out of the hands of the priests, he himself stood by the altar, and about him was the ring of his brethren, and as the cedar planted in Mount Libanus, and as branches of palm trees they stood round about him, and all the sons of Aaron in their glory. And the oblation of the Lord was in their hands, before all the congregation of Israel, and finishing his service on the altar to honour the offering of the Most High King, he stretched forth his hand to make a libation, and offered of the blood of the grape. He poured out at the foot of the altar a divine odour to the Most High Prince. Then the sons of Aaron shouted. They sounded with beaten trumpets, and made a great noise to be heard for a remembrance before God. Then all the people together made haste, and fell down to the earth upon their faces, to adore the Lord their God, and to pray to the Almighty God, the Most High. And the singers lifted up their voices, and in the great house the sound of sweet melody was increased, and the people in prayer besought the Lord the Most High, until the worship of the Lord was perfected, and they had finished their office. Then coming down, he lifted up his hands over all the congregation of the children of Israel, to give glory to God with his lips, and to glory in his name. And he repeated his prayer, willing to show the power of God. And now pray ye to the God of all, who hath done great things in all the earth, who hath increased our days from our mother's womb, and hath done with us according to his mercy. May he grant us joyfulness of heart, and that there be peace in our days in Israel forever. That Israel may believe that the mercy of God is with us, to deliver us in his days. There are two nations which my soul abhorreth, and the third is no nation, which I hate, they that sit on Mount Seir, and the Philistines, and the foolish people that dwell in Sichem. Jesus, the son of Sirach of Jerusalem, hath written in this book the doctrine of wisdom and instruction, who renewed wisdom from his heart. Blessed is he that is conversant in these good things, and he that layeth them up in his heart shall be wise always. For if he do them, he shall be strong to do all things, because the light of God guideth his steps. chapter 51. A prayer of praise and thanksgiving, a prayer of Jesus, the son of Sirach. I will give glory to thee, O Lord, O King, and I will praise thee, O God my Saviour. I will give glory to thy name, for thou hast been a helper and protector to me, and hast preserved my body from destruction, from the snare of an unjust tongue, and from the lips of them that forge lies, and in the sight of them that stood by. Thou hast been my helper, and thou hast delivered me, according to the multitude of the mercy of thy name, from them that did roar, prepared to devour, out of the hands of them that sought my life, and from the gates of afflictions, which compassed me about, from the oppression of the flame which surrounded me, and in the midst of the fire I was not burnt, from the depth of the belly of hell, and from an unclean tongue, and from lying words, from an unjust king, and from a slanderous tongue. My soul shall praise the Lord even to death, and my life was drawing near to hell beneath. They compassed me on every side, and there was no one that would help me. I looked for the succour of men, and there was none. I remembered thy mercy, O Lord, and thy works, which are from the beginning of the world. How thou deliverest them that wait for thee, O Lord, and savest them out of the hands of the nations. Thou hast exalted my dwelling place upon the earth, and I have prayed for death to pass away. I called upon the Lord, the Father of my Lord, that he would not leave me in the day of my trouble, and in the time of the proud without help. I will praise thy name continually, and will praise it with thanksgiving, and my prayer was heard. And thou hast saved me from destruction, and hast delivered me from the evil time. Therefore I will give thanks, and praise thee, and bless the name of the Lord. When I was yet young, before I wandered about, I sought for wisdom openly in my prayer. I prayed for her before the temple, and unto the very end I will seek after her. And she flourished as a grape soon ripe. My heart delighted in her. My foot walked in the right way. From my youth up I sought after her. I bowed down my ear a little, and received her. I found much wisdom in myself, and I profited much therein. To him that giveth me wisdom will I give glory, for I have determined to follow her. I have had a zeal for good, and shall not be confounded. My soul hath wrestled for her, and in doing it I have been confirmed. I stretched forth my hands on high, and I bewailed my ignorance of her. I directed my soul to her, and in knowledge I found her. I possessed my heart with her from the beginning. Therefore I shall not be forsaken. My entrails were troubled in seeking her. Therefore shall I possess a good possession. The Lord hath given me a tongue for my reward, and with it I will praise him. Draw near to me, ye unlearned, and gather yourselves together into the house of discipline. Why are ye slow? And what do you say of these things? Your souls are exceeding thirsty. I have opened my mouth and have spoken. Buy her for yourselves without silver, and submit your neck to the yoke, and let your soul receive discipline, for she is near at hand to be found. Behold with your eyes how I have laboured a little, and have found much rest to myself. Receive ye discipline as a great sum of money, and possess abundance of gold by her. Let your soul rejoice in his mercy, and you shall not be confounded in his praise. Work your work before the time, and he will give you your reward in his time.